The Junkyard Fleet. Chapter 1. The 1% Rule. The airlock seal had been dead for 300 years, and it smelled like it. Chief Engineer Vance pressed his palm against the frozen metal, feeling the void cold seep through his EVA glove as he traced the hairline fractures in the alien hull plating. Behind him, the salvage tug Repo Depot held position on manual thrusters, its single floodlight cutting through the dark of the Sector 4 debris field. Ahead of him, stretching into the black, lay 2.4 kilometers of decommissioned alien warship, Class A Dreadnought. Designation: unknown. Official status: radioactive hazard, do not approach. Vance's status: approaching anyway. He pulled the plasma cutter from his hip and sparked it to life, the blue-white flame hissing against frozen hull plating as he began carving a circle around the airlock mechanism. His radio crackled with static, then resolved into a voice from the tug. Hull integrity holding at 6%. Vance grunted and kept cutting. 6% was 5 more than they needed. The Valar had built their warships to last, even if they hadn't built their empire the same way. 3 centuries ago, this dreadnought had been operational hardware for an armada that spanned 40 systems. Now the Valar were a client species under Council protection, their military surplus scattered across a dozen debris fields, officially classified as sovereign hazardous waste and legally untouchable. Legally untouchable by anyone who hadn't read the fine print. The plasma cutter finished its circuit, and Vance kicked the carved section inward with his boot. It clanged against deck plating, the sound swallowed immediately by vacuum. He pulled himself through the breach, his helmet light sweeping across a corridor caked with frozen condensation and 3 centuries of thermal cycling damage. The walls were covered in Valar script, warnings and directions that nobody had followed in longer than most human governments had existed. Vance didn't need to read it. He'd been inside 6 dead dreadnoughts in the past 2 years, and they were all built the same. He oriented himself toward the bow and began pulling himself along the 0G corridor, hand over hand, following the main conduit lines toward the engineering section. Behind him, the crew was already unspooling the bypass cable from the tug, feeding it through the breach like an industrial umbilical. 300 meters of copper wrapped in rubber sheathing rated for direct plasma exposure. One end connected to the tug's auxiliary power bus. The other end was going into the dreadnought's ignition circuit. Vance reached the engineering bay after 15 minutes of crawling through frozen darkness, his breath fogging inside his helmet as the suit's heaters fought against absolute cold. The bay was 50 meters across, lined with dead control stations and conduit runs thick with frost. The deck plating was warped in 3 places where thermal stress had buckled it during the reactor failure. Vance made a mental note to flag those sections for structural reinforcement before they tried any high-G maneuvers. 17 Valar bodies were frozen at their posts. Engineers who had died when the reactor failed and the emergency bulkhead sealed. Vance noted their positions for the post-salvage inventory report. Under Section 7 of the Reclamation Act, biological remains on salvaged vessels were classified as incidental debris and could be processed or returned to surviving governments for a standard handling fee. The Valar ascendancy had been defunct for 2 centuries, so processing was the cheaper option. He moved on. The antimatter reactor sat in the center of the bay, containment rings frost-covered and inert. 4 meters in diameter, 300 tons of crystalline engineering that had taken the Valar 2 centuries to perfect. The Valar had built it to power weapons capable of cracking planetary crusts. Now it was a tax write-off sitting in a debris field, depreciating at standard galactic rates. Vance checked his suit's radiation counter, background levels only. The containment had held even after 3 centuries of dormancy. Good engineering. Shame the Valar hadn't applied the same quality control to their foreign policy. Vance pulled himself to the main control console and wiped frost from the dead display screens. They stayed dark. He turned to the wall beside the console and found what he was looking for. A maintenance panel marked with Valar glyphs that roughly translated to authorized personnel only. Vance pried the panel off with a crowbar, the metal groaning in the cold. Inside was a mess of crystalline circuitry, technology so advanced it made human engineering look primitive. He didn't touch any of it. Instead, He reached past the delicate alien hardware and found the two heavy copper bus bars at the back, the ones connecting the reactor's startup capacitors to the main ignition sequence. The Valar had built their ships with redundant safety systems, quantum-locked fail-safes, and AI monitoring protocols that would have prevented any unauthorized activation. All of those systems required power to function. Vance pulled the industrial defibrillator from his pack. Commercial unit, rated for planetary mining operations. 6,000 joules. The reactor's startup sequence required 400. The extra 5,600 joules were what the manufacturer's warranty voided when you used the unit outside of approved applications. Vance hadn't read a warranty in 15 years. He connected the defibrillator leads to the bus bars, clamping them tight against the copper with vice grips rated for vacuum welding operations. Then he spliced in the bypass cable from the tug, stripping the rubber sheath with his utility knife and twisting the exposed copper around the bus bar connections. The splice was ugly. It would never pass a safety inspection, but it would conduct current, and that was all that mattered. The cable would keep feeding juice after the initial jolt, sustaining the ignition sequence until the reactor's own output took over. After that, the dreadnought would be running on 3 centuries of accumulated antimatter fuel that the Valar had never bothered to drain. Vance keyed his radio. He told the tug to cut engines and drift to minimum safe distance. The radio crackled back. What was minimum safe distance for jump-starting a planet cracker? Vance said he'd put it in the incident report. If this worked, the incident report would be filed under successful salvage operation. If it didn't work, the incident report would be filed by whoever found the debris. He waited until the tug's engine signature dropped off his proximity sensor. Then he checked the cable splice one more time, verified the defibrillator charge, and wrapped his gloved hand around the discharge button. The button was red. The warning label said, "Authorized personnel only," in 14 languages. Vance pressed it. The defibrillator screamed, dumping 6,000 joules through the bypass in a quarter-second pulse. The bus bars flashed white. The bypass cable hummed as sustained current poured through it from the tug's auxiliary banks. Somewhere behind him, a hydraulic system groaned as pressure began building in lines that had been empty for 300 years. And somewhere deeper in the belly of the dead warship, systems that had been cold since before humanity achieved faster-than-light travel began cycling up. 1,200 kilometers away, sensor technician Vreel of the Galactic Council monitoring station Sigma-7 was logging his 3rd consecutive shift of observing a debris field that had not changed in 6 years. The Sector 4 debris field was classified as a Class 10 hazard zone, too radioactive for biological life, too unstable for drone operations, too legally complicated to do anything about. Vreel's job was to log hourly timestamps confirming the field remained inert. For 6 years, it had remained inert. Then his console flagged an anomaly. Vreel stared at the alert, his manipulator appendages frozen over the input interface. The debris field was showing a thermal bloom. He ran a diagnostic on the sensor array. The array reported nominal function. He ran a second diagnostic, nominal function. He ran a third diagnostic, because running diagnostics was easier than processing what the screen was showing him. The screen showed a thermal signature consistent with antimatter reactor ignition. Vreel opened a log entry and began documenting timestamps with mechanical precision. Galactic Standard Time, 1447.03, thermal anomaly detected, Sector 4, debris field, grid reference, 447 Alpha. Galactic Standard Time, 1447.09, anomaly classified as reactor ignition signature, Class A output range. Galactic Standard Time, 1447.15, cross-reference initiated with vessel registry. The computer searched for 17 seconds. Then it returned a match that Vreel had to read 3 times. Valar Ascendancy, Extinction Class Dreadnought, Registry Number 447 Alpha. Last known status, total reactor failure during the Battle of Keening Void. Officially classified as destroyed. Vreel added a timestamp noting the classification was in error. He watched the thermal bloom expand as systems that had been cold for 3 centuries began spinning up. Weapons arrays, shield generators, targeting sensors, navigation thrusters firing in sequence, correcting the vessel's orbital decay. Someone was flying it. Galactic Standard Time, 1448-22. Vessel 447 Alpha demonstrating powered flight. Trajectory correction observed. Galactic Standard Time, 1448-31. Registry transponder activation detected. The transponder was broadcasting a new identification code in Human Standard Encoding, RSS liability. Vreel ran the prefix through the translation matrix. Registered salvage ship, Galactic Standard Time, 1448-44. Human salvage claim detected on extinction-class military hardware. Galactic Standard Time, 1448-45. Emergency alert transmitted to Council High Command. Galactic Standard Time, 1448-46. Shift supervisor notification initiated. Galactic Standard Time, 1448-47. Legal department notification initiated. Galactic Standard Time, 1448-48. Filing incident report under category Unprecedented Statute Exploitation. Vreel continued logging timestamps as his console began filling with automated response traffic from 17 different council departments. The legal division wanted to know who had authorized human presence in a Class 10 hazard zone. The Military Oversight Committee wanted to know how an extinction-class reactor had been reactivated without triggering the remote kill switches. The Treasury Department wanted to know who was going to pay for the emergency response mobilization. And the Interstellar Commerce Bureau wanted to know if the salvage claim was filed correctly, because if it was, they were legally required to process it within 90 days, regardless of what the other departments thought. Vreel did not have answers. He had timestamps. Galactic Standard Time, 1449.12. Receiving conflicting directives from Legal Division and Military Oversight. Galactic Standard Time, 1449.13. Filing request for clarification with Shift Supervisor. Galactic Standard Time, 1449.14. Shift Supervisor filing request for clarification with Sector Administrator. Galactic Standard Time, 1449.15. Continuing standard observation protocol pending clarification. He suspected the Council's legal department was about to have a very long night. He also suspected that by the time they finished arguing about jurisdiction, the humans would have claimed 3 more dreadnoughts. On the bridge of the newly christened RSS liability, Vance settled into the captain's chair and immediately regretted it. The thing had been designed for a species with 3 legs and a tail. The ergonomics were a workers' comp claim waiting to happen. He was going to need to weld a cushion onto it before the next shift rotation. Maybe bolt some armrests on while he was at it. The main view screen was dead, its display matrices fried beyond economical repair. Replacing it would cost more than the tug that had brought them here. But the forward observation port still worked. 6 meters of transparent aluminum showing the debris field ahead. Frozen hulls, dead reactors, decommissioned hardware written off by empires that no longer existed, all of it classified as abandoned derelict under council statute, all of it waiting for someone to file the right paperwork. The bridge smelled like ozone and old hydraulic fluid. Somewhere beneath the deck plating, the newly reactivated atmospheric processors were cycling stale air through filters that hadn't been changed since the Valar ascendancy still existed. The air tasted like rust and ancient refrigerant. Vance made a note to add filter replacement to the maintenance queue, right after structural reinforcement, weapons calibration, and the 1,700 other line items that separated a salvaged hulk from an operational warship. A crew member's voice came through the ship's newly installed analog intercom, a system of copper wires and magnetic speakers that worked because alien wireless protocols were incompatible with human equipment. The intercom crackled with interference from the reactor's magnetic containment field, but the words came through clear enough. Main power holding at 60%, weapon systems offline pending manual calibration, and the coffee maker now drawing current from a reactor rated for planetary bombardment. Vance keyed the intercom and said he wanted a cup in 10 minutes. Black, no sugar. And tell the crew to start pulling the digital navigation system. They were replacing it with manual helm controls and a physical compass before they tried moving this thing anywhere. The communications console crackled as an incoming hail from Council Monitoring Station Sigma 7 patched through. Vance listened to the demands for identification, the threats of military intervention, the citations of treaties and regulations. He let the alien talk until it ran out of breath. Then he toggled the ship's automated legal response system. The system was called Audit. It had been programmed by a team of human maritime lawyers who had spent 3 years studying every salvage statute the Council had ever ratified. Audit's voice was flat, synthetic, and utterly without inflection. It said, "Galactic Council vessel, this is Automated Legal Response System Audit, operating on behalf of the RSS Liability, registered salvage and recovery vessel under Human Corporate Charter." It said, "The vessel you are tracking was adrift in international void for 47 minutes without a functioning transponder or active power signature." It said, "Under Section 4, Paragraph 9 of the Interstellar Maritime Reclamation Act, ratified by the Galactic Council in Galactic Standard Year 4417, any vessel meeting these criteria in unclaimed space is legally classified as abandoned salvage and may be claimed by the first party to establish operational control." It said, "Operational control has been established." It said, "This vessel is now registered human property under salvage claim number 447 Alpha 7. It said, "All ownership disputes must be filed with the Interstellar Arbitration Commission within 90 Galactic Standard days." It said, "Read it and weep." Then it cut the transmission. Vance leaned back in his uncomfortable chair and watched the stars through the observation port as his crew began the work of stripping out 300 years of safety protocols. The Veiler had built their ships networked, elegant, and dependent on quantum-encrypted command systems. Humans were going to replace all of it with copper wire, physical switches, and manual overrides. It would take weeks. It would violate every engineering standard the Council had on file, and when they were done, they would have a warship that couldn't be hacked, couldn't be remotely disabled, and couldn't be legally contested because Audit had filed the paperwork first. Somewhere in the cargo bay, the crew was unfolding the tarp. Neon yellow, visible from orbit. Bold black letters that would be readable from 100 kilometers out. The letters said, "Under new management." They'd had it printed before they left Earth. 50 credits at an industrial signage shop in New Detroit. Best investment the company had ever made. Vance pulled out his data pad and opened the debris field manifest. 47 vessels rated Class B or higher, 12 with intact reactor cores, 3 more dreadnoughts nearly as large as the one he was sitting in. All of them abandoned, all of them legally claimable. He started calculating salvage values and crew rotation schedules. Hazard pay was triple rate for antimatter exposure, and every hour in this bay counted. Double time for zero-G reactor work started the moment they'd breached the airlock, and the clock was still running. The liability alone was worth more than humanity's entire existing fleet, if you measured by firepower. If you measured by market value, it was technically worthless, because nobody was supposed to be able to reactivate it. But scrap value was a different calculation. The hull plating alone would fetch 40 million credits on the metals exchange. The containment rings were worth twice that, if you could find a buyer willing to ignore the Council's export restrictions. And the weapon systems were priceless, because priceless was what happened when you couldn't legally sell something but everyone wanted to buy it anyway. Vance had buyers lined up for all of it, or he would, once word got out. For now, the priority was getting the rest of the fleet operational. 12 reactor cores meant 12 potential ships. 12 ships meant 12 salvage claims. 12 salvage claims meant 12 separate legal challenges that the Council would have to file individually because Audit had been programmed to exploit every procedural delay in the arbitration system. By the time the Council's lawyers finished arguing about the first claim, humanity would have a fleet. By the time they finished arguing about the 12th, humanity would have an armada. It was going to be a long night. It was going to be a profitable one. And somewhere in the Council's legal archives, a 3,000-year-old statute was about to become the most expensive oversight in galactic history. Chapter 2. Voiding the Warranty. The Council shuttle was the most expensive piece of equipment to enter the Sector 4 debris field in 300 years. It was also the cleanest. Vance watched it approach through the forward observation port, its running lights blinking in perfect regulatory sequence, its hull gleaming with fresh antimicrobial coating, its docking thrusters firing in precise microbursts that probably cost more in fuel than his crew made in a month. The shuttle's transponder identified it as an official inspection vessel, Registry Sigma 7 Alpha, carrying one senior compliance inspector from the Galactic Council's Department of Vessel Safety and Operational Standards. Vance had been expecting this visit for 3 days. He'd spent those 3 days making sure the liability looked exactly as bad as it actually was. The shuttle docked at the forward airlock with a gentle magnetic clunk that echoed through the hull like a polite knock on a door that hadn't been polite in centuries. Vance didn't get up from the captain's chair. He was still working on the armrest situation, and he'd found that a welding torch and a salvaged acceleration couch from a Valar escape pod made acceptable raw materials. The sparks from his work scattered across the bridge as the airlock cycled. The inner door opened with a hiss of equalizing pressure, and Senior Compliance Inspector Keth of the Galactic Council stepped onto the bridge of the RSS liability. He stopped after 2 steps. His respiratory membranes fluttered in what Vance had learned to recognize as the Valar equivalent of gagging. The bridge smelled like burnt insulation, hydraulic fluid, and the particular acrid tang of copper wire that had been soldered by someone who learned the trade from a correspondence course. Carbon scoring from plasma welding streaked across the original control consoles, black burns marking where human equipment had been fused directly to alien hardware. Vance kept welding. Inspector Keth was a Valar, which meant he had 4 legs, 2 manipulator arms, a torso covered in iridescent scales that shifted color with his emotional state, and an expression that suggested he had just stepped in something unpleasant. His scales were cycling rapidly between pale yellow and deep orange. Vance didn't know what those colors meant, but he suspected it wasn't approval. The inspector's uniform was immaculate, pressed to specifications that probably had their own regulatory subsection. He carried a tablet that projected a holographic checklist into the air beside his head. The checklist was already populating with red warning indicators. Inspector Keth found his voice after a long moment of silent horror. He said this vessel was in violation of approximately 17,000 Council safety regulations. Vance said he was probably lowballing it. The inspector's scales flashed a color that might have been outrage. He began walking through the bridge, his tablet scanning everything within range and flagging violations faster than the display could render them. The exposed wiring running along the ceiling was a Class 3 electrical hazard. The manual helm controls, bolted directly to the deck plating with industrial fasteners, were a Class 2 navigation safety violation. The coffee maker plugged into a jury-rigged power conduit was a Class 1 fire risk, and the captain's chair, which Vance was actively welding while sitting in it, was something the inspector's tablet didn't even have a classification for. Vance finished his weld, flipped up his mask, and set the torch aside. He told the inspector that the coffee was fresh if he wanted a cup. Inspector Keth's scales went a shade of purple that Vance hadn't seen before. The inspector said he did not want coffee. He wanted to know who had authorized the reactivation of this vessel. Vance said Section 4, Paragraph 9 of the Interstellar Maritime Reclamation Act. The inspector said he was familiar with the salvage claim. What he wanted to know was who had authorized the removal of the vessel's original safety systems. Vance said nobody had authorized it. That was kind of the point. Inspector Keth's tablet beeped urgently as they moved deeper into the ship, the holographic checklist now extending several meters behind him in a trail of red warnings. The corridor outside the bridge had been stripped of its original wall paneling, exposing the conduit runs and support struts beneath. Someone had painted numbers on the struts in yellow industrial marker. The numbers corresponded to a maintenance schedule that existed only in Vance's head and on a grease-stained clipboard hanging from a nail driven directly into an alien support beam. The inspector asked what the numbers meant. Vance said they indicated which struts were load-bearing and which ones could be cut for scrap. The inspector asked how Vance could tell the difference. Vance said he hit them with a hammer and listened to the sound. Inspector Keth's scales went completely white. They reached the engineering bay, and the inspector stopped walking. He stood in the doorway for a long moment, his tablet scanning the space ahead of him and producing a sound that Vance had never heard a Council device make before. It was somewhere between a warning alarm and a mechanical sob. The engineering bay had been transformed in the 3 days since Vance had jump-started the reactor. The frost was gone, replaced by a thin sheen of condensation from the atmospheric processors running at maximum output. The dead control stations had been torn out and replaced with human standard monitoring equipment, most of it salvaged from industrial mining operations and held in place with magnetic clamps and prayer. The 17 Valor bodies had been removed to cold storage for later processing. In the far corner of the bay, partially hidden behind a bank of salvaged monitoring equipment, sat the ship's original AI core, or what was left of it. The crystalline housing had been cracked open with a plasma torch, the cuts still visible as jagged scars across its surface. Inside, the quantum processing matrices that had once managed every system on the ship were dark and cold. Someone had physically severed the neural linkages with a pair of industrial cable cutters, leaving frayed optical fibers dangling like dead nerve endings. A manual bypass switch, the kind used in human mining operations to override automated safety lockouts, had been bolted directly to the housing. The switch was currently set to manual override all systems. Inspector Keth's scales went pale when he saw it. He asked if the humans had lobotomized a sentient AI core. Vance said the core hadn't been sentient in 300 years. It had been dead. They just made sure it stayed that way. And the antimatter reactor, the crown jewel of Valar engineering, the 300-ton sphere of crystalline perfection that had taken 2 centuries to design, was wrapped in approximately 400 meters of industrial duct tape. Inspector Keith made a sound that Vance's translation software interpreted as distressed vocalization, untranslatable. He asked if the humans had bypassed a quantum-locked containment field with adhesive fibrous mesh. Vance said they called it duct tape, and it was currently holding back a localized singularity, which was more than the quantum lock had done when the reactor failed 3 centuries ago. The inspector asked if Vance understood that the duct tape was in direct contact with a quantum-locked containment field operating at temperatures approaching absolute zero. Vance said that was why they used the cold-rated tape. Inspector Keith's tablet gave up trying to categorize the violations and simply displayed a message that read, "Comprehensive vessel condemnation recommended." The inspector said that this vessel's operational warranty was void, completely void. Void in ways that the Council's legal department would need to invent new terminology to describe. Void in ways that would make this ship uninsurable by any legitimate underwriter in the galaxy. Void in ways that meant any accident, any malfunction, any loss of life would be entirely the responsibility of whoever was foolish enough to operate it. Vance said he appreciated the inspector putting that in writing. It would make the liability paperwork much simpler. Inspector Keth asked what Vance meant by that. Vance said that a voided warranty meant the Council had officially disclaimed any responsibility for the vessel's original design flaws, which meant that when those design flaws caused problems, the Council couldn't be sued. But it also meant that when Vance fixed those design flaws, the Council couldn't claim he was violating the original specifications, because the original specifications were void. The inspector's scales cycled through 3 colors that Vance didn't recognize. The inspector said that was not how warranty law worked. Vance said he had an automated legal system that disagreed. He keyed his communicator and told Audit to pull up the precedent files on warranty voidance and engineering modification rights. Audit's voice came through the engineering bay's newly installed speakers, flat and synthetic. It said, "Council vs. Terran Freight Alliance, Galactic Standard Year 6892. Ruling established that warranty voidance transfers all engineering authority to the current registered owner. The Council's own precedent permits unrestricted modification of void warranty vessels." It said, "Shall I continue with the 743 additional supporting cases?" Inspector Keth said that would not be necessary. Vance said he thought it might not be. The inspector stood in silence for a long moment, staring at the duct-taped reactor and the jury-rigged monitoring equipment and the exposed wiring and the general atmosphere of controlled chaos that had taken over what was once the most advanced warship in the Valar Ascendancy. Then he asked in a voice that had lost most of its pompous edge what exactly Vance had done to the engines. Vance smiled for the first time since the inspector had come aboard. He said he thought the inspector would never ask. He led the way to the engine control room, which was located 3 decks below engineering and accessible via a ladder that had been welded directly to the deck plating because the original lift system required a digital authorization code that no longer existed. The ladder rungs were steel pipe, bolted through the deck at intervals measured by eye rather than specification. Inspector Keth climbed down slowly, his forelegs making the descent awkward and undignified. Vance had done this climb 47 times in the past 3 days. He could do it in the dark now, which was useful because the corridor lighting on this deck had been rerouted to power the engine monitoring systems. The engine control room was small, cramped, and dominated by a massive analog control panel that had been built from scratch using components salvaged from 6 different human industrial facilities. Pressure gauges with hand-calibrated faces. Temperature dials rated for environments that would melt standard council equipment. Manual throttle levers with physical detents that clicked into place with satisfying mechanical precision. And a tachometer the size of a dinner plate, its needle currently resting at a position marked nominal in hand-painted letters. The paint was still tacky. They'd finished the labeling 6 hours ago. Inspector Keth's tablet scanned the room and produced another untranslatable sound. Vance explained that the Veiler had built their engines with digital limiters designed to prevent the drives from exceeding their rated output. This was a safety feature. It was also a design flaw, because the engines themselves were capable of producing far more thrust than the limiters allowed. The Veiler had been afraid of what would happen if the engines ran at full capacity. They were afraid of thermal overload. They were afraid of structural stress. They were afraid of the reactor demanding more fuel than the containment field could safely process. So they had built limiters into the software to ensure the engines never reached their full potential. Humans had removed the software. Vance pulled a lever, and the tachometer needle swung from nominal to a position marked, "This is fine," in slightly smaller hand-painted letters. The deck plating began to vibrate. The hum of the engines, which had been a constant background presence, rose to a rumble that Vance could feel in his chest. The temperature gauge climbed, the pressure gauge climbed, and the tachometer needle kept climbing past "This is fine," past "Getting interesting," and into a red zone labeled "Hold on to something." Inspector Keth grabbed a support strut. Vance explained that they were currently operating at 400% of factory-rated output. The engines had not exploded. The reactor had not breached. The structural integrity was holding at acceptable levels. If you accepted that acceptable meant probably won't kill everyone immediately. The digital limiters had been designed to prevent this. The digital limiters were now a pile of crystalline components in a recycling bin 3 decks up. And the RESS liability was currently the fastest ship in the sector, capable of outrunning anything the Council could send after it, assuming the Council was stupid enough to try. Vance pulled the lever back, and the engines wound down to their normal output. The deck stopped vibrating. The temperature gauge settled. The tachometer needle drifted back to nominal. Inspector Keth's scales had gone a shade of gray that Vance suspected indicated something between terror and nausea. The inspector said this was insane. Vance said it was engineering. The inspector said Vance was going to get himself killed. Vance said probably, but not today, and not by these engines. He'd run the numbers. The thermal tolerance was higher than the Veiler had estimated. The structural margins were more generous than the original specifications suggested. And the reactor containment, despite being held together by duct tape, was actually operating more efficiently than it had under the original digital management system. Because the digital system had been designed to fail safely, the analog system had been designed to not fail at all. Inspector Keth asked how Vance could possibly know the reactor was operating more efficiently. Vance pointed to a gauge on the wall. It was a simple pressure indicator, the kind used in industrial boiler rooms across human space. It was mounted directly to the containment field housing with industrial adhesive. The needle was steady. Vance said that when the needle moved, they had a problem. When the needle didn't move, they didn't have a problem. It had been 3 days. The needle hadn't moved. Inspector Keth stared at the gauge for a long moment. Then he looked down at his tablet. which was still displaying the comprehensive vessel condemnation recommended message. Then he looked back at Vance. He asked what Vance intended to do with this ship. Vance said he intended to salvage the rest of the debris field. There were 46 more vessels out there rated Class B or higher. 12 of them had intact reactor cores. All of them were covered by the same salvage claim. All of them were about to receive the same treatment the liability had received. Digital systems removed. Analog systems installed. Warranties voided. Performance limits exceeded. And when the work was done, humanity would have a fleet of ships that couldn't be hacked, couldn't be remotely disabled, and couldn't be stopped by anything short of direct kinetic impact. Inspector Keth asked if the Council was aware of this plan. Vance said the Council was welcome to read the salvage filings. They were all public record. The inspector said he would need to file a report. Vance said he expected nothing less. He escorted the inspector back to the airlock, past the exposed wiring and the numbered struts and the jury-rigged power conduits. The inspector paused at the airlock door. He said, in a voice that was quieter than it had been when he arrived, that Vance was playing a very dangerous game. Vance said he wasn't playing a game. He was working a salvage contract. The game was what the Council had been playing when they wrote the salvage laws and assumed nobody would ever read them. Inspector Keth boarded his shuttle without another word. Vance watched it undock and pull away, its running lights blinking in perfect regulatory sequence as it headed back toward the monitoring station. Then he keyed the intercom and told the crew to prep the next reactor core for jumpstart. Vessel number 2 was a Class B cruiser, smaller than the liability, but with an engine configuration that might actually be easier to convert. If they could get it operational by the end of the week, they'd be ahead of schedule. Ahead of schedule meant early completion bonuses. Early completion bonuses meant the crew might actually break even on this contract after hazard pay and equipment costs. Vance pulled out his datapad and started updating the salvage manifest. 46 more ships to void. 46 more warranties to invalidate. 46 more opportunities to prove that the Council's elegant engineering was no match for human stubbornness and a good supply of duct tape. The clock was still running on the double time. And somewhere out in the debris field, 12 intact reactor cores were waiting to be jump-started by people who had never read a warranty in their lives. Chapter 3. The Cease and Desist. The Galactic Council. Armada blockade runner dropped out of faster-than-light travel at exactly the distance specified in the Council's rules of engagement for potentially hostile civilian vessels. It was a beautiful ship. Sleek, white, aerodynamically perfect despite the fact that aerodynamics meant nothing in the vacuum of space. Its hull was unmarked by carbon scoring or industrial welding. Its running lights blinked in precise regulatory sequence. Its weapons arrays were visible as elegant protrusions along its dorsal spine, each one capable of vaporizing the RSS liability in approximately 3 seconds. Vance watched it through the forward observation port and did the math on how much the thing cost. More than his entire operation, probably. More than his crew would make in a lifetime. More than the combined GDP of the 3 human colony worlds that had funded this salvage expedition. The Council had sent their most expensive ship to intimidate a bunch of scrappers in a debris field. Vance found that flattering. He also found it instructive. If they were sending a blockade runner instead of a message drone, it meant the legal situation was more complicated than a simple cease and desist. If the law was clearly on their side, they'd have sent lawyers. They'd sent guns instead. That told Vance everything he needed to know. The bridge of the liability hummed with the sound of jury-rigged systems doing jobs they hadn't been designed for. Somewhere below decks, the analog monitoring equipment was clicking through its cycles, tracking reactor output and containment integrity without any of the elegant holographic displays that the blockade runner probably took for granted. Copper wire ran along the ceiling in bundles held together by cable ties. The main tactical display was a radar screen salvaged from a human cargo hauler, its green phosphorescent glow casting shadows across consoles that still bore the carbon scoring from 3 days of non-stop welding. The communications console crackled as an incoming hail forced its way through the liability's cobbled-together receiver array. The voice on the other end was crisp, authoritative, and dripping with the particular contempt that came from centuries of unchallenged military superiority. It identified itself as Admiral Vale of the Galactic Council 7th Fleet. It demanded immediate response from the vessel illegally operating under human registry in a restricted hazard zone. Vance leaned back in his newly cushioned captain's chair and took a sip of coffee. The cushion was working out. The armrests still needed adjustment. He keyed the transmit button and said he was receiving. Admiral Vial's voice hardened. He said the vessel designated RSS Liability was in possession of active military hardware belonging to the Galactic Council. He said the salvage claim filed under Section 4, Paragraph 9, was under legal review and had been provisionally suspended pending investigation. He said the provisional suspension had been filed with the Interstellar Arbitration Commission exactly 4 hours ago, and copies had been transmitted to every relevant regulatory body in the sector. He said the human crew had 20 standard minutes to power down all systems, evacuate to their original salvage tug, and surrender the vessel to Council authority. He said failure to comply would result in the use of proportional force. He said all of this was being recorded for submission as evidence in subsequent criminal proceedings. Vance took another sip of coffee. He asked what proportional force meant exactly. Admiral Vale said it meant warning shots across the bow, followed by targeted disabling fire if necessary, followed by boarding operations to secure the vessel and detain the crew for criminal proceedings. Vance said that sounded like a lot of paperwork. Admiral Vale said the paperwork was not the human's concern. Vance said he disagreed. He toggled the intercom and told Audit to start working on the registry problem. Audit's voice came through the bridge speakers, flat and synthetic. It said, "Acknowledged. Initiating bypass of Velar Ascendancy encryption protocols. Estimated completion time, 14 minutes. Admiral Vial demanded to know what registry problem Vance was referring to. Vance said he'd explain in 14 minutes. The blockade runner's weapons arrays began cycling up, a process visible through the observation port as a faint blue glow building along the ship's dorsal spine. The glow was elegant. The glow was terrifying. The glow represented enough energy to crack a small moon. The glow was also, Vance noted, extremely expensive to maintain, which meant the Admiral was burning through his operational budget just to make a point. Vance appreciated that kind of commitment to intimidation. He also appreciated that it meant the Admiral was probably under pressure from his superiors to resolve this situation quickly. Pressure meant mistakes. Mistakes meant opportunities. Vance pulled out his datapad and started reviewing the salvage manifest while he waited. Might as well get some work done. Vessel number 2, the Class B cruiser, was scheduled for reactor jumpstart in 6 hours. The bypass cables were prepped. The defibrillator was charged. The crew was running on coffee and hazard pay, which was the standard fuel mixture for any human salvage operation. If this standoff dragged on too long, they'd start running into overtime. Overtime meant budget overruns. Budget overruns meant the accountants back on Earth would start asking questions. The accountants were almost as scary as the blockade runner. Almost. The next 12 minutes passed in silence, broken only by the occasional status update from Audit, as it worked through 3 centuries of Valar security protocols using brute force decryption algorithms that would have made any legitimate cryptographer weep. The algorithms weren't elegant. They weren't subtle. They were the digital equivalent of hitting a lock with a hammer until it opened. But they worked, and working was all that mattered. Admiral Vael attempted to re-establish communication 7 times. Vance declined all 7 hails. Each declined hail was probably costing the Admiral political capital with whoever was watching from Council High Command. Good. Political capital was a resource, same as fuel or ammunition. The more the Admiral spent on this standoff, the less he'd have for the next one. The blockade runner's weapons glow intensified with each declined call. At the 13-minute mark, Audit announced that decryption was complete. At the 13-minute and 15-second mark, Audit announced that it had found something interesting. Vance asked what kind of interesting. Audit said the kind of interesting that would require Admiral Vial's attention. Vance keyed the communications console and accepted the Admiral's 8th hail. Admiral Vial's voice had lost some of its crisp authority. It now carried an edge of frustration that suggested his superiors were watching this interaction in real time and were not pleased with the delay. He demanded to know why Vance had been ignoring official council communications. Vance said he'd been waiting for his legal team to finish their research. Admiral Vile said the humans did not have a legal team. They were salvage operators with a single automated response system that had already been flagged for review by the Council's Bureau of Artificial Intelligence Regulation. Vance said the Admiral should take that up with the Bureau. In the meantime, Audit had found something in the vessel's original registry that the Admiral might want to know about. Admiral Vale said he was not interested in whatever legal tricks the humans were attempting. The vessel was Council property. The salvage claim was suspended. The humans had 7 minutes to comply with evacuation orders. Vance said he understood. But before the Admiral started firing, he might want to check the Valar Ascendancy's official disposition report for this vessel, specifically the section where the Ascendancy declared it a total loss and wrote it off their military registry 300 years ago. Admiral Vale was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was careful. He said the Valar Ascendancy's internal records were not relevant to the current legal situation. Vance said Audit disagreed. He toggled the intercom and told Audit to read the relevant section. Audit's voice filled the bridge, flat and relentless. It said, "Accessing Valar Ascendancy Military Logistics Division Archives, Galactic Standard Year 4203. It said, Vessel Registry Number 447 Alpha, Class A Dreadnought, Keening Blade Class. It said, Status, Total Loss, Cause, Catastrophic Reactor Failure during the Battle of Keening Void. All hands lost. It said, Disposition, Written off. Insurance Claim Number 447 Alpha 7 filed with the Galactic Underwriters Consortium. Claim approved and paid in full. Galactic Standard Year 4204. It said, Vessel officially removed from active military registry. Reclassified as Sovereign Hazardous Waste under Council Environmental Protocol 77C. It said, Relevant Statute, Galactic Council Military Inheritance Act, Section 12, Paragraph 4. All military assets inherited from client species retain their original disposition status unless formally recommissioned by Council authority. It said, Search of Council recommissioning records complete. No recommissioning order exists for Vessel 447 Alpha. It said, Vessel 447 Alpha remains legally classified as a total loss. It said, Total loss vessels cannot be claimed as active military hardware under Council military asset protocols. It said, Summary. The Council cannot claim ownership of this vessel without reversing its total loss classification. Admiral Vale's voice was tight when he responded. He said the legal interpretation was disputed. Vance said the legal interpretation was about to get a lot more complicated. He asked Audit to explain what happened when someone claimed ownership of a vessel that had already been written off and insurance settled. Audit said, Under Galactic Revenue Service Tax Code 88B, any entity claiming ownership of a previously written-off asset is required to repay the original insurance settlement plus 300 years of accumulated interest, compounded annually at the standard Council rate of 4.7%. It said, Additionally, claiming ownership triggers a mandatory audit of all financial transactions related to the original write-off, including any parties who benefited from the insurance payout. It said, The Valar Ascendancy received 4.2 trillion credits in insurance settlements for vessels lost during the Battle of Keening Void. It said, The Galactic Council, as the Ascendancy's legal successor, inherited responsibility for those settlements. It said, If Admiral Vile claims this vessel is Council property, he will trigger a 300-year retroactive audit of the Council's military inheritance accounts. It said, Estimated liability, 847 trillion credits, plus penalties for failure to properly recommission inherited assets. It said, For reference, 847 trillion credits represents approximately 12% of the Council's total annual military budget. It said, The audit process typically requires 7 to 12 standard years to complete. It said, During the audit period, all affected accounts are frozen pending review. It said, Shall I CC the Galactic Revenue Service on this communication? Admiral Vale did not respond immediately. Vance could imagine what was happening on the bridge of that beautiful, expensive blockade runner. The Admiral was probably staring at his tactical display, watching the weapons arrays cycle through their targeting protocols, wondering how a simple intimidation run against some human scrappers had turned into a potential audit that would destroy the Council's military budget for the next century. He was probably receiving frantic communications from his superiors, who had been watching the interaction and were now realizing that the humans had found a loophole big enough to fly a dreadnought through. He was probably watching his career trajectory adjust in real time, the projected promotions and commendations flickering out like dying stars. And he was probably doing the same math Vance had done when he first read through the Council's salvage laws. The math that said these laws had been written by people who never expected anyone to actually use them. The Council had spent 3,000 years building an elegant legal framework designed to protect their interests. They had never considered the possibility that someone might read the entire framework, find the load-bearing clauses, and cut them out with a plasma torch. Just like the digital limiters on the liabilities engines. Just like the quantum-locked containment field on the reactor. Just like every other elegant system that worked perfectly until someone decided to see what happened when you removed the safety features. When the Admiral spoke again, his voice was flat. He said the Council would need to review the legal situation. Vance said he understood. Take all the time you need. In the meantime, the liability would continue its salvage operations under the original claim. Section 4, Paragraph 9. All filings were public record. Admiral Vale said the Council reserved the right to revisit this matter. Vance said the Council was welcome to revisit it any time. Audit would be happy to CC the Revenue Service on any future communications. The blockade runner's weapons arrays began cycling down. The elegant blue glow faded from the dorsal spine. The sleek, beautiful, impossibly expensive ship began a slow rotation, orienting itself for faster-than-light departure. Admiral Vale's voice came through one more time. He said this wasn't over. Vance said he didn't expect it to be. But the next time the Admiral wanted to claim ownership of something, he might want to check the tax implications first. The blockade runner jumped to faster than light. The debris field was quiet again. Vance finished his coffee and set the empty cup on the console. The cup left a ring on the alien metal. He didn't bother wiping it off. He keyed the intercom and told the crew that the immediate threat was resolved. Back to work. They had 45 more vessels to process. Each one was a potential legal landmine for the Council. 3 centuries of insurance settlements and write-offs and inherited liabilities waiting to explode in someone's face. And the best part was, Vance didn't even have to set off the landmines. He just had to keep filing salvage claims. Every claim was public record. Every claim referenced the vessel's original disposition status. Every claim reminded the Council that their elegant legal framework had a flaw at its foundation. If they tried to reclaim any of the vessels, they triggered Tax Code 88B. If they let the humans keep the vessels, they lost military hardware worth trillions. If they tried to change the laws, they admitted the laws had been wrong all along, which opened up every previous decision made under those laws to legal challenge. There was no good option. There was only damage control. And damage control was expensive. Vance pulled out his datapad and updated the salvage manifest. 45 vessels remaining, 12 with intact reactor cores. Estimated total liability exposure for the Council if they tried to claim ownership. Somewhere north of 3 quadrillion credits, assuming the interest calculations held up under audit. The interest calculations would hold up under audit. Audit had checked them 17 times. All they had to do was keep filing the paperwork. The clock was still running on hazard pay. And somewhere in the Council's financial archives, a team of accountants was about to have the worst day of their careers. Chapter 4. The Sector Ban. The Galactic Council's emergency session was broadcast live across 14,000 inhabited worlds. The chamber was a monument to bureaucratic excess, a vast amphitheater that had cost more to build than the combined military budgets of 12 client species. The crystal walls had been grown over 17 centuries by specialized contractors who charged by the decade. The lighting system required a dedicated maintenance staff of 40. The acoustics had been calibrated by a committee that had met for 6 years before approving the final specifications. Every surface gleamed because a cleaning crew polished it every morning at triple rate overtime. Every camera angle had been focus grouped to maximize public confidence in government spending. The seating was arranged in concentric rings, each ring representing a different tier of council membership and a different level of catering quality. The innermost ring had real food. The outer rings had nutrient paste with flavor additives. The Valar Ascendancy's seat had been empty for 2 centuries, but the council still paid to have it cleaned weekly. Council Speaker Thren stood at the central podium, his ceremonial robes freshly dry-cleaned at taxpayer expense. Industrial ventilation systems hidden beneath the floor kept the air moving so his robes would billow dramatically during key moments. The effect had been designed by a consultant who charged more per hour than Vance's entire crew made in a week. His scales were polished to a mirror shine by a personal attendant who was paid to do nothing else. His ceremonial insignia had been cleaned and arranged by a protocol officer who had spent 30 years mastering the correct placement of decorative pins. Everything about him was designed to project authority. Everything about him was designed to justify the expense. His voice carried across the chamber with practiced authority, each word chosen for maximum political impact and minimum legal liability. He said the council faced an unprecedented threat to galactic order. He said a minor species had exploited obscure legal technicalities to seize military hardware that rightfully belonged to the civilized peoples of the galaxy. He said this exploitation represented a challenge to everything the council stood for. He said it could not be tolerated. He said it could not be allowed to continue. He said the council would act swiftly and decisively to protect the integrity of galactic law and the security of all member species. The representatives murmured their approval. The cameras captured their grave expressions. The broadcast went out to 14,000 worlds, where billions of citizens watched their government respond to a crisis with appropriate solemnity. None of them knew that the crisis had already moved 3 sectors away. None of them knew that the minor species had spent the past 3 weeks working 20-hour shifts to strip an entire debris field before the council could decide what to do about them. None of them knew that by the time this broadcast was being recorded, the humans had already won. On the bridge of the RSS Liability, Vance watched the broadcast on a salvage display screen that flickered every 30 seconds because the power conduit feeding it was spliced into the ship's auxiliary lighting circuit. The screen was mounted at an awkward angle because the original mounting bracket had been designed for Valar visual systems, which processed information differently than human eyes. Someone had shimmed it with folded cardboard to get the viewing angle right. The cardboard was already starting to compress. It would need to be replaced in a week or 2. Vance added it to the mental maintenance list that now contained approximately 400 items. He was sitting in his captain's chair, which now had functional armrests welded to the frame. The welds were ugly but solid. The cushion was wearing a permanent indentation in the shape of a human spine. His coveralls were stained with hydraulic fluid and reactor coolant. His hands were black with grease that had accumulated over 6 days of continuous salvage operations. The grease had worked its way into the creases of his knuckles and under his fingernails. It would take 3 showers to get it all out. He wasn't going to get 3 showers until the current salvage rotation was complete. He was eating a sandwich. The sandwich was ham and cheese, made with bread that had been shipped from Earth 3 months ago and was starting to develop an interesting texture. The cheese had a slight plastic aftertaste from the packaging. The ham was fine. Vance didn't mind. He'd eaten worse on longer contracts. At least this ship had a functioning galley, even if the stove was powered by a reactor that could level a city. On the screen, Speaker Thren was building to his dramatic conclusion. He said the council had drafted emergency legislation to address the human threat. He said the legislation had been reviewed by the council's finest legal minds. He said it was comprehensive, airtight, and would close the loopholes that the humans had exploited. He said it was called the Sentient Hazard Avoidance Act. Vance took another bite of his sandwich and waited for the punchline. Speaker Thren delivered it with the gravity of someone announcing a declaration of war. He said that under the Sentient Hazard Avoidance Act, the human species was hereby banned from entering, operating within, or claiming salvage rights in the Sector 4 debris field. He said any human vessel detected within Sector 4 boundaries would be subject to immediate impoundment. He said any human individual found within Sector 4 would be subject to detention and criminal prosecution. He said the ban was effective immediately. He said the council had acted to protect galactic civilization. The chamber erupted in applause. The cameras captured the triumphant expressions of representatives who believed they had just solved a problem. The broadcast went out to 14,000 worlds. Vance finished his sandwich and wiped his hands on a rag that had once been a Velar ceremonial banner. He keyed the intercom. He asked if everyone had heard that. A chorus of affirmations came back from various sections of the ship. Engineering reported they'd heard it. Cargo reported they'd heard it. The crew working on vessel number 2 reported they'd heard it and wanted to know if they should stop what they were doing. Vance said absolutely not. Keep working. The Sector 4 ban was very concerning. It was a good thing they weren't in Sector 4. He reached over to the communications console and pulled a brass lever that had been salvaged from a Velar damage control station. The lever was heavy, designed for manipulator appendages rather than human hands. It required actual physical effort to move, which was the point. You couldn't accidentally trigger this system by brushing a touchscreen. You had to mean it. The lever was connected via a complicated series of cables and relays to a low-frequency transmitter that could reach every ship in the Salvage Fleet. The transmitter itself was mounted in a cargo bay 2 decks down, a hulking piece of equipment that had been salvaged from a human deep space communications relay. It drew enough power to cause the bridge lights to dim slightly when it activated. The transmitter was analog. It couldn't be jammed by Council electronic warfare systems because it didn't use any of the frequencies they monitored. It couldn't be traced by Council sensor networks because it operated on principles they considered obsolete. It could only be heard by receivers that were tuned to its specific frequency, which meant receivers that had been built by human hands in human machine shops using specifications that hadn't been updated since before the Council existed. The lever clicked into position. The bridge lights dimmed. Somewhere below decks, the transmitter hummed to life. A moment later, acknowledgement signals began coming in. 4 of them, one by one, each signal registering on the analog receiver mounted next to the communications console. The receiver had been built from vacuum tubes and copper wire. It displayed incoming signals on a mechanical counter that clicked with each acknowledgement. Click, 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 click. 4 clicks. 4 ships. 4 ships, each one a salvaged vessel from the Sector 4 debris field, each one hot-wired with analog systems and crewed by humans who had spent the past 3 weeks learning how to make dead alien technology work again. The liability had been the first. The other 3 had followed as the crew developed better techniques for jump-starting dead reactors and bypassing digital safety systems. They'd pulled 6 vessels out of Sector 4 in total. 2 had been scrapped for parts, their reactor cores too damaged to salvage. 4 of them were operational. 4 human-controlled warships, proof that the salvage concept worked. All of them were currently holding position at the edge of Sector 5. The Sector 5 debris field was larger than Sector 4. It contained more vessels. It contained better vessels. And it was not covered by the Sentient Hazard Avoidance Act. Because the Council's finest legal minds had drafted their emergency legislation to address the specific problem they knew about. They had banned humans from Sector 4. They had not banned humans from Sector 5. They had not banned humans from Sectors 6, 7, or 8. They had not banned humans from the 43 other debris fields scattered across Council space, each one filled with decommissioned warships that had been written off and abandoned centuries ago. They had closed one loophole and left 1,000 others wide open. Vance pulled up the salvage manifest on his datapad. The datapad was human-made, one of the few pieces of unmodified human technology on the entire ship. It connected to the ship's systems via a hardwired cable because wireless protocols were a security risk. Sector 5 contained 97 vessels rated Class B or higher. 23 of them had intact reactor cores. 7 of them were dreadnoughts, including 2 that were larger than the liability. 14 of them were heavy cruisers with weapon systems that would require minimal modification to bring online. The rest were a mix of destroyers, frigates, and support vessels. All of them were legally classified as abandoned derelicts. All of them had been written off by species that no longer existed or had become Council client states. All of them were waiting to be claimed by whoever was willing to do the work. Sector 4 had been a proof of concept. 4 ships in 3 weeks. Sector 5 was the next target. Vance hadn't drawn up the full rotation schedules yet. That could wait until they'd scouted the field and identified the best candidates. But the math was straightforward. If 4 ships could strip a small debris field in 3 weeks, a larger operation could strip a larger field in proportionally less time. Scale up the crew, scale up the equipment, scale up the number of defibrillators and bypass cables. The Council had just demonstrated that they would respond to salvage operations with legislation rather than military force. That was useful information. It meant the humans had time to build something bigger. Vance keyed the fleet-wide channel. He said, "All ships, this is liability actual. The Council just banned us from Sector 4. Acknowledge." 4 acknowledgements came back. He said, "Good. Sector 4 salvage operations are officially concluded. All vessels proceed to Sector 5 staging coordinates. 97 potential targets waiting for us. Hazard pay rates remain in effect. Let's get to work." 4 acknowledgements came back. Vance cut the channel and leaned back in his chair. On the screen, the broadcast had switched to commentary. Political analysts were praising the Council's swift and decisive action. Legal experts were explaining how the Sentient Hazard Avoidance Act would prevent future exploitation of salvage laws. Military correspondents were speculating about how the human scrappers would respond to being banned from their illegal operation. None of them knew that the scrappers had already moved on. None of them knew that 4 human warships were currently burning toward a debris field that contained enough military hardware to build a real fleet. None of them knew that the Council had just won a battle that had ended 3 weeks ago and lost a war they didn't know had started. Vance watched the experts talk for another few minutes. The power conduit feeding the display started to smoke. Vance muted the broadcast, reached under the console, and tightened the cable junction with a wrench he kept clipped to his belt for exactly this purpose. The smoking stopped. The display flickered twice but stayed on. On screen, a political analyst was explaining how the Sentient Hazard Avoidance Act represented a new era of Council governance. Vance unmuted the broadcast long enough to hear the analyst describe human salvage operations as a temporary aberration that has been decisively addressed. He muted it again and turned off the screen. Dealing with electrical fires was more productive than listening to people who didn't understand what was happening. He pulled out his datapad and started sketching preliminary logistics for Sector 5. 97 vessels, 23 reactor cores, 4 ships in the current fleet, but that number would grow. If they could double their operational capacity in the next month, they'd have real leverage. If the Council figured out what was happening and passed another ban, they could be in Sector 6 before the legislation took effect. If the Council figured out what was happening and sent a military response instead of a legal one, they had 4 warships with voided warranties and engines running at 400% of factory spec. 4 wasn't enough to fight the Council's 7th fleet, but 4 was enough to make the fight expensive. And the Council hated expensive. The Council's pristine cruisers were faster. The Council's pristine cruisers were more elegant. The Council's pristine cruisers had not been stress-tested by people who considered manufacturers' tolerances to be suggestions rather than limits. Vance didn't know who would win that fight, but he knew the Council didn't want to find out. That was why they'd passed a law instead of sending ships. Laws were cheaper than funerals. Laws were safer than fleet engagements. Laws didn't require explaining to the public why Council warships had been destroyed by scrappers flying salvaged junk. And the Council was very concerned about public perception these days, especially after that $847 trillion credit audit threat. Vance smiled and went back to his calculations. The numbers were looking good. If they maintained current efficiency rates, they'd have a dozen operational warships by the end of the next quarter. A dozen warships was enough to make the Council nervous. 2 dozen was enough to make them reconsider military options. And there were 43 debris fields scattered across Council space. Each one contained hundreds of abandoned vessels. Each one was protected by salvage laws that the Council had written and ratified and never expected anyone to actually use. The Council could pass 100 Sentient Hazard Avoidance Acts. They could ban humans from every debris field in the galaxy. But by the time the legislation worked its way through the bureaucracy, the humans would have already moved on to the next field. That was the advantage of working with analog systems and manual labor. No waiting for software updates. No waiting for authorization codes. No waiting for anything except the time it took to weld a bypass cable and pull a lever. Sector 5 was waiting. The clock was running on double time. and somewhere in the Council's legislative archives, the Sentient Hazard Avoidance Act was already obsolete. It just didn't know it yet. Chapter 5. The Frankenstein Protocol. The Sector 5 chop shop was not on any official charts. It existed in the gravitational dead zone between two burned-out stars, a pocket of stable space where the competing pull of the stellar remnants created a region of near-zero drift. Ships parked here stayed parked, debris dumped here stayed dumped, and operations conducted here stayed invisible to the Council's long-range sensor networks, which had been calibrated to ignore gravitationally stable regions on the assumption that nothing important ever happened in them. The Council's assumptions were proving expensive. The chop shop itself was a sprawling mess of interconnected modules, salvaged hull sections, and industrial equipment that had been bolted together over the past 6 weeks, with no regard for aesthetics or structural planning. The central hub was a gutted velar cargo hauler, its internal compartments stripped and converted into living quarters, storage bays, and a galley that served meals at irregular intervals depending on shift schedules. Branching off from the hub were 6 work bays, each one a pressurized bubble of welded hull plating large enough to hold a medium-sized warship. The bays were connected by umbilical corridors that flexed and groaned when the station's orientation shifted. Power came from 3 salvaged reactor cores running in parallel, their outputs merged through a distribution system that had been designed by committee and built by whoever happened to be available. The whole structure creaked. It leaked atmosphere at 17 different seal junctions. It was absolutely not up to code. Vance loved it. He floated in 0G at the center of the primary work bay, surrounded by controlled chaos on a scale that would have given a safety inspector a heart attack. Massive kinetic cranes swung through the void on magnetic tethers, each one capable of moving hull sections that weighed more than a human frigate. The cranes were manual, operated by crew members in reinforced work pods who communicated via hand signals and shouted curses over short-range radio. Arc welders blazed in every direction, their blue-white flames casting harsh shadows across the cluttered workspace. The air inside Vance's helmet smelled like ozone and sweat, and the particular chemical tang of welding flux that had seeped through the suit's filters over 6 weeks of continuous operations. Somewhere to his left, a crew was cutting apart an avian light cruiser with plasma torches. The avian design philosophy emphasized speed and maneuverability, which meant lightweight hull plating and oversized engine mounts. The ship had been found drifting in the outer reaches of the debris field, its reactor cold but intact, its hull scored by weapons fire from a battle that had happened before humanity discovered faster-than-light travel. Somewhere to his right, another crew was stripping the engine block from a reptilian heavy hauler. The reptilian design philosophy emphasized durability and cargo capacity, which meant reinforced structural frames and power systems built to run for centuries without maintenance. The hauler had been abandoned when its navigation computer failed, leaving it stranded in a shipping lane that no longer existed. Both ships were individually operational. Both ships had been claimed under Section 4, Paragraph 9. Both ships were about to become one ship. Vance keyed his radio and asked for a status update. The crew chief on the avian section reported they had the forward hull separated and ready for transport. The crew chief on the reptilian section reported the engine block was free and the power couplings had been capped. Vance told them to bring the pieces together. The kinetic cranes groaned as they took up the load, their magnetic grapples locking onto the hull sections with deep, resonant clanks that Vance could feel through his suit even in vacuum. The avian forward hull was sleek, aerodynamic, designed for a species that had evolved on a high-gravity world and valued efficiency above all else. The reptilian engine block was a brutal cube of reinforced metal, designed for a species that had evolved in asteroid belts and valued reliability above elegance. The two pieces had never been designed to work together. Their power systems operated on different frequencies. Their structural mounting points were incompatible. Their computer systems couldn't even recognize each other's existence. According to every engineering manual in the galaxy, combining them was impossible. Vance watched as the cranes brought the two sections together, their approach guided by crew members with handheld thrusters and an attitude toward precision that could best be described as close enough. The forward hull slotted against the engine block with a grinding crunch that sent vibrations through the entire work bay. The fit wasn't perfect. There was a gap of approximately 40 centimeters between the avian hull and the reptilian frame, a gap that represented 17 different structural incompatibilities and 400 years of divergent engineering philosophy. Vance told the welding crews to fill it in. The welders moved forward, their torches blazing, and began the process of making the impossible merely inadvisable. They used structural steel from a third ship, a council transport that had been scrapped for parts because its reactor core was cracked beyond repair. The transport had been elegant once, all smooth curves and integrated systems. Now it was raw materials. The welders cut the steel into plates, bent it to shape using hydraulic presses that had been bolted to the chop shop's main structure, and welded it into place with seams that would never pass a safety inspection. The seams were visible. The seams were ugly. The seams would probably leak atmosphere if anyone was foolish enough to pressurize the gap section. Nobody was going to pressurize the gap section. The crew had learned through trial and error that some parts of a hybrid ship were meant to hold air, and some parts were meant to hold wiring. The gap section was going to hold wiring, lots of wiring. Copper cables ran from the reptilian engine block through the gap section to the avian control systems, each cable spliced by hand and wrapped in insulating tape that had been manufactured on Earth for automotive applications. The tape wasn't rated for vacuum. It worked anyway. The seams didn't need to pass a safety inspection. They just needed to hold. 3,000 kilometers away, Council Stealth Drone Unit 447 Sigma hung motionless in the void, its passive sensors recording everything that happened in the work bay. The drone had been deployed 6 days ago, after long-range reconnaissance had detected anomalous thermal signatures in the gravitationally stable region. Its mission was simple: observe, record, and transmit. Its AI core was currently having a very difficult time with all three tasks. The drone's engineering analysis subroutines had been designed to evaluate alien technology and identify potential threats. They had been programmed with the accumulated knowledge of 17 spacefaring civilizations, each one contributing their understanding of physics, materials science, and structural engineering. The subroutines were flagging errors, a lot of errors. The drone watched the human welders attach avian hull plating to reptilian structural frames using techniques that violated basic metallurgical principles. Error: thermal expansion coefficients incompatible. Projected failure: 847 operating hours. The drone watched the humans splice avian power conduits into reptilian distribution nodes using copper wire and what appeared to be industrial adhesive. Error: voltage regulation failure imminent. Projected failure: 12 operating hours. The drone watched the humans bypass the avian navigation computer entirely, replacing it with a mechanical compass and a hand-drawn star chart taped to the interior of the cockpit. Error: navigation system absent. Projected failure immediate. The drone watched the humans connect the reptilian engine block to the avian thruster mounts using a series of physical cables and manual control levers. Error: digital control interface absent. Projected failure: NA, no digital systems to fail. The drone watched the humans fill the 40-centimeter gap between hull sections with welded steel plates that had been cut from a third vessel entirely. Error: structural integrity compromised. Projected failure: first high G maneuver. The drone watched the humans install analog pressure gauges on systems that had been designed for holographic monitoring. Error: monitoring system downgrade. Projected efficiency loss: 94%. The drone's error log filled faster than its buffer could transmit. By the time the humans finished their initial assembly, the log contained 17,000 individual violations of Council engineering standards, 17,000 reasons why the vessel should not function, 17,000 data points that would be transmitted to Council intelligence and filed in a database that no one would read until it was far too late. The drone flagged the vessel as catastrophically unsafe and transmitted the assessment to Council intelligence. It continued watching, because despite everything its programming said should happen, the hybrid vessel wasn't exploding. The humans didn't seem to care about the errors. The humans didn't seem to care about anything except making the two incompatible ships function as a single unit. And despite everything the drone's programming said should happen, the hybrid vessel's reactor was cycling up. Back in the work bay, Vance watched the status indicators on his handheld monitor as the reptilian engine block fed power into the hybrid ship's newly spliced systems. The indicators were crude, analog gauges that displayed information in ways that would have confused any species accustomed to holographic interfaces. Vance could read them fine. Reactor output, climbing. Thermal levels, elevated but stable. Structural integrity, within acceptable parameters, if you defined acceptable as probably won't fly apart in the next hour. The hybrid ship was ugly. Its lines were broken where the avian hull met the reptilian frame. The gap they'd filled with welded steel plates was visible as a rough seam running around the ship's midsection. Exposed conduits ran along the exterior where internal routing had proven impossible. The whole thing looked like it had been assembled by someone who had seen pictures of spaceships but never actually flown one. It was perfect. Vance keyed his radio and told the engine crew to bring the reactor up to full power. The reptilian engine block rumbled, a sound Vance could feel through the magnetic grapples holding him in position. Power readings climbed. Thermal readings climbed with them. And then something happened that the Council drone's programming couldn't explain. The avian hull plating, designed to dissipate heat through elegant radiator fins, began to glow. The glow wasn't the result of a malfunction. The glow was the result of the reptilian engine block running at 200% of the avian hull's thermal design limits. The avian engineers had built their ships to run cool and clean, with excess heat channeled away through carefully designed thermal management systems. The human engineers had disconnected those systems because they were incompatible with reptilian power architecture. Now the excess heat had nowhere to go. It was bleeding directly into space as raw thermal radiation, creating a visible corona around the hybrid ship's midsection. The radiation wasn't dangerous at this distance, but it was dense enough to scatter targeting sensors, dense enough to blind infrared tracking systems, dense enough to turn the hybrid ship into a fuzzy blob on any detection grid designed to track thermal signatures. Council targeting systems had been designed to lock onto clean thermal profiles, the kind produced by properly regulated vessels with functional heat management. They hadn't been designed to track something that looked like a small star having a nervous breakdown. The hybrid ship's thermal signature was so chaotic, so irregular, so far outside normal parameters that most targeting algorithms would classify it as stellar debris rather than an active vessel. By the time the algorithms figured out what they were looking at, the hybrid would have changed course 3 times. The avian engineers would have called it a catastrophic design flaw. The reptilian engineers would have called it a waste of thermal efficiency. Vance called it a defensive screen. He keyed his radio and told the crew to log the thermal output as a feature, not a bug. They'd stumbled onto something useful. Now they needed to figure out how to replicate it. The chop shop's first Frankenstein vessel was operational. Its official designation was Hull 7, a bureaucratic label that would appear on salvage manifests and legal filings. Its unofficial designation, painted on the hull in yellow industrial marker by a crew member with a sense of humor, was The Mistake. Vance approved of the name. It was accurate. The Mistake was a violation of every engineering principle the galaxy had developed over 10,000 years of spacefaring civilization. It shouldn't work. It definitely shouldn't fly. It absolutely shouldn't be able to evade Council tracking systems using its own design flaws as camouflage. But it did. And there were 96 more vessels in the debris field waiting to be converted. Vance pulled himself toward the chop shop's command module, a converted cargo container that had been bolted to the station's central hub. The container still had its original shipping labels, faded stencils that identified its previous contents as agricultural equipment from a human colony world that had gone bankrupt 3 decades ago. Inside, a bank of monitors displayed the status of ongoing operations throughout the facility. The monitors were mismatched, salvaged from 6 different ships and connected to the station's systems through a tangle of adapter cables that would have made a network engineer weep. Some displayed in velar color spectrums, some displayed in reptilian thermal overlays. One displayed in a format that nobody had been able to identify, so they just learned to interpret the squiggles. 6 hybrid vessels were in various stages of assembly. 4 more were being stripped for compatible parts. 2 crews were running repair operations on the chop shop itself. patching atmosphere leaks and reinforcing structural connections that had started to flex under the constant stress of industrial operations. The crews were working double shifts, fueled by coffee and hazard bonuses, and the knowledge that every ship they completed was another asset that the Council couldn't track. Hazard bonuses were calculated hourly. Coffee was rationed based on shift length. Sleep was a suggestion rather than a requirement. Vance pulled up the production schedule on his datapad. At current rates, they'd have 20 operational hybrid vessels within 2 months. 20 ships that didn't appear on any registry. 20 ships that couldn't be tracked by standard sensors. 20 ships that existed in the gap between what the galaxy thought was possible and what humans were willing to try. Each hybrid was different. Each one combined components from species that had never intended their technology to be compatible. Each one was a unique violation of established engineering principles. And each one worked, despite everything that said it shouldn't. The Council was still passing legislation about Sector 4. The humans were building a shadow fleet in Sector 5. And somewhere out in the void, Council Stealth Drone Unit 447 Sigma was transmitting 17,000 engineering violations to an intelligence apparatus that had no idea what to do with them. The report would probably get filed under anomalous activity and forgotten. That was fine. By the time anyone read it, the humans would have moved on to Sector 6. And the galaxy would have a new category of vessel to worry about. Ships that shouldn't exist, built by people who didn't care about the rules, operating in spaces that weren't supposed to matter. The Frankenstein protocol was just getting started. Chapter 6. Bureaucratic Roadblocks. The Council's response to the Sector 5 incursion arrived 6 weeks after the chop shop became operational. It arrived in the form of 12,000 hazardous waste buoys, each one a meter-wide sphere of polished alloy containing the most advanced quarantine technology the galaxy had ever developed. The buoys had been manufactured at a Council-certified facility in the core systems, assembled by automated systems that operated at tolerances measured in microns. Each one had been individually tested, certified, and logged in a database that tracked its serial number, manufacturing date, and deployment authorization. The paperwork alone had required 17 separate approvals. The buoys were deployed by a Council environmental enforcement vessel, a pristine white ship that dropped them in a precise grid pattern around the perimeter of the debris field. The deployment operation took 4 days. The crew worked in shifts, following protocols that specified exact spacing, orientation, and activation sequences. Every step was documented. Every buoy was logged. Every deviation from the plan required a supervisor's approval and a notation in the mission file. Each buoy locked into position using micro-thrusters, oriented itself toward the center of the field, and activated its primary deterrent system. The primary deterrent system was an electromagnetic pulse generator. Not a weapon, technically. Weapons required different permits. Weapons required military authorization and oversight committee approval and environmental impact assessments that could take years to complete. The EMP generators were classified as environmental protection devices designed to disable unauthorized navigation computers that might accidentally wander into hazardous regions. The classification had been chosen specifically to avoid the weapons permitting process. The fact that they would also fry life support systems, communication arrays, and anything else running on digital architecture was listed in the fine print of the environmental impact assessment. The assessment ran to 400 pages. It had been approved by a committee that hadn't read past the executive summary. The executive summary said the buoys were safe and effective. That was all the committee needed to know. Council technician Preln watched from the environmental enforcement vessel's bridge as the final buoy locked into position and reported ready status. The grid was complete. 12,000 buoys, arranged in overlapping coverage zones, each one capable of generating a pulse that would brick any computer system within a 2-kilometer radius. Nothing with a digital navigation system could pass through the grid without being reduced to a drifting hulk. The human infestation in Sector 5 was about to end. Technician Preln allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. He had designed this grid personally, calculating the optimal spacing to ensure complete coverage with minimal overlap. The math had been elegant, the execution had been flawless, The budget had come in 3% under estimate, which meant a commendation in his personnel file. He opened a communication channel to Council High Command and reported that the Sector 5 quarantine grid was active. High Command acknowledged and asked for an estimated timeline on human evacuation. Preln checked his projections. The humans had approximately 40 vessels operating within the debris field, according to long-range reconnaissance. Once they attempted to leave, their navigation systems would be disabled by the buoy grid. They would be stranded, helpless, and easily collected by the recovery teams scheduled to arrive in 3 standard weeks. Estimated timeline: 30 days to complete human removal. High Command acknowledged and closed the channel. Preln settled back in his station and prepared to wait. The Rust Bucket was not a pretty ship. It had started life as a Velar ore hauler, designed to transport raw materials from asteroid mining operations to processing facilities. The Velar had built it for function rather than form, which meant a hull that looked like a brick with engines attached. The humans had made it worse. The original digital control systems had been ripped out during the first week of conversion. The empty spaces where computers had lived were now filled with pipes, valves, and a boiler system that would have been familiar to any engineer from Earth's Industrial Revolution. The main power plant was a steam-driven turbine that ran on water heated by the ship's reactor. The reactor itself was analog, controlled by physical rods that were inserted or withdrawn by hand cranks rather than servo motors. The turbine spun at approximately 3,000 revolutions per minute, driving a mechanical transmission that connected to the main thrusters through a series of gears, belts, and pulleys. The gears were steel, machined on a lathe in the chop shop's fabrication bay. The belts were rubber, salvaged from industrial equipment that had been manufactured on a human colony world. The pulleys were brass, because brass was available, and brass didn't corrode in vacuum. The whole system looked like something from a 19th century factory, transplanted into a spacecraft and somehow made to work. It clanked. It hissed. It leaked steam at 3 different junction points that the crew had learned to avoid. But it worked. The navigation system was a mechanical compass, 3 gyroscopes and a gimbaled housing that tracked orientation through pure physics rather than computer calculation. The gyroscopes had been built by hand, their rotors balanced to within 1/100th of a gram using scales borrowed from the galley. The helm was a wheel, an actual wheel, the kind that ships had used on Earth's oceans before electricity was invented. The wheel was connected to the thrust vectoring system through a network of cables and hydraulic actuators that translated rotation into directional changes. Turning the wheel left pushed hydraulic fluid through a series of valves that adjusted the main thruster's angle by corresponding degrees. There was no software anywhere on the ship. There were no computers. There was no networking. There were no wireless signals, no digital protocols, no electronic systems of any kind. The Rust Bucket was air-gapped in the most literal sense possible. The only information that entered or left the ship did so through physical controls operated by human hands. Chief Engineer Vance stood at the helm, his hands on the wheel, watching the buoy grid approach through the forward observation port. The buoys were visible as a constellation of blinking lights, each one pulsing in sync with its EMP generator's charging cycle. They looked expensive, very expensive. Vance could see the alloy casings gleaming in the starlight. Council-grade materials, precision manufacturing. Each buoy probably cost more than the Rust Bucket was worth. He checked the pressure gauges mounted on the console beside him. Boiler pressure, nominal. Steam flow, optimal. Mechanical systems, all green, or at least all reading in the acceptable range on gauges that had been calibrated by hand, using tools borrowed from an automotive repair shop. He keyed the ship's intercom, a system of copper tubes and speaking horns that carried sound through the vessel without any electrical components. He asked if the collection nets were ready. A voice came back through the tube, distorted by the acoustic properties of copper but still intelligible. The nets were ready, the cargo bay was clear, the crew was standing by. Vance smiled and pushed the throttle forward. The Rust Bucket accelerated toward the buoy grid, its steam turbine hissing and clanking as the mechanical systems translated thermal energy into thrust. Technician Preln noticed the approaching vessel on his sensor display and felt a brief moment of confusion. The vessel was moving toward the grid, not away from it. That didn't make sense. Any ship with functional sensors would detect the EMP buoys and reverse course. Approaching the grid was suicide for any vessel reliant on digital systems. He ran a scan on the approaching vessel and felt his confusion deepen. The thermal signature was wrong. Instead of the clean, regulated output of a standard reactor, the vessel was radiating heat in irregular pulses that corresponded to some kind of mechanical cycling. The electromagnetic profile was almost non-existent. No computer emissions, no navigation beacon, no communication signals. The vessel was electronically dead, but it was still moving. Preln opened a hailing channel and demanded identification. Static. He tried again on emergency frequencies. More static. He tried a third time using the Universal Distress Protocol. Nothing. The vessel wasn't responding because the vessel couldn't respond. It didn't have a radio. Preln watched, frozen at his console, as the electronically dead vessel crossed into the buoy grid's effective range. The nearest buoys detected the intrusion and triggered automatically. 12 EMP pulses fired in sequence, each one designed to overwhelm and destroy any digital system within range. The pulses washed over the approaching vessel in a cascade of electromagnetic energy. Preln's sensors registered the impacts. The pulses were functioning correctly. The electromagnetic field strength was within operational parameters. The coverage was complete. His sensors registered no change in the vessel's status. The vessel kept moving. The steam turbine kept cycling, its mechanical rhythm unchanged by the electromagnetic assault. The mechanical thrusters kept firing, their physical actuators immune to signals they couldn't receive. The EMP pulses, designed to destroy computer systems, had found no computer systems to destroy. They had discharged their payloads into a ship that ran on steam and gears and physical cables, a ship that had no electronics to fry, no software to corrupt, no digital systems to disable. The buoys had done exactly what they were designed to do. They had failed completely. The vessel passed through the grid without slowing down. Preln stared at his display for a long moment, his mind struggling to reconcile what he was seeing with everything he knew about technology and physics. The grid was working perfectly. The grid was also useless. He opened a channel to the vessel's projected course and broadcast a warning. He said the vessel was entering a restricted quarantine zone. He said the vessel would be subject to impoundment and its crew to prosecution. He said the vessel should reverse course immediately or face consequences. The vessel did not respond. The vessel could not respond. It didn't have a radio. The vessel did not reverse course. Instead, it changed course in a way that made Preln's confusion turn to cold dread. It turned toward the nearest cluster of buoys. Preln watched as the vessel matched velocity with the buoys and extended some kind of mechanical grappling system. The grapples were crude, visible through the telescope as articulated arms ending in magnetic clamps. They locked onto the nearest buoy and began reeling it in. The buoy's anti-tampering systems activated. The buoy emitted another EMP pulse at point-blank range. The vessel's grappling system continued operating, its mechanical components utterly indifferent to electromagnetic interference. Preln's confusion turned to alarm. He opened an emergency channel to Council High Command and reported that the quarantine grid was being compromised. High Command asked him to clarify. Preln said the humans weren't running from the grid. The humans weren't even slowed by the grid. The humans were harvesting it. Vance supervised the collection operation from the Rust Bucket's cargo bay, watching through the observation window as the crew hauled buoys aboard one by one. The buoys were heavier than they looked. Council manufacturing standards required solid-state construction, which meant each buoy was essentially a sphere of dense alloy wrapped around an EMP generator and a power cell. The power cells were useful. The EMP generators were useful. But the real prize was the magnets. Council EMP technology relied on neodymium-equivalent rare earth magnets to generate the electromagnetic pulses. Each buoy contained approximately 2 kilograms of the stuff, precision machined into rings that were worth more than their weight in gold on the open market. The Council had deployed 12,000 buoys. That was 24,000 kilograms of ultra-rare magnetic materials, delivered directly to the human's doorstep at council taxpayer expense. Vance did the math in his head. At current market rates, the magnets alone were worth enough to fund chop shop operations for the next 2 years. The power cells would cover crew salaries. The EMP generators could be repurposed as defensive systems for the hybrid fleet. The council had attempted to quarantine the humans with the most advanced environmental protection technology in the galaxy. The humans had responded by stripping that technology for parts. Vance keyed the speaking tube and told the crew to work faster. They had 11,997 buoys left to collect. The steam turbine hissed. The mechanical grapples clanked. The cargo bay filled with council property that was about to become human property through the simple expedient of physical possession. Somewhere on the environmental enforcement vessel, Technician Preln was probably filing an incident report. The incident report would be flagged as urgent and transmitted to his supervisor. The supervisor would read the report, realize it was above his pay grade, and forward it to the sector administrator. The sector administrator would convene an emergency meeting to discuss the situation. The meeting would take 3 days to schedule because half the committee members were on different planets. The meeting would take another 2 days to conclude because no one could agree on who was responsible for the failure. The conclusion would be forwarded to Council High Command with a request for guidance. High Command would form a subcommittee to investigate. The subcommittee would request additional data. By the time the subcommittee finished reviewing the data, the humans would have harvested every buoy in the grid. That was the difference between analog and digital. Digital systems required authorization. Analog systems required elbow grease. The Rust Bucket finished loading its first haul, 47 buoys crammed into a cargo bay designed for ore transport. The crew had stacked them like cordwood, lashing them to the deck with cargo straps rated for high-G maneuvering. Vance checked the manifest on a clipboard that hung from a nail on the cargo bay wall. 47 buoys, 94 kilograms of neodymium equivalent magnets, approximately 3 million credits in raw materials, plus the power cells, plus the EMP generators, plus whatever other components the salvage team could strip out before selling the casings for scrap. The council had spent 6 weeks and 400 pages of environmental assessments deploying a quarantine grid. The humans were dismantling it in a single afternoon. Vance keyed the speaking tube and told the helm to set course back to the chop shop. The Rust Bucket turned away from the grid, its steam turbine hissing, its mechanical systems clanking through the maneuver. Behind it, 3 more human vessels were entering the grid, their steam turbines hissing, their mechanical grapples extending, their cargo bays empty and waiting. The quarantine was becoming a supply run. The supply run was becoming a profit center, and the council had just funded the next phase of expansion without filing a single requisition form. Vance smiled and went to check on the boiler pressure. The Rust Bucket had a long haul ahead of it, and there were 11,953 buoys left to collect. Chapter 7. The O.S.H.A. Violation. The council frigate, Elegant Precision, was everything its name implied. It was sleek, white, and aerodynamically perfect, despite the fact that aerodynamics meant nothing in the vacuum of space. Its hull had been designed by a team of engineers who believed that form and function should exist in harmony. Its weapons arrays were recessed into the hull to maintain clean lines. Its sensor blisters were flush-mounted to reduce visual clutter. Its running lights blinked in patterns that had been focus-grouped for maximum psychological impact on potential adversaries. The Elegant Precision was the pride of the Council's Sector 5 patrol squadron. It had cost more to build than the entire economy of some client species. It was currently attempting to block a human salvage tug from extracting a warp core from a derelict cruiser. Commander Veth stood on the frigate's bridge, watching the human vessel approach on his tactical display. The display was holographic, 3-dimensional, and updated in real time using quantum-entangled sensor data from 17 different monitoring stations. It showed the human vessel as a blocky red icon moving at constant velocity toward the derelict. The vessel's profile was ugly, square, utilitarian. It looked like a brick with engines attached, which was essentially what it was. Commander Veth had positioned his frigate directly in the human vessel's path, a standard interdiction maneuver that had been used successfully against smugglers, pirates, and unauthorized salvage operators for 3,000 years. The maneuver worked because of a simple principle. No sane pilot would risk a collision with a military vessel. Collision avoidance systems would kick in automatically. The target vessel would be forced to change course or stop. The interdicting vessel would then have the tactical advantage. It was elegant. It was proven. It was about to fail catastrophically. The slag hauler was not a pretty ship. It had started life as a reptilian cargo transport, designed to move heavy materials through asteroid fields where navigation hazards were common. The reptilian engineers had built it to survive impacts, which meant a hull reinforced with multiple layers of ablative armor. The original armor had been rated for micrometeorite impacts and minor collisions with debris. The humans had made it heavier, much heavier. The slag hauler's hull had been augmented with approximately 6 feet of depleted uranium slag, the radioactive waste product from a dead reactor that had been stripped during the Sector 4 operations. The slag had been melted down in a makeshift foundry aboard the chop shop, poured into molds fabricated from salvaged hull plating, and bolted to the ship's exterior in overlapping plates that added approximately 400 tons to the vessel's mass. The plates were ugly. They were uneven. Some of them were still warm from the casting process. They were mildly radioactive in ways that would have required 17 different permits to transport through Council space. The humans hadn't applied for any permits. The humans hadn't even filed a manifest update with the salvage registry. The slag hauler was technically operating in violation of approximately 47 Council regulations regarding vessel modifications, radioactive materials transport, and navigational safety standards. The crew called the armor the brick. The brick made the slag hauler approximately as maneuverable as a small asteroid. It also made the slag hauler approximately as stoppable as a small asteroid. Chief Engineer Vance stood at the helm, his hands on the manual throttle controls, watching the Council frigate grow larger in the forward observation port. The frigate was blocking his approach to the derelict. The frigate was very pretty. The frigate was also, according to Vance's rough calculations, approximately 1/10 the mass of the slag hauler with its slag armor installed. Mass times velocity equaled momentum. Momentum didn't care about Council regulations. Momentum didn't care about right-of-way. Momentum didn't care about the difference between a military vessel and a salvage tug. Momentum only cared about math. Vance checked his velocity readings on the analog gauges mounted to the console. 12 kilometers per hour, relative to the derelict. Not fast by spacecraft standards. Fast enough for what was about to happen. He keyed the speaking tube and told the crew to brace for impact. A voice came back through the tube asking what kind of impact. Vance said the kind where they didn't change course. The voice asked if they should be worried. Vance said only if they were standing near the bow. The voice acknowledged and went silent. On the bridge of the Elegant Precision, Commander Veth watched the human vessel continue its approach and felt the first stirrings of unease. The vessel wasn't changing course. His tactical officer reported that the human vessel's collision avoidance systems appeared to be offline. Veth asked if that was possible. The tactical officer said it shouldn't be. All vessels were required to have collision avoidance systems under Council navigation regulations. Operating without them was a serious violation. Veth opened a hailing channel and broadcast a warning. He said the human vessel was on a collision course. He said the human vessel should engage collision avoidance protocols immediately. He said failure to comply would result in a navigational incident report. The human vessel did not respond. The human vessel did not change course. The human vessel continued its approach at constant velocity, its blocky hull growing larger in the frigate's forward sensors with each passing second. Veth's tactical officer reported that the human vessel's electromagnetic signature was abnormal. There were no computer emissions, no navigation beacon, no collision avoidance transponder. The vessel appeared to be electronically dead, but it was still moving, and it was not slowing down. Veth felt his unease deepen into something closer to alarm. He ordered his helmsman to engage evasive maneuvers. The helmsman acknowledged and input the commands. The Elegant Precision's maneuvering thrusters fired, beginning the process of moving the frigate out of the human vessel's path. The process took 4 seconds. The collision took 2. The impact was not elegant. The Elegant Precision was designed for speed and agility, which meant lightweight hull plating and optimized mass distribution. Its armor was rated to withstand plasma fire and railgun impacts, threats that arrived at high velocity but low mass. The engineers who designed it had calculated threat profiles based on every known weapon system in the galaxy. They had not calculated threat profiles based on a brick wall moving at 12 kilometers per hour. The armor was not rated to withstand 400 tons of depleted uranium slag moving at constant velocity. The slag hauler hit the frigate amidships, its reinforced bow crumpling the frigate's hull like aluminum foil. The lightweight alloys that made the frigate fast and maneuverable offered no resistance to the slag armor's mass. They bent, they tore, they shattered. The sound of the impact traveled through both vessels as vibrations, a deep grinding crunch that seemed to go on forever as metal deformed and structural supports failed. Inside the slag hauler, the crew felt the impact as a sudden deceleration, a jolt that lasted approximately half a second before the ship continued on its original course. Inside the elegant precision, the crew felt the impact as a catastrophe. The frigate spun away from the collision, its maneuvering thrusters firing uselessly as the ship's navigation computer tried to compensate for damage it couldn't comprehend. The computer had been programmed to handle battle damage, hull breaches, and engine failures. It had not been programmed to handle being punched through by a salvage tug that weighed 10 times as much as it did. Hull breaches opened along the impact zone. Atmosphere vented into space in explosive decompression. Crew members in the affected sections had approximately 3 seconds to reach emergency stations before the bulkheads sealed. Emergency bulkheads slammed shut, sealing off the damaged sections. The sections contained approximately 15% of the frigate's operational crew. The frigate's engines sputtered and died as power conduits severed by the impact stopped delivering current to critical systems. Backup power engaged, keeping life support and emergency systems online. Navigation was gone. Weapons were gone. Communication was operating on reserve power only. The elegant precision was, for all practical purposes, a drifting hulk. On the bridge, Commander Veth picked himself up from the deck where the impact had thrown him. His tactical display was flickering, damaged by power fluctuations. Through the static, he could see the human vessel continuing on its original course, apparently undamaged. The human vessel had not even slowed down. Veth opened an emergency channel to the human vessel and demanded to know what had just happened. A voice came back over the channel, calm and unhurried. The voice said, "You rammed a garbage truck with a luxury sports car, Commander." The voice said, "I don't know what physics class you took at the academy, but momentum always wins." The voice said, "Your collision avoidance systems should have warned you. Oh, wait. You were expecting us to have collision avoidance systems." The voice said, "We don't." The voice said, "Have a nice day." Then the channel closed. Vance guided the slag hauler toward the derelict cruiser, leaving the tumbling frigate behind. The impact had left a dent in the slag armor approximately 2 meters wide and half a meter deep. The dent was visible through the forward observation port as a shallow crater in the otherwise uniform surface of the armor plating. The slag had absorbed the collision exactly as designed. The kinetic energy of the impact had been distributed across the mass of the armor, deforming the outer layer while leaving the underlying structure intact. The underlying hull was undamaged. The slag hauler's structural integrity was unchanged. The ship's systems were all reading nominal on the analog gauges. The steam turbine was still cycling. The mechanical systems were still functioning. The crew was already unbuckling from their emergency restraints and returning to duty stations. Vance made a note to have the dent filled in during the next maintenance cycle. It would take about an hour and 300 kilograms of fresh slag. The slag was free, salvaged from dead reactors that nobody else wanted. The labor would cost approximately 2 hours of crew time at standard rates. The total expense would come out of the operations budget under hull repair. The frigate he'd just crippled would cost approximately 200 million credits to repair, assuming it could be repaired at all. The cost-benefit analysis was favorable. He pulled up alongside the derelict and extended the mechanical grappling arms. The arms were hydraulic, powered by pumps that drew fluid from a reservoir in the ship's engineering section. They were crude compared to the tractor beams that Council vessels used. They were also impossible to jam, impossible to hack, and impossible to disable without physically cutting them off the ship. The warp core they'd come to salvage was located in the derelict's engineering section, a sphere of crystalline technology that had been cold and dormant for 2 centuries. According to the salvage manifest, the core had been part of a Valar fast attack cruiser that had been destroyed during a border skirmish that nobody remembered anymore. The Valar were gone. Their borders were gone. Their wars were gone. But their technology remained, waiting for someone to come and claim it. The core was worth approximately 40 million credits on the black market. More if you found the right buyer. Less if you were in a hurry to sell. Vance wasn't in a hurry. He had time to find the right buyer. He had time because the Council frigate that had tried to stop him was currently tumbling through space without engines or navigation. The grappling arms locked onto the derelict's hull and began cutting their way toward the engineering section. Behind him, the elegant Precision continued its slow tumble through space, its crew scrambling to restore power and seal hull breaches. Emergency beacons were probably already broadcasting. Rescue vessels were probably already being dispatched. Reports were probably already being filed. None of that was Vance's problem. His problem was extracting a warp core before anyone else showed up to complicate the salvage operation. The cutting arms bit into the derelict's hull, plasma torches carving through metal that hadn't been touched in 2 centuries. Sparks scattered into the void. The smell of burning metal filtered through the slag hauler's atmospheric systems. Vance checked his watch. Estimated extraction time, 45 minutes. Estimated arrival time of Council rescue vessels, 2 hours. That left plenty of margin. He keyed the speaking tube and told the crew to prep the cargo bay for a heavy load. The warp core was coming out, and they needed somewhere to put it. Behind him, through the rear observation port, the elegant Precision continued its slow, helpless tumble. Its elegant lines were broken now, crumpled where the slag hauler's armored bow had punched through. Its precision had been overcome by mass. Its sophistication had been defeated by momentum. Somewhere in the Council's naval archives, this incident would probably be filed under navigational accident. Vance preferred to think of it as kinetic diplomacy. The galaxy's rules were very clear about right-of-way, but mass had rules of its own, and mass always won. The extraction took 37 minutes. The warp core came out clean, its crystalline housing intact despite 2 centuries of dormancy. The slag hauler's cargo bay swallowed it whole, the mechanical grapples securing it to the deck with straps rated for high-G maneuvering. Vance ran a quick diagnostic on the core using a handheld radiation detector. The readings were within acceptable parameters. The core was viable. 40 million credits, sitting in his cargo bay. He keyed the speaking tube and told the helm to set course for the chop shop. The slag hauler pulled away from the derelict, its steam turbine hissing, its mechanical systems clanking through the departure sequence. The dent in the slag armor caught the starlight as the ship turned, a visible reminder of the frigate that had tried to play chicken with a garbage truck. Vance made a note to leave the dent unfilled. It was good for morale. It was also good for reputation. Word would spread through the sector that human salvage vessels didn't stop for interdiction maneuvers. Word would spread that human ships were armored with reactor slag and crewed by people who didn't have collision avoidance systems because they didn't believe in avoiding collisions. Word would spread that blocking a human salvage operation was an expensive mistake. The Council would send more ships. The humans would add more slag. It was an arms race measured in mass rather than firepower, and the humans had access to a lot of dead reactors. The slag hauler set course for home, its cargo bay full, its armor dented, its crew already calculating the hazard bonuses they'd earned for the day's work. Behind it, the elegant Precision waited for rescue, its elegant name now a bitter joke. Precision hadn't saved it. Elegance hadn't saved it. Nothing could save a ship that weighed 1/10 as much as the thing it was trying to stop. Momentum always won. Vance had learned that lesson a long time ago. The Council was learning it now. Chapter 8, The Shadow Market. The asteroid bazaar didn't have a name. Names implied official recognition, and official recognition implied council jurisdiction, and council jurisdiction implied taxes. The bazaar existed specifically to avoid taxes. It occupied a hollowed-out asteroid in the outer rim of Sector 7, a chunk of nickel iron approximately 3 kilometers across that had been mined out centuries ago and abandoned when the ore ran dry. The mining company that had owned it went bankrupt. The bankruptcy court that handled the case lost the paperwork. The creditors who should have claimed the asset forgot it existed. The asteroid fell through the cracks of galactic bureaucracy and stayed there, officially non-existent, practically invisible, and extremely useful for people who wanted to conduct business without council oversight. The bazaar had grown organically over the past 50 years, expanding from a single trading post into a sprawling commercial complex that rivaled some planetary markets in volume, if not in legitimacy. Corridors had been carved through the asteroid's interior, using equipment salvaged from the original mining operation. Chambers had been pressurized using atmospheric systems stripped from decommissioned ships. Power came from a patchwork of generators that had been installed over decades, each one added when the previous capacity proved insufficient. The whole structure was held together by welds, cables, and a shared understanding that everyone present was technically committing crimes and therefore had no incentive to report anyone else. Governor Thesic of the Outer Rim Administrative Zone 12 arrived at the bazaar in a personal shuttle with falsified transponder codes and a nervous expression that suggested he knew exactly how many regulations he was violating. The falsified codes had cost him 3,000 credits, purchased from a specialist who operated out of a converted cargo container near the main docking ring. The specialist guaranteed the codes would pass any standard council inspection. He did not guarantee they would pass a detailed audit. Thesic was hoping to avoid detailed audits. The shuttle docked at one of the asteroid's many improvised airlocks, a hatch that had been cut into the hull by someone with a plasma torch and an approximate understanding of structural engineering. The hatch sealed behind him with a hiss of equalizing pressure. The seal wasn't perfect. Thesic could hear a faint whistle of atmosphere escaping somewhere above his head. Nobody seemed concerned. The corridor beyond smelled like recycled air, industrial lubricant, and the particular chemical tang of fusion drive exhaust that never quite filtered out of enclosed spaces. The smell was stronger here than on any council station. Council stations had maintenance schedules and air quality standards. The bazaar had neither. Thesic followed the corridor toward the main trading floor, his forelegs clicking against deck plating that had been salvaged from a dozen different ships. The plating didn't match. Nothing in the bazaar matched. That was part of its charm. The main trading floor was a vast cavern carved from the asteroid's interior, lit by industrial floodlights that cast harsh shadows across stalls and kiosks, selling everything the council didn't want people to buy. Weapons that hadn't been registered, ship components that hadn't been certified, fuel cells that hadn't been taxed, and, increasingly, human-made technology that hadn't been manufactured anywhere near council space. Thesic made his way through the crowd, his administrative robes drawing suspicious glances from merchants who preferred customers in less official-looking attire. He found the stall he was looking for in the back corner of the floor, a simple booth with a hand-painted sign that read, "Reliable drives, no questions asked." The human behind the counter was a woman with short-cropped hair, grease-stained hands, and an expression that suggested she had heard every negotiating tactic in the galaxy and wasn't impressed by any of them. Her name, according to the crude ID badge clipped to her coveralls, was Santos. Santos looked up as Thesic approached. She asked if he was here about the fusion drives. Thesic said he was here about a rumor. He had heard that human refurbished drives were being sold in the Outer Rim. He had heard that these drives operated without council standard tracking systems. He had heard that these drives were reliable, efficient, and completely invisible to the tax monitoring networks that tracked every watt of power generated in council space. Santos said the rumors were accurate. She reached under the counter and pulled out a drive unit approximately the size of a human torso. The unit was ugly. Its casing was welded steel rather than the smooth polymer that council-certified manufacturers used. The welds were visible, rough seams that showed where plates had been joined by hand rather than by automated manufacturing systems. Exposed wiring ran along its surface, held in place by cable ties and what appeared to be electrical tape. The tape was black, the industrial kind that humans used for everything from electrical insulation to emergency hull patches. A hand-painted label on the side read, Unit 447, tested and approved, with a crude stamp that looked like it had been made with a rubber eraser and some ink. The stamp said, Chop Shop certified around the edges. Santos said this was their standard model. 50 terawatts output, continuous operation, zero maintenance required for the first 5,000 hours. She said the power-to-weight ratio was actually better than Council-certified equivalents because they didn't waste mass on tracking hardware and diagnostic systems that existed primarily to report usage data to revenue authorities. After 5,000 hours, you changed the fuel cells and kept going. The fuel cells were standard galactic format, available from any supplier. No proprietary components, no vendor lock-in, no software licenses that expired every fiscal year and required renewal fees, no remote diagnostics transmitting your power consumption to Council revenue authorities, no tracking beacons reporting your location to anyone who wanted to know where you were, no automatic firmware updates that bricked your drive in the middle of a cargo run because some engineer on a core world decided to push a patch without testing it. Just a drive that generated power when you needed it and stayed quiet when you didn't. Thesic asked about the price. Santos told him. Thesic's scales shifted to a color that indicated surprise. The price was approximately 1/3 of what Council-certified drives cost. Santos explained the economics with the patience of someone who had given this speech many times before. Santos explained that Council drives were expensive because they included mandatory licensing fees, certification costs, tracking system installation, and a 17% infrastructure maintenance surcharge that went directly to the Council's General Revenue Fund. Human drives didn't include any of that. Human drives were just drives. You bought them, you installed them, you used them. If they broke, you fixed them. If you couldn't fix them, you bought another one. No paperwork, no permits, no surcharges. Thesic asked how many units were available. Santos said they currently had inventory for approximately 40 ships. More were being manufactured at a facility she declined to name. Delivery could be arranged to any location in the Outer Rim within 2 standard weeks. Payment was accepted in raw materials, precious metals, or Council credits at a 15% markup to account for the conversion costs. Thesic calculated the numbers in his head. His administrative zone contained 600 vessels that required regular drive maintenance. The Council's official maintenance contracts cost approximately 400 million credits per year. If he switched to human drives, he could cut that cost to 130 million credits. The savings would balance his planetary budget for the next decade. The Council would never know. The tracking systems that monitored power generation would simply stop receiving data from his vessels. The Council would assume the vessels had been decommissioned. The vessels would continue operating, invisible, untracked, untaxed. Thesic asked for 40 units. Santos smiled and pulled out an order form. The form was paper, handwritten, and completely untraceable. Council Revenue Auditor Pren had been investigating anomalies in the Outer Rim power consumption data for 3 months. The anomalies had started small, a vessel here and there dropping off the tracking grid, a slight decrease in total reported power generation, a minor discrepancy between registered vessel counts and actual power output, small enough to be dismissed as equipment malfunctions or data entry errors. Pren had dismissed them at first. His department handled thousands of such discrepancies every fiscal quarter. Most of them turned out to be clerical errors, sensor malfunctions, or vessels that had been decommissioned without proper paperwork. The Council's bureaucracy was vast enough that small gaps were inevitable, but the anomalies kept growing. After 3 months, the total reported power generation in the Outer Rim administrative zones had dropped by 12%. 12% was not a clerical error. 12% was not a sensor malfunction. 12% represented approximately 400 vessels that were no longer transmitting tracking data. 400 vessels that were no longer paying power generation taxes. 400 vessels that had, according to the official records, simply ceased to exist. Pren knew the vessels hadn't ceased to exist. Vessels didn't just disappear, they were decommissioned, scrapped, sold, or transferred. All of those processes required paperwork. All of those processes left traces in the administrative records. None of the paperwork existed. None of the traces existed. The vessels had vanished from the tracking system without leaving any administrative footprint whatsoever. That meant one of 2 things. Either the tracking systems were malfunctioning on a massive scale, which would require a budget allocation for repairs that Pren's department couldn't afford and couldn't justify to the Oversight Committee, or someone was removing the tracking systems. Pren had requested a physical audit of 3 vessels that had dropped off the grid. The request had taken 2 weeks to process. The audit teams had taken another week to reach the vessels' registered locations. The audit teams had reported back with findings that made his scales turn pale. The vessels were operational. The vessels were conducting normal trade activities. The vessels had functioning power systems that were generating output well within normal parameters. The vessels did not have council-certified drives. The vessels had drives that looked like they had been assembled in a machine shop using parts from a dozen different sources. The drives were running perfectly. The drives had no tracking systems. The drives had no council certification stamps. The drives had hand-painted serial numbers and warranty cards that said "Good luck" in human standard script. Pren escalated his findings to the Council Revenue Authority. The authority dispatched investigators to 12 outer rim zones. The investigators found the same thing in every zone. Vessels dropping off the tracking grid. Vessels running on human-made drives. Vessels whose operators refused to cooperate with auditors because cooperation meant admitting they had installed uncertified equipment. The investigators estimated that approximately 30% of the Outer Rim logistics fleet was now running on human-made components. 30% of the fleet, thousands of vessels, billions of credits in lost tax revenue, and the number was growing. Pren scheduled a meeting with Governor Thesic of Administrative Zone 12, whose zone had the highest concentration of tracking anomalies. The meeting took place in Thesic's administrative office, a space decorated with the kind of expensive furnishings that suggested a budget surplus that didn't match the zone's official financial reports. Pren presented his findings. He showed Thesic the tracking data. He showed him the audit reports. He showed him the images of human-made drives installed in vessels registered to Zone 12 operators. He asked Thesic to explain. Thesic's scales shifted through several colors before settling on a shade that suggested resigned defiance. He said, "I'm not funding a human insurgency auditor." He said, "I'm just balancing my planetary budget." He said, "Their duct tape drives haven't stalled once." Pren asked if Thesic understood the legal implications of operating uncertified equipment. Thesic said he understood the legal implications perfectly. He also understood the economic implications of paying council maintenance surcharges for drives that failed every 6 months. He understood the political implications of telling his constituents that their cargo shipments were delayed because council-certified equipment had crashed during a software update. He understood that human drives cost 1/3 as much, lasted twice as long, and never required a firmware patch. He understood that his planetary budget was balanced for the first time in 40 years. He understood that his constituents were happy. He understood that the council could send as many auditors as it wanted, but it couldn't force him to buy inferior equipment at inflated prices. Pren asked what would happen if the council imposed sanctions. Thesic asked what would happen if 30% of the Outer Rim logistics fleet simultaneously refused to pay taxes. The meeting ended without resolution. Pren filed his report with the Revenue Authority. The report recommended immediate action to address the human technology infiltration. The Revenue Authority forwarded the report to the Commerce Commission. The Commerce Commission forwarded it to the Trade Standards Board. The Trade Standards Board scheduled a hearing for next quarter. By next quarter, the human drives would be in 40% of the fleet. By the quarter after that, 50%. By the end of the fiscal year, the Council's power generation tax revenue from the Outer Rim would be functionally zero. The bureaucracy was too slow. The market was too fast. The bureaucracy operated on quarterly schedules and annual budgets and 5-year planning cycles. The market operated on supply and demand, and the simple fact that human drives were better and cheaper than anything the council could offer. The bureaucracy required approval workflows and committee meetings and impact assessments. The market required only a handshake and a stack of credits. The bureaucracy had rules. The market had results. And somewhere in a hollowed-out asteroid that didn't officially exist, Santos was taking another order, filling out another paper form, and shipping another batch of drives that would never appear on any council registry. The paper forms were deliberate. Paper couldn't be hacked. Paper couldn't be traced through network logs. Paper couldn't be subpoenaed by council investigators who didn't know the bazaar existed. The forms were filed in a cabinet in the back of Santos's stall, organized by customer and date. If the council ever found the bazaar, Santos would have approximately 30 seconds to destroy the records. She kept a plasma torch under her counter for exactly that purpose. The duct tape held, the human engines hummed, and the council's tax revenue continued to evaporate, one untraceable drive at a time. The humans weren't trying to destroy the council's economy. They were just selling a better product at a lower price. The economic destruction was a side effect, a profitable side effect, but still a side effect. The real goal was simpler: build a fleet, avoid detection, and prepare for whatever came next. The shadow market was just one more tool in the toolkit, and business was very, very good. Chapter 9. The Duct Tape Summit. The Sector 5 chop shop had grown. What had started as a gutted cargo hauler with a few attached work bays had become something else entirely, something that showed up on long-range sensors as a gravitational anomaly, something that made Council reconnaissance drones transmit error codes because their imaging software couldn't categorize what they were seeing, something that made fleet intelligence analysts request equipment recalibration because they assumed their sensors were malfunctioning, something that looked, from a distance, like a ring. 500 ships, welded together in a continuous loop approximately 12 kilometers in diameter. The ships were not uniform. Velar dreadnoughts connected to reptilian cargo haulers, connected to avian cruisers, connected to council transports, connected to vessels from species that had been extinct for centuries. Some of the ships were intact, their original hulls still recognizable despite the modifications. Some of the ships had been stripped to frameworks, their internal components repurposed and their empty shells serving only as structural elements. Some of the ships were barely ships at all anymore, just masses of welded metal that had been added to fill gaps in the ring's geometry. The welds that joined them were visible as rough seams running between hulls, thick bands of structural steel that had been poured molten and allowed to cool in whatever shape gravity and surface tension dictated. The seams weren't pretty. The seams weren't uniform. The seams were, in several places, supplemented by cables, brackets, and what appeared to be industrial adhesive tape wrapped around structural joints where the welds hadn't quite held. The tape was gray. The tape was everywhere. The tape had become something of a signature. The ring rotated slowly, generating approximately 0.3 standard gravities of centrifugal force along its outer edge. That was enough to keep tools on workbenches and fluids in containers. That was enough to let crews work without magnetic boots or constant handholds. That was enough to make the chop shop feel like a place rather than a collection of floating modules. The rotation was maintained by a series of thruster arrays salvaged from decommissioned vessels and mounted at regular intervals around the ring's circumference. The thrusters fired in coordinated bursts, controlled by a timing system that used mechanical clocks rather than computer networks. The clocks were synchronized manually, once per week, by crews who walked the ring's full circumference, checking each timer against a master reference. It took approximately 14 hours to complete the synchronization circuit. The crews considered it good exercise. The interior of the ring was a hollow cylinder of vacuum, 12 kilometers across and approximately 2 kilometers deep. Ships moved through that space constantly, entering and exiting through gaps in the ring's structure, where vessels had been removed for maintenance or repurposing. The gaps were temporary. New vessels were always being added. The ring was always growing. Chief Engineer Vance stood on an observation platform welded to the inner surface of the ring, watching a Velar battlecruiser being maneuvered into position by a team of tugs. The battlecruiser was the largest vessel they'd salvaged so far, a monster of a ship that had been found drifting in the outer reaches of Sector 6 with its reactor cold but intact. It had taken 3 weeks to tow it back to the chop shop. It would take another 2 weeks to weld it into the ring. When complete, it would add approximately 40 meters to the ring's circumference and provide enough internal volume to house 3 additional fabrication bays. Vance checked his data pad. Current ring population, approximately 12,000 personnel. Current operational vessels, 217, not counting the ring itself. Current production capacity, 40 hybrid vessels per month, plus components for the shadow market. Current council awareness, uncertain, but increasing. That last item was the problem. The council couldn't ignore the chop shop forever. The reconnaissance drones that kept appearing at the edge of sensor range were proof that someone was watching. The increasingly frantic legislative sessions being broadcast from council chambers were proof that someone was worried. The fact that Admiral Vial had requested a diplomatic summit was proof that someone wanted to talk. Vance had agreed to the summit, not because he trusted Admiral Vial, not because he thought diplomacy would solve anything, but because the summit gave him an excuse to show the Admiral exactly what he was dealing with. Sometimes the best negotiating tactic was letting the other side see the size of your operation. Admiral Vial's shuttle approached the chop shop ring with the caution of a prey animal entering a predator's territory. The shuttle was council standard, a sleek diplomatic transport with running lights that blinked in patterns designed to signal peaceful intent. Its hull was polished white, its engines hummed with the smooth efficiency of properly maintained council equipment. Its interior was climate-controlled, comfortable, and equipped with refreshments appropriate for diplomatic occasions. It looked very small against the backdrop of 500 welded ships. It looked very clean against the backdrop of rough welds and exposed conduits. It looked very fragile against the backdrop of vessels that had been built to survive wars. Admiral Vial sat in the shuttle's passenger compartment, watching the ring grow larger through the viewport. He had seen the reconnaissance images. He had studied them for hours, trying to understand what he was looking at. He had read the intelligence reports. He had questioned the analysts who wrote them, demanding confirmation that the data was accurate. He had studied the estimates that suggested human industrial capacity in Sector 5 had increased by approximately 4,000% in the past 6 months. He had dismissed those estimates as exaggeration. Intelligence analysts were known for inflating threats to justify their budgets. None of that had prepared him for actually seeing it. The ring was enormous. The ring was impossible. The ring was held together by welds and cables and what appeared in several places to be industrial adhesive tape wrapped around structural joints. The tape was gray. The tape was visible even at this distance, bands of it running along seams and junction points throughout the structure. The tape was, according to the latest economic reports, causing a minor crisis in the galactic commodities market. Speculators had been betting on adhesive prices for months, assuming demand would increase. The speculators were about to lose a great deal of money. Admiral Vial's aide leaned over and whispered that the shuttle was being directed to a docking port on the ring's inner surface. The docking instructions had been transmitted via low-frequency radio, the kind of transmission that hadn't been standard for centuries. The shuttle's communication systems had required manual reconfiguration to receive it. Vial nodded and said nothing. He was still staring at the tape. He was still trying to understand how something held together with tape could be more structurally sound than vessels manufactured in council-certified shipyards. The summit took place in a converted cargo hold that had been fitted with a table, chairs, and atmospheric systems that approximated council-standard environmental conditions. The chairs were mismatched. The table was a sheet of hull plating balanced on structural supports. The atmospheric systems hummed loudly enough to make conversation difficult. Vance sat on one side of the table. Admiral Vial sat on the other. Their respective aides stood behind them, taking notes on devices that couldn't communicate with each other because the chop shop's internal networks were air-gapped from everything. Admiral Vial spoke first. He said the council was prepared to offer terms. He said the terms were generous. He said the human salvage operations could continue within limits if the humans agreed to certain conditions regarding taxation, registration, and technology transfer. He said the alternative was military intervention. Vance listened politely. When Vial finished, Vance asked a question. He asked how the council planned to pay for military intervention. Vial said the council's military budget was not the humans' concern. Vance said he disagreed. He pulled out his datapad and read from a report that had been compiled by the Shadow Markets Intelligence Network. The report said council military spending had decreased by 12% over the past fiscal quarter. The report said the decrease was due to budget reallocations necessitated by declining tax revenue from the Outer Rim. The report said the declining tax revenue was due to approximately 30% of the Outer Rim logistics fleet switching to human-made components that didn't report to council tracking systems. The report said an additional 15% of the fleet was expected to switch within the next quarter. The report said the Council's 7th Fleet, the fleet responsible for Sector 5 enforcement, had been operating at reduced capacity for 3 months because replacement parts were back-ordered, The report said the backorder was caused by a shortage of rare earth magnets. The report said the shortage was caused by the Council's own EMP buoys being harvested and stripped for components. Vance set down the datapad. He said the Council couldn't afford military intervention. He said the Council could barely afford to keep its existing fleet operational. He said the humans weren't interested in generous terms because they didn't need the Council's generosity. He said the humans had everything they needed right here. He gestured at the ring around them. Admiral Vile's scales had gone pale during the reading of the report. They went paler now. He said the Council would not tolerate this situation indefinitely. Vance said the Council didn't have to tolerate anything. The Council could leave the humans alone, and the humans would continue building their fleet. The Council could attack the humans, and the humans would defend themselves with 200 vessels that didn't appear on any tracking system and couldn't be disabled by EMP weapons. The Council could negotiate, and maybe they could find some arrangement that benefited both parties, but the Council could not dictate terms. Those days were over. Vile asked what terms the humans would accept. Vance said the humans wanted recognition, legal recognition of their salvage claims, legal recognition of their manufacturing operations, legal recognition of their right to operate in debris fields throughout Council space. In exchange, the humans would agree to certain trade protocols. They would sell their components through legitimate channels, subject to taxation at rates that weren't designed to be confiscatory. They would register their vessels, subject to inspection standards that weren't designed to be impossible to meet. They would integrate into the galactic economy on terms that recognized them as equals rather than subjects. Vile said the Council would never agree to those terms. Vance said the Council would agree to those terms or watch its economy collapse. He pulled out another report. This one was shorter. This one was about duct tape. Specifically, it was about duct tape derivatives, financial instruments based on the projected future value of industrial adhesives. The shadow market had discovered, several months ago, that Council financial institutions had begun speculating on the price of industrial adhesives. The speculation made sense. From a certain perspective, vessels required maintenance. Maintenance required adhesives. More vessels in operation meant more adhesives consumed. The logic was sound. The assumption was wrong. The assumption was that maintenance practices would remain constant. The assumption was that Council standard bonding techniques would continue to dominate the market. The assumption was that no one would develop an alternative. Human-made components didn't require adhesive maintenance because they were welded rather than bonded. Welds were permanent. Welds didn't degrade over time. Welds didn't require scheduled replacement the way adhesive bonds did. Human-made components were replacing Council standard components throughout the outer rim. Demand for industrial adhesives was actually decreasing, but the speculation had driven prices up, way up. Financial institutions had bought derivatives assuming adhesive prices would continue rising. Other institutions had bought derivatives on those derivatives. The whole structure was built on the assumption that demand would increase forever. The derivatives based on those prices were now worth approximately 3 times the actual value of the underlying commodities. It was a bubble built on a miscalculation about human engineering practices, a bubble that was about to pop. If the market corrected, the resulting crash would wipe out approximately 6% of the Council's total financial sector capitalization. 6% didn't sound like much. 6% was enough to trigger margin calls across the entire banking sector. 6% was enough to cause a liquidity crisis that would freeze interstellar commerce for months. 6% was enough to end political careers and topple governments. Vance said the market was going to correct. He said it was going to correct because the humans were about to flood the market with cheap adhesives manufactured at the chop shop using processes that didn't require rare earth components. He said the flood would begin in approximately 72 hours. He said Admiral Vale might want to warn his financial advisors. Admiral Vale's scales had gone from pale to a shade that suggested he was about to be sick. He asked if the humans understood what they were threatening. Vance said the humans understood perfectly. He said the humans weren't threatening anything. He said the humans were just participating in the galactic economy. He said participation sometimes had consequences. He said the Council could accept the humans' terms and integrate them into the economy as partners. He said the Council could reject the humans' terms and watch the economy tear itself apart. He said the choice was the Council's. He said the humans would be here either way. Admiral Vale stood up from the table. His legs were unsteady. His scales were cycling through colors that suggested extreme emotional distress. He said he would convey the humans' position to the Council. Vance said that was all he asked. The summit ended. Admiral Vale returned to his shuttle. His aides followed, their own scales displaying the same distressed color patterns. Nobody spoke during the walk back to the docking port. Nobody spoke during the undocking sequence. Nobody spoke until the shuttle was clear of the ring and accelerating toward Council space. Then Vale's senior aide asked what they were going to tell the Council. Vale said they were going to tell the Council the truth. He said the truth was that the humans had built something the Council couldn't destroy without destroying themselves in the process. He said the truth was that the humans had integrated themselves into the galactic economy so thoroughly that removing them would cause more damage than tolerating them. He said the truth was that the Council had lost. The aide asked if there was any alternative. Vale said the alternative was war. He said war would cost more than the Council could afford. He said war would destroy more than it saved. He said war would prove that the humans were right about everything they'd said. The shuttle continued toward Council space. Behind it, the ring continued its slow rotation. Vance watched it go from the observation platform. The Velar battlecruiser was still being maneuvered into position. The welding crews were still preparing their equipment. The fabrication bays were still producing components for the shadow market. The ring was still growing. 72 hours. That was how long the Council had to decide. After that, the adhesive market would collapse. After that, the financial sector would panic. After that, the Council would have much bigger problems than a human salvage operation. Vance checked his data pad. Production schedule, on track. Shadow market inventory, ready for release. Fleet readiness, 217 vessels at full operational capacity. Council response, pending. He looked up at the ring surrounding him. 500 ships, 12,000 crew, 43 debris fields left to harvest. It was going to be an interesting week. And whatever happened next, the humans would be ready. Chapter 10, The Diplomatic Incident. The Council's response arrived 71 hours and 43 minutes after Admiral Vale's shuttle departed from the chop shop. It arrived in the form of the 7th Fleet. 47 warships dropped out of faster-than-light travel in a coordinated formation that had been practiced in simulations for decades. The formation was called the Hammer of Compliance. It had been developed by Council tacticians during the Valar integration campaign, designed to project overwhelming force while maintaining optimal firing solutions on a central target. The formation had never been used against an opponent with more than 6 vessels. It had never been used against an opponent who had read the Council's own tactical manuals. It had never been used against an opponent who didn't care about being surrounded. The 47 warships arranged themselves in a sphere approximately 800 kilometers in diameter, their weapons arrays oriented inward, their sensor suites painting the central volume with targeting data. The central target was the chop shop ring. Each warship in the 7th Fleet was a masterwork of Council engineering. Sleek hulls designed by committee, weapon systems certified by oversight boards, crew complements trained in academies that emphasized protocol over improvisation. Each warship cost approximately 400 million credits to build and 12 million credits per year to maintain. The fleet represented approximately 18 billion credits of military investment, not counting the salaries, benefits, and pension obligations of the crews. Admiral Vale stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Absolute Certainty, watching the ring resolve on his tactical display. The Absolute Certainty was the newest ship in the fleet, commissioned 3 years ago at a ceremony attended by 17 Council representatives. Its bridge was a masterpiece of ergonomic design, every console positioned for maximum efficiency, every display calibrated for optimal readability. Its captain's chair was made from synthesized materials that adjusted automatically to the occupant's body temperature and stress levels. The chair was currently registering elevated stress levels. The tactical display showed 512 vessels welded together in a structure that his targeting computers classified as debris field, artificial, because they had no other category for it. The classification was the best the computers could do. They had been programmed to recognize warships, transports, stations, and various other standard vessel types. They had not been programmed to recognize a ring of welded ships held together by structural steel and duct tape. The display showed 223 human vessels holding position around the ring in a defensive perimeter. The display showed thermal signatures, electromagnetic emissions, and power output readings that his tactical officers were still trying to interpret. The thermal signatures were wrong. They were too hot, too irregular, too chaotic to match any known power plant configuration. The electromagnetic emissions were almost non-existent. No computer chatter, no network traffic, no digital signatures at all. The display did not show any indication that the humans were preparing to surrender. Admiral Vielle had not expected surrender. He had hoped for it, in the way that a professional hoped for easy solutions to difficult problems. But he had not expected it. The Council's rejection of the human terms had been unanimous. The vote had taken less than an hour. The authorization for military action had taken slightly longer, delayed by debates about rules of engagement and liability protocols. The liability protocols had been the sticking point. Several council members had wanted explicit language protecting them from personal responsibility if the operation went wrong. The language had been added. The authorization had been granted. Admiral Vielle had been ordered to neutralize the human threat to galactic economic stability using all necessary force. The order had not specified what all necessary force meant. The order had not specified what neutralize meant. The order had given Admiral Vielle broad discretion to interpret both terms as he saw fit. Admiral Vielle had interpreted them to mean, destroy everything, ask questions never. He opened a communication channel to the human fleet. He said the Galactic Council had rejected the human ultimatum. He said the Council had authorized military action to restore order to the sector. He said the human vessels had 15 minutes to power down their reactors, evacuate their crews, and surrender their ships to Council custody. He said failure to comply would result in the immediate application of lethal force. He said this was not a negotiation. The communication channel remained silent for approximately 30 seconds. Then a voice came back. The voice was calm, unhurried, and carried the particular tone of someone who had been expecting this call. The voice identified itself as Chief Engineer Vance of the Reclamation Salvage Ship Liability. The voice said, "Admiral, before you open fire, I need you to check something." Admiral Vielle asked what he needed to check. The voice said, "Your rules of engagement, specifically Section 7, Paragraph 12. The part about protected vessel classifications." Admiral Vielle gestured to his aide, who pulled up the relevant document on a secondary display. Section 7, Paragraph 12 dealt with vessels that could not be legally targeted under Council military law. The list included diplomatic transports, medical ships, and vessels engaged in search and rescue operations. The list also included lifeboats. Admiral Vielle asked what lifeboats had to do with anything. The voice said, "Check the registry status of the vessels in our defensive perimeter." Admiral Vielle gestured to his tactical officer, who ran a query against the Council's vessel registry database. The query took approximately 4 seconds to return results. The tactical officer stared at the results for another 6 seconds before speaking. The tactical officer's scales had turned pale. The tactical officer reported that 187 of the 223 human vessels were registered as lifeboats. Admiral Vielle asked how that was possible. The tactical officer said the registrations had been filed 6 hours ago. The registrations had been submitted through the Council's automated vessel classification system, the same system that processed thousands of routine filings every day. The registrations had been formatted correctly, with all required fields completed and all supporting documentation attached. The registrations had been approved without human review because they met all technical requirements for automated processing. The automated processing threshold was designed to reduce administrative workload. The automated processing threshold had just classified 187 warships as lifeboats. Admiral Vielle asked what technical requirements a lifeboat had to meet. The tactical officer pulled up the relevant regulation and read from it. A lifeboat was defined as any vessel whose primary purpose was the preservation of sapient life during emergency situations. A lifeboat was required to have life support systems capable of maintaining atmosphere for its crew. A lifeboat was required to have emergency supplies sufficient for extended survival operations. A lifeboat was required to have the capacity to sustain its crew for a minimum of 30 standard days without external resupply. A lifeboat was not required to be unarmed. A lifeboat was not required to be small. A lifeboat was not required to be incapable of combat operations. A lifeboat was not required to be painted orange, or to carry specific markings, or to meet any aesthetic requirements whatsoever. The regulations had been written 300 years ago by people who assumed lifeboats would be lifeboats. The regulations had been updated 17 times since then, each update adding new technical requirements without ever addressing the fundamental definition. The humans had filed their warships as lifeboats. The warships had life support systems. The warships had emergency supplies. The warships had the capacity to sustain their crews for 30 days. The warships met all the technical requirements. The warships were, legally, lifeboats. Admiral Vale stared at his tactical display for a long moment. He asked his legal officer for clarification. The legal officer said firing on vessels registered as lifeboats was a war crime under 17 different treaties. The legal officer said the treaties had been ratified by every species in the Council, including the species that had written the rules of engagement Admiral Vale was currently operating under. The legal officer said violating the treaties would expose Admiral Vale, his officers, and the Council itself to criminal prosecution in interstellar courts. Admiral Vale asked if there was any way around the classification. The legal officer said the classification could be challenged through administrative review. Administrative review would take approximately 6 to 8 months. Admiral Vale did not have 6 to 8 months. Admiral Vale had 47 warships, a direct order to neutralize the human threat, and a tactical situation that had just become legally impossible. He opened the communication channel again. He asked the human voice if this was some kind of joke. The voice said, "No joke, Admiral, just paperwork." The voice said, "Your own paperwork, filed through your own systems, approved by your own bureaucracy." The voice said, "We read your regulations very carefully. We found them very educational." Admiral Vale's scales cycled through several colors before settling on one that suggested barely controlled fury. He said the lifeboat classification was fraudulent. He said no reasonable interpretation of the regulations would classify armed warships as lifeboats. He said the Council would challenge the registrations and have them revoked. The voice said, "You're welcome to challenge them. That's your right under the Administrative Code." The voice said, "In the meantime, Section 7, Paragraph 12 remains in effect." The voice said, "So does Section 7, Paragraph 15. Admiral Vale asked what Section 7, Paragraph 15 said. The voice said, "It says that any military vessel that fires on a protected vessel classification forfeits its own protected status." The voice said, "It says that forfeited vessels may be legally claimed as salvage by any party." The voice said, "It says the claiming party is entitled to file for damages against the attacking party." The voice said, "We have lawyers standing by, Admiral. Very expensive lawyers, the kind that work on contingency because they're confident they'll win." Admiral Vale cut the communication channel. He stood on his bridge, surrounded by tactical displays and weapon systems, and 47 warships waiting for orders. He had overwhelming force. He had authorization to use it. He had every military advantage the galaxy could provide. He also had regulations that made using that force a crime. He had bureaucratic classifications that turned his enemies into protected entities. He had legal precedents that would bankrupt the Council if he gave the order to fire. His tactical officer asked for instructions. Admiral Vale said nothing for a long moment. Then he gave an order. The order was to target the 36 human vessels that were not registered as lifeboats. The order was to fire warning shots across their bows. The order was to demonstrate that the Council was serious about its ultimatum. The order was carefully calibrated to comply with Section 7, Paragraph 12, while still projecting strength. The order was a mistake. The absolute certainty's weapons arrays powered up, targeting solutions were calculated, firing sequences were initiated, plasma bolts streaked across the void toward the human defensive perimeter. The bolts were aimed to miss. The bolts were aimed to pass within 50 meters of the human vessels, close enough to register on their sensors, close enough to make a point. The bolts missed their intended near-miss trajectories by approximately 200 meters. The bolts hit a vessel that had been positioned behind the original targets. The vessel was registered as a lifeboat. The vessel's name was Charitable Intentions. The vessel's hull designation, painted in large yellow letters across its bow, was Emergency Rescue Services. The plasma bolts punched through the vessel's hull, venting atmosphere and triggering emergency systems. The hull breach was not large. The plasma bolts had been calibrated for warning shots, not destruction. They carried enough energy to scar hull plating and trigger alarms, not enough to cause catastrophic damage. But the hull breach was enough. Atmosphere vented into space in a visible plume of crystallizing vapor. Emergency bulkheads sealed, damage control systems activated, and the vessel began transmitting a distress signal. The distress signal was broadcast on every frequency, in every language, using every emergency protocol recognized by galactic law. The signal was automated, triggered by the hull breach detection systems. The signal was loud, using every watt of transmission power the vessel possessed. The signal was persistent, repeating every 30 seconds with updated status information. The distress signal said, "Mayday, Mayday. Council warship has fired on unarmed rescue vessel, requesting immediate assistance. Crew status, stable. Hull integrity, compromised. Mayday." Admiral Vael watched the distress signal propagate across his communication displays. The signal moved at the speed of light through normal space. The signal was picked up by relay stations and retransmitted through faster-than-light communication networks. The signal reached neighboring sectors within minutes. He watched it bounce from relay to relay, spreading across the sector. He watched it reach the outer rim, where 30% of the logistics fleet was running on human-made components and had every reason to distrust Council military actions. He watched it reach the core worlds, where financial institutions were already nervous about the adhesive derivatives market and were now watching a potential war unfold in real time. He watched it reach the council chamber, where representatives were already demanding explanations for an operation that had been classified as routine enforcement action. He watched news organizations pick up the signal and begin broadcasting commentary. He watched the phrase, "Council fires on rescue vessel," begin trending on information networks across the galaxy. He watched his career end in real time. The human voice came back on the communication channel, uninvited. The voice was still calm. The voice was still unhurried. The voice carried the tone of someone reading from a prepared script, which it probably was. The voice said, "That was a lifeboat, Admiral." The voice said, "Section 7, paragraph 12. The voice said, "I believe the penalty for firing on a protected vessel classification is court-martial for the commanding officer and financial liability for the authorizing government." The voice said, "Our lawyers will be in touch." The voice said, "They charge by the hour. They're very thorough." The voice said, "Have a nice day." The channel closed. Admiral Vael stood on his bridge, surrounded by the most advanced military technology in the galaxy, and realized he had just created the largest liability claim in Council history. The humans hadn't beaten him with weapons. The humans hadn't beaten him with superior numbers. The humans had filed paperwork, waited for him to make a mistake, and started billing the moment he made it. Somewhere in the chop shop ring, claims adjusters were already calculating the damages. The charitable intentions had cost approximately 12 million credits to build. The hull breach repairs would cost another 3 million. The emotional distress claims from the crew would cost whatever the lawyers decided to ask for. The legal fees would cost more than all of that combined. And that was just the direct damages. The indirect damages, loss of business, reputation harm, punitive multipliers, would be calculated by accountants who charged by the hour and had every incentive to make the numbers as large as possible. Somewhere in the outer rim, news anchors were already calling it the charitable intentions incident. Somewhere in the council chamber, representatives were already calculating how much this was going to cost their constituents. Somewhere on the bridge of the liability, Chief Engineer Vance was probably updating his damage claim spreadsheet and calculating hazard bonuses for the lawyers. The lawyers got triple rate for combat zone billing. This qualified as a combat zone. The spreadsheet was going to be very long. Admiral Vale's tactical officer asked if they should continue the engagement. Admiral Vale said nothing for a long moment. Then he ordered the fleet to hold position. Hold position meant not retreating. Hold position meant not advancing. Hold position meant burning fuel and accumulating operating costs while the lawyers figured out how much the Council owed. The 7th Fleet had arrived to neutralize a threat. The 7th Fleet was now generating billable hours for human attorneys. That was probably not what Council High Command had intended, but it was what they were going to get. Chapter 11. The Kinetic Response. The standoff lasted approximately 14 hours. 14 hours of the 7th Fleet holding position in a sphere around the Chop Shop Ring. 14 hours of Admiral Vale receiving increasingly frantic communications from Council High Command demanding updates on the situation. 14 hours of lawyers on both sides filing motions, counter-motions, and emergency injunctions through the interstellar arbitration system. 14 hours of fuel consumption, crew overtime, and operational costs accumulating on the Council's budget. The Council's fuel costs alone were running approximately 40,000 credits per hour. The overtime for crew members in combat positions was running triple rate. The legal fees were running at rates that nobody wanted to calculate. The 7th Fleet was burning money just by existing in the same sector as the humans. The humans used the time productively. They restocked ammunition feeds. They ran maintenance checks on systems that had been idle since installation. They calculated trajectories using slide rules and printed tables because digital computers could be jammed. They ate meals in shifts, keeping enough crew at combat stations to respond to any Council action. They waited. Chief Engineer Vance stood in the ring's primary command module, watching status updates scroll across a bank of mismatched monitors. The command module had been carved out of a gutted reptilian transport's bridge section, its original equipment stripped and replaced with human-made alternatives. The captain's chair was a welded frame with a cushion that had been salvaged from a ground vehicle. The deck plating was mismatched, sections from 3 different ships bolted together with visible seams. The air smelled like machine oil, recycled atmosphere, and the particular staleness that accumulated in enclosed spaces that had been occupied for too long. The monitors showed the positions of the 7th Fleet's warships, tracked by optical telescopes and thermal sensors that operated without any digital components the Council could jam. The telescopes were manual, their tracking controlled by hand wheels and mechanical gearing. The thermal sensors used chemical film that changed color based on heat exposure. The data was interpreted by human eyes and transferred to plotting boards using grease pencils. It was primitive. It was unjammable. It worked. The monitors showed the status of the ring's defensive systems, most of which had been improvised over the past 6 months using whatever materials were available. The monitors showed the fuel reserves, crew rotations, and maintenance schedules that kept the operation running. The monitors showed a countdown timer that Vance had set 14 hours ago when the 7th Fleet first arrived. The timer was mechanical, a clockwork device salvaged from an antique shop on Earth and modified to count down instead of up. The timer read 00047. 47 seconds until the Council's rules of engagement expired. The rules of engagement that Admiral Vale had been operating under included a provision that Vance had found very interesting. Section 12, Paragraph 3, Defensive Response Authorization. The provision stated that any party fired upon by Council military forces was entitled to respond with proportional defensive measures. The provision stated that proportional was defined as equal to or less than the force applied. The provision stated that defensive responses initiated within 24 hours of the original attack were automatically classified as lawful self-defense under interstellar treaty. The provision had been written to protect Council allies who might need to defend themselves while waiting for military support. The provision applied equally to anyone the Council attacked, including humans. The timer reached 0. Vance keyed the intercom and said 2 words. He said, "Green light." Throughout the ring, crews who had been waiting at their stations began moving. The Chop Shop Ring had not been designed as a military installation. It had been designed as a manufacturing facility, a place to build and repair ships using whatever salvage was available. But manufacturing facilities had tools, and tools could be repurposed. The first tool was the Kinetic tether system. The ring's internal transport network used magnetic tethers to move cargo and personnel between sections. The tethers were simple, cables anchored at fixed points, with magnetic grapples that could attach to standardized cargo containers. The tethers were strong, rated to handle loads of up to 50 tons at accelerations that would turn organic matter into paste. The tethers were fast, capable of accelerating cargo to velocities of several kilometers per second over the length of the ring's diameter. Someone had realized approximately 3 months ago that the tethers could accelerate things other than cargo containers. The engineering team had spent 2 weeks modifying the system. They had added targeting sensors, optical only, no electronics that could be jammed. They had added release mechanisms, mechanical triggers that disengaged the magnetic grapples at precise moments. They had added ammunition feeds, conveyor systems that loaded objects onto the tethers for acceleration. The whole system was untested in combat conditions. The whole system was held together by welds that might crack under sustained fire. The whole system was dangerous to the crews operating it. A snapped cable at those tensions would cut through a pressure suit like it wasn't there. The crews earned quadruple hazard rates for ammunition handling. The objects were not sophisticated. The objects were not expensive. The objects were whatever junk happened to be available in sufficient quantity. Today's ammunition was refrigerator compressors. The chop shop had accumulated approximately 18,000 refrigerator compressors from vessels that had been scrapped for other components. Refrigerator compressors were heavy, dense, and aerodynamically terrible. They were also completely invisible to the 7th Fleet's point defense systems, which had been calibrated to detect plasma bolts, railgun slugs, and missile exhaust signatures. The point defense systems had not been calibrated to detect kitchen appliances. The first compressor launched from the ring's outer surface at approximately 3 kilometers per second. The launch was not dramatic. The launch was industrial. A magnetic grapple released, a cable snapped taut, and a 40-kilogram piece of kitchen equipment departed the ring's surface with enough velocity to kill anything it touched. There was no exhaust plume. There was no engine signature. There was no warning. Just a cold piece of metal, tumbling end over end, crossing the void between predator and prey. It crossed the 800 kilometers between the ring and the 7th Fleet's perimeter in approximately 4 minutes and 27 seconds. During those 4 minutes and 27 seconds, 6 more compressors launched. The crews were already in rhythm. Load, lock, launch, repeat. It was assembly line work. It was factory labor. It was the most dangerous form of manufacturing in the galaxy. The first compressor hit the Resolute Justice, a Council destroyer, in the starboard engine nacelle. The impact was not elegant. The compressor weighed approximately 40 kilograms. At 3 kilometers per second, it carried kinetic energy equivalent to a small bomb. The math was simple. Kinetic energy equals 1/2 mass times velocity squared. 40 kilograms times 3,000 meters per second, squared, divided by 2. 180 million joules, approximately the energy released by 40 kilograms of high explosive, delivered by a refrigerator part. The destroyer's armor was designed to ablate plasma and deflect railgun rounds. The armor was sophisticated, layered, engineered to dissipate energy across its surface area. It was not designed to handle blunt force trauma from a dense metal object moving at artillery velocities. The compressor didn't burn through the armor. The compressor punched through it, carrying pieces of the armor with it as it continued into the ship's interior. It went through the armor, through the engine housing, and into the reactor cooling system. Coolant lines ruptured, spraying superheated fluid into compartments that had been designed to remain cool. Emergency systems activated, slamming bulkheads and triggering containment protocols. The reactor scrammed automatically, shutting down to prevent a meltdown. The Resolute Justice went dark, its engines dead, its systems running on emergency power only. Its crew scrambled to contain the damage. Its captain screamed for damage reports. Its position in the formation was now a liability rather than an asset. The second compressor launched 18 seconds later. The third launched 12 seconds after that. Within 10 minutes, the ring was launching compressors at a rate of approximately 1 every 8 seconds. The rhythm never faltered. Load, lock, launch, repeat. Admiral Vale watched his tactical display fill with impact reports and damage assessments. 7 ships hit in the first 15 minutes. 2 with critical damage. 5 with systems failures that would require dockyard repairs. His point defense systems were firing constantly, trying to intercept the incoming projectiles. The point defense systems were failing. They had been designed to track fast-moving objects with predictable trajectories. Missiles that burned fuel, railgun rounds that followed ballistic paths. The refrigerator compressors didn't burn fuel. The refrigerator compressors tumbled as they traveled, their aerodynamically terrible shapes creating unpredictable flight patterns that the targeting algorithms couldn't model. The refrigerator compressors were also very small on sensors, their dense metal construction creating radar signatures that looked more like debris than weapons. By the time the point defense systems identified a compressor as a threat, it was usually too late to intercept. Admiral Vale demanded to know what the humans were shooting at his fleet. His tactical officer ran an analysis on the recovered fragments from the first impact. The tactical officer reported, with a tone of disbelief, that the projectiles appeared to be refrigerator compressors. Admiral Vale asked if that was some kind of code. The tactical officer said no, they were literally refrigerator compressors, the kind used in food preservation systems on standard cargo vessels. Admiral Vale asked how refrigerator compressors were penetrating Council military-grade armor. The tactical officer said kinetic energy was kinetic energy, and 40 kilograms at 3 kilometers per second didn't care whether it came from a railgun or a slingshot. Admiral Vale ordered his fleet to return fire. His weapons officers reported that their targeting systems couldn't lock onto the ring. The ring's thermal signature was too chaotic, a mess of overlapping heat sources that the targeting computers classified as a debris field rather than a valid target. The ring's electromagnetic signature was non-existent, a void where the computers expected to find power emissions and communication traffic. The ring was invisible to every automated targeting system the Council had developed. Admiral Vale ordered manual targeting. His weapons officers reported that manual targeting required visual confirmation, and the ring was 12 kilometers across and mostly looked like a pile of junk. They couldn't identify valid military targets because the entire structure looked like a valid military target. They couldn't prioritize fire because everything seemed equally important. They couldn't coordinate their attacks because the ring's lack of digital emissions meant they had no way to identify command nodes or weapon systems. They were fighting an enemy that didn't show up on their sensors. They were being hit by weapons that didn't show up on their sensors. They were losing. The second tool was the mass driver. The mass drivers had been built using the electromagnetic coils from the EMP buoys that the humans had harvested 6 months ago. 12,000 buoys, 24,000 kilograms of neodymium equivalent magnets. The Council had deployed those buoys to trap the humans. The humans had turned them into artillery. The coils had been designed to generate massive electromagnetic pulses. The humans had reversed their polarity and arranged them in sequence, creating a linear accelerator approximately 200 meters long. The accelerator was mounted on a modified cargo hauler that had been stripped of everything except its reactor and maneuvering thrusters. The hauler's name, painted on its hull in faded yellow letters, was Charitable Donations. Someone in the crew had a sense of humor. The hauler was ugly. The hauler was slow. The hauler looked like a barge with a pipe attached to it. The hauler was also shaking itself apart with each shot. The recoil from accelerating 200 kilograms of slag to 8 kilometers per second was significant. The structural mounts were groaning. The reactor was running hot. The crew was earning hazard pay for every second they stayed aboard. The hauler was currently accelerating chunks of reactor slag to approximately 8 kilometers per second and launching them at the Council fleet. 8 kilometers per second was fast enough to reach low planetary orbit. 8 kilometers per second was fast enough to punch through anything ever built. 8 kilometers per second was fast enough to make the depleted uranium slag glow white-hot from atmospheric friction, if there had been any atmosphere to cause friction. There wasn't. The slag traveled cold and dark and silent, visible only as shadows against the starfield. The slag chunks were not precision weapons. The slag chunks went approximately where they were aimed, plus or minus a few degrees of accuracy. The mass driver's targeting system was a mechanical sight, a tube with crosshairs that a crew member looked through while adjusting the aim using hand wheels. It was the same technology humans had used to aim cannons during their pre-industrial wars. It worked well enough. At 8 kilometers per second, a few degrees of accuracy over 800 kilometers meant impact zones measured in hundreds of meters. The 7th Fleet's formation was approximately 800 kilometers in diameter. The ships within that formation were approximately 50 to 300 meters long. The math was not in the Council's favor. The first slag chunk hit the pristine order, a heavy cruiser, amidships. The chunk weighed approximately 200 kilograms. At 8 kilometers per second, it carried kinetic energy equivalent to a tactical nuclear device. The number was almost meaningless. 5 billion joules, a small sun compressed into a single impact. The pristine order's shields flickered, overloaded, and failed. The shields had been designed to absorb plasma and deflect railgun rounds. They had not been designed to absorb the energy of a small explosion compressed into a single point. The hull crumpled inward, the impact point becoming a crater that expanded outward as structural supports failed in sequence. Internal compartments decompressed in a cascade of structural failures, atmosphere venting through gaps that widened with each passing second. The cruiser's spine broke. The forward section began drifting away from the aft section, connected only by cables and conduits that snapped one by one. The crew had approximately 30 seconds to reach escape pods before the ship broke apart. Some of them made it, most of them didn't. Admiral Vial watched the pristine order die on his tactical display. He watched the debris spread outward in a slowly expanding cloud. He watched his fleet's formation begin to collapse as captains broke ranks to avoid incoming projectiles. He watched a war that his fleet was losing to kitchen appliances and industrial waste. He ordered a retreat. The retreat was not orderly. The 7th Fleet had been designed to fight enemies who used plasma weapons and railguns and missiles. The 7th Fleet had been designed to fight enemies who appeared on sensors and followed predictable tactical doctrines. The 7th Fleet had not been designed to fight enemies who threw garbage at relativistic velocities. Ships broke formation, accelerating away from the ring in whatever direction offered the clearest path. Ships collided with debris from the pristine order, their hulls taking additional damage as they fled. Ships ran into each other as their automated collision avoidance systems, designed for orderly fleet maneuvers, struggled to handle the chaos. The humans kept launching: refrigerator compressors, reactor slag, hull plating from scrapped vessels, engine components that had been deemed too damaged to repair, anything dense enough to carry kinetic energy and available in sufficient quantity. The ring had been accumulating junk for 6 months. The ring had a lot of junk to throw. Admiral Vial's flagship, the Absolute Certainty, took a glancing hit from a chunk of hull plating that sheared off its primary sensor array. The hit was not critical. The hit was embarrassing. The hit meant that the most advanced warship in the Council fleet had been damaged by a piece of someone else's ship that the humans had been too lazy to recycle properly. Admiral Vial ordered his fleet to regroup at the edge of the sector. He ordered damage assessments from all vessels. He ordered a full tactical review to determine how his fleet had just lost an engagement to an enemy with no conventional weapons. He ordered all of this while watching the ring continue to rotate, its tether systems continuing to launch, its mass drivers continuing to fire. The humans weren't celebrating. The humans weren't gloating. The humans were checking damage reports on their own systems. The tether launches had stressed the ring's structural joints. 3 weld seams had cracked under the recoil forces. 2 magnetic grapple mounts had sheared off entirely, requiring emergency repairs before the next salvo. The mass driver's coils were overheating, requiring cool-down cycles that would slow the firing rate by approximately 30%. Crew fatigue was setting in. The reload teams had been working for 19 hours straight, hauling compressors and slag chunks to the ammunition feeds. Triple-rate hazard pay was accumulating faster than the accounting system could track. Someone was going to have to calculate all of this later. Someone was going to have to explain to the budget committee why the defense of the chop shop had cost more in overtime than some ships were worth. But that was a problem for later. Right now, the problem was restocking the feeds before the Council regrouped. The 7th Fleet limped toward the sector's edge. leaving behind the wreckage of the pristine order and the scattered debris of a dozen other damaged vessels. The battle had lasted approximately 47 minutes. The humans had not lost a single ship. The humans had lost 3 weld seams, 2 grapple mounts, an unknown amount of structural integrity, and approximately 40,000 credits in hazard bonuses. The Council had lost 1 cruiser, 2 destroyers with critical damage, and 11 vessels with varying degrees of system failures. The repair costs would be calculated later. The repair costs would be significant. Both sides would be calculating repair costs for weeks. And somewhere in the chop shop ring, crews were already restocking the ammunition feeds. The tethers were being reset. The cracked welds were being patched. The mass driver coils were cooling down. The next engagement might not go as well. The next engagement might see a tether failure at the wrong moment, or a structural collapse under recoil stress, or a coolant leak in the mass driver. The humans didn't know what would happen next. They just knew the Council would be back. And when the Council came back, the humans would throw more garbage at them. It was expensive. It was dangerous. It was the only option they had. Chapter 12. The Boarding Party. The Council. Marines were the best soldiers the galaxy had ever produced. They were recruited from the most physically capable species. They were trained in academies that had been refining their methods for 3,000 years. They were equipped with powered armor that enhanced their strength, protected them from hostile environments, and integrated with their neural systems to provide real-time tactical data. Each suit of armor cost approximately 800,000 credits. Each suit required 6 months of training to operate effectively. Each suit was maintained by a dedicated technician who earned specialist pay rates. They were armed with plasma rifles that could burn through hull plating and stun batons that could incapacitate any known species. The plasma rifles were individually calibrated to each Marine's neural patterns. The stun batons were certified for use against every species in the Council database. The certification process had taken decades and cost billions in research funding. They were supported by drones that provided reconnaissance, electronic warfare, and fire support. The drones were linked to the Marines' neural networks, responding to thought commands faster than verbal orders. The drones had been field-tested against every known enemy the Council had faced. They were, according to every metric the Council used to measure military effectiveness, unbeatable. The metrics had not been tested against humans. Squad leader Keth had served with the Marines for 17 years. He had participated in 43 boarding actions against pirates, smugglers, and rebel factions. He had never lost a soldier under his command. He had commendations that filled an entire display case in his quarters. He had never encountered a situation his training hadn't prepared him for. He was about to encounter several. The target was a human cargo hauler designated Regrettable Choices, currently drifting approximately 200 kilometers from the chop shop ring. The vessel had been disabled during the Kinetic exchange, not by Council weapons, but by a tether cable that had snapped during launch operations and whipped through its engine section. The humans had not attempted to rescue the vessel. The humans had not responded to hails. The vessel was dark, cold, and apparently abandoned. Council intelligence believed the vessel contained navigation data and communication logs that would be valuable for understanding human operations. Squad leader Keth had been ordered to board the vessel, secure any intelligence materials, and withdraw. Simple extraction mission. 30 minutes, maximum. His squad of 12 Marines approached the Regrettable Choices in a boarding shuttle, their armor sealed and their weapons charged. The shuttle matched velocity with the drifting hauler and extended its docking collar. The collar sealed against the hauler's airlock with a hiss of equalizing pressure. Keth ran a final check on his squad's status. All suits reading nominal, all weapons charged, all neural links active, all drones deployed and scanning. The drones reported that the airlock appeared functional but unpowered. Keth ordered his breach specialist to cut through. The breach specialist moved forward with a plasma cutter and began slicing through the airlock's outer door. The cut took approximately 90 seconds. The door fell inward with a clang that echoed through the dead ship. Beyond it was darkness. Keth activated his helmet's thermal imaging and stepped through the breach. The interior of the Regrettable Choices was not what Keth expected. He had boarded many vessels during his career. He had seen derelicts, wrecks, ambush ships, and everything in between. He He had never seen anything like this. The corridor beyond the airlock was narrow, barely wide enough for two Marines to walk abreast. The walls were lined with pipes, cables, and conduits that left almost no flat surface visible. The pipes were unlabeled. The cables were bundled together without any apparent organization. The conduits ran in directions that made no engineering sense. The floor was deck plating that didn't quite fit together, leaving gaps that revealed more pipes and cables underneath. The ceiling was low, forcing the Marines to duck their helmeted heads. The whole space felt cramped, cluttered, and chaotic. Keth's tactical overlay tried to map the environment and failed. The software was designed to identify standard ship layouts, mark exits, and highlight potential cover positions. The software found nothing it recognized. The software flagged the entire environment as non-standard construction and stopped trying to help. Keth ordered his squad forward. They moved in standard formation, 2 Marines on point, 2 covering the rear, the rest spread along the corridor. Their boots clanged against the deck plating. Their armor scraped against the pipes that jutted from the walls. Their helmet lights cast harsh shadows that made the cluttered space even more disorienting. The first trap triggered 30 seconds after they entered the corridor. A section of deck plating dropped away beneath the Point Marine's feet. The plating had been rigged to pivot on hidden hinges, held in place by a mechanical latch that released when enough weight was applied. No electronics, no sensors, just weight and leverage and a spring-loaded latch. The Marine fell approximately 2 meters into a space that had been filled with industrial lubricant. The lubricant was thick, viscous, and designed to resist evaporation in vacuum. The lubricant was also designed to coat every surface it touched with a slippery film that would take hours to clean. The Marine thrashed, trying to find purchase on walls that were coated with the same substance. His armor's mobility systems weren't designed for swimming. His neural link screamed warnings about contamination and reduced joint function. His squad's drones circled overhead, trying to find a way to help, but their manipulator arms weren't strong enough to lift a suited Marine. Keth ordered 2 Marines to extract their fallen squad mate. They lay flat on the deck plating, reached down into the pit, grabbed the struggling Marine's arms, and hauled him back to the corridor. The Marine came out coated head to toe in lubricant. His armor's grip pads were useless now. His visual sensors were smeared. His mobility was reduced to a careful shuffle. He was combat ineffective. The extraction took 47 seconds. The lubricant was a standard industrial product, available from any supply depot. The pit was standard cargo storage, converted with a few hours of labor. The total cost of the trap was less than the Marine's helmet. During those 47 seconds, the squad was stationary, clustered around the pit, focused on the rescue. During those 47 seconds, nobody noticed the pipes. The pipes ran along both walls of the corridor, approximately at chest height for a suited Marine. The pipes had valves that were connected to mechanical triggers hidden beneath the deck plating. When the Marines clustered around the pit, their weight pressed down on the triggers. The valves opened. The pipes vented. The substance in the pipes was not dangerous. The substance in the pipes was fire suppression foam, the kind used to smother electrical fires in industrial settings. The foam was dense, white, and completely opaque. The foam filled the corridor in approximately 3 seconds. The Marines couldn't see. Their thermal imaging couldn't penetrate the foam. Their motion sensors were overwhelmed by the expanding mass of chemical suppressant. Their communication system still worked, but communication didn't help when nobody could see what was happening. Keth ordered his squad to hold position and wait for the foam to settle. The foam did not settle. The foam was designed to remain suspended for extended periods, smothering fires through oxygen deprivation. The Marines' suits had their own oxygen supplies. The Marines were not in danger of suffocation. The Marines were in danger of something else. While the squad stood blind in the foam, mechanical systems activated throughout the corridor. The systems were simple. The systems were analog. The systems did not show up on any scanner the Marines possessed. Panels in the walls slid open, revealing spring-loaded pipes that had been cocked and waiting. The springs released. The pipes shot forward at velocities that would have been laughable against armored targets in normal circumstances. But these weren't normal circumstances. The Marines were standing still, blinded, their attention focused on the foam rather than their surroundings. The pipes hit them from multiple angles simultaneously. The pipes weren't strong enough to penetrate Marine armor. The pipes were strong enough to knock Marines off balance, to push them into each other, to send them stumbling into walls lined with more pipes and cables. One Marine stumbled into a cable bundle that had been rigged to pull free when disturbed. The cable was connected to a valve. The valve released a jet of coolant at approximately -40 degrees. The coolant hit the Marine's suit at the joint between helmet and torso, where the armor was thinnest. The joint's seals, designed for vacuum and moderate temperature variation, cracked under the thermal shock. The Marine's suit began venting atmosphere. Another Marine stumbled backward, trying to avoid the chaos, and triggered a floor plate that had been rigged as a pivot. The plate tilted, and the Marine slid down into a secondary corridor that was even narrower than the first. The corridor was filled with hanging cables that tangled around the Marine's limbs. The cables weren't strong enough to hold a Marine who was actively trying to escape. The cables were strong enough to slow the Marine down, to keep them tangled for the 8 seconds it took for another spring-loaded pipe to deploy and hit them in the faceplate. The faceplate cracked. Not enough to breach, but enough to compromise the heads-up display. The Marine was now fighting blind in a corridor they couldn't escape. Keth was shouting orders, trying to regain control of his squad. His orders were contradictory because he couldn't see what was happening. His orders were useless because his Marines couldn't follow them. His orders were drowned out by the sounds of more traps triggering throughout the ship. Somewhere deeper in the vessel, a klaxon began blaring. The klaxon was mechanical, powered by a hand-wound spring rather than electricity. The klaxon couldn't be jammed. The klaxon couldn't be disabled remotely. The klaxon was loud enough to make communication difficult even through sealed helmets. Keth made a decision. He ordered immediate withdrawal. His squad had been aboard the regrettable choices for 4 minutes and 17 seconds. His squad had advanced approximately 30 meters from the breach point. His squad had taken 5 casualties, none fatal, but all combat ineffective. His squad had not encountered a single human. His squad had been defeated by plumbing. The withdrawal was not orderly. The Marines retreated back through the foam-filled corridor, triggering more traps as they went. Every step was a gamble. Every movement triggered something. A section of ceiling collapsed, dropping a cargo net filled with scrap metal onto 2 Marines. The net was weighted with engine components too damaged to repair, approximately 50 kilograms of junk that pinned the Marines to the deck. A wall panel burst open, spraying a Marine with adhesive that locked their armor joints in place. The adhesive was the kind used to bond hull patches in emergency repairs. It cured in seconds. It would take a plasma torch to remove. A floor section gave way entirely, dumping a Marine into what appeared to be a septic tank that had been deliberately left at capacity. The Marine's suit sealed automatically, protecting them from the contents. The Marine's dignity was not similarly protected. The Marine's combat effectiveness was reduced to 0. A bundle of cables, rigged to a motion trigger, swung down from the ceiling and tangled around a Marine's plasma rifle. The rifle discharged accidentally, burning a hole in the wall that vented atmosphere from an adjacent compartment. The venting atmosphere created a pressure differential that slammed a door shut, separating the squad. By the time the squad reached the breach point, only 4 Marines were still fully operational. 8 Marines were combat ineffective due to various combinations of lubricant contamination, adhesive binding, physical injury, suit damage, and psychological trauma. Keth was one of the 4 still standing. He was also the only one who hadn't triggered a single trap. This was not because of superior skill. This was because he had been near the back of the formation, and his squad mates had triggered everything before he reached it. He was the last one through the docking collar. As he crossed from the regrettable choices back into the boarding shuttle, he heard a sound behind him. The sound was mechanical. The sound was a click, followed by a hiss, followed by a grinding noise that seemed to come from everywhere at once. He turned to look. The airlock doors, the ones his breach specialist had cut through, were closing. Not the original doors. Secondary doors, hidden behind the original ones, sliding out from concealed housings in the walls. The doors were thick, solid, and clearly designed to seal the breach point after boarders had entered. They were also clearly designed to trap boarders inside the ship. Keth threw himself through the docking collar as the secondary doors slammed shut behind him. He made it. 3 of his Marines didn't. They were still on the other side, trapped inside the regrettable choices, with nothing but their failing suits and a ship full of traps. Keth ordered the shuttle pilot to withdraw to a safe distance. He ordered his communication officer to establish contact with the trapped Marines. He ordered his tactical officer to begin planning a rescue operation. Then he sat down on the shuttle's deck and tried to understand what had just happened. His squad had been trained to handle armed resistance. His squad had been trained to handle electronic countermeasures. His squad had been trained to handle hostile environments. His squad had not been trained to handle spring-loaded pipes and fire suppression foam and adhesive sprays and septic tanks. His squad had not been trained to handle traps that didn't show up on any scanner because they didn't have any electronic components. His squad had not been trained to handle an enemy that didn't bother to fight them directly because the ship itself was the weapon. The regrettable choices drifted silently in the void, its emergency klaxon still blaring, its corridors still filled with foam, its traps still armed and waiting. Inside, 3 Council Marines were trying to survive. Outside, Keth was trying to figure out how to get them back. And somewhere in the chop shop ring, the humans who had designed those traps were probably checking their maintenance schedules and calculating the cost of resetting everything. The traps weren't sophisticated. The traps weren't expensive. The traps were plumbing and springs and foam and adhesive, the kind of things any industrial facility would have on hand. The traps had just disabled a squad of the best soldiers in the galaxy. Keth began composing his after-action report. The report was going to be difficult to write. How did you explain that a squad of elite Marines had been defeated by plumbing? How did you explain that 800,000 credits of powered armor had been disabled by fire suppression foam? How did you explain that the most advanced soldiers in the galaxy couldn't handle a ship that didn't have any electronics to hack? The report was going to be difficult to believe. Keth could already imagine his commanding officer reading it. Lubricant pits, spring-loaded pipes, adhesive sprays, septic tanks. Every word would sound like an excuse. Every detail would sound like a joke. The report was going to change how the Council thought about fighting humans. Or it was going to end Keth's career. Possibly both. But first he had to get his Marines back. And the ship full of traps wasn't going to make that easy. The rescue operation would require specialized equipment. The specialized equipment would require requisition forms. The requisition forms would require committee approval. Committee approval would take hours. His Marines might not have hours. Keth began filling out the requisition forms while the shuttle held position. He requested cutting equipment rated for emergency breaching. He requested protective gear rated for industrial hazards. He requested foam suppressant and adhesive solvent and lubricant neutralizer. He requested a budget allocation for equipment that the Marine Corps had never needed before. The total cost of the requisition was approximately 50,000 credits. The total cost of the traps that had defeated his squad was approximately 1,200 credits. The math was not in the Council's favor. The math was never in the Council's favor when humans were involved. Somewhere in the chop shop ring, the humans who had designed those traps were probably checking their maintenance schedules and calculating the cost of resetting everything. Reset cost, 6 hours of labor, 300 credits in materials. Marine squad disabled, 12 soldiers, 8.4 million credits in equipment, 17 years of training. The exchange rate was acceptable. The exchange rate was the whole point. Chapter 13. The Swarm Signal. Council Deep Space Monitoring Station 7 Gamma was the most advanced sensor platform in the galaxy. It hung in the void at the edge of explored space, approximately 40,000 light-years from the nearest inhabited system. The station was shaped like a disk, approximately 3 kilometers in diameter, bristling with sensor arrays that pointed in every direction. Its sensor arrays could detect a ship's thermal signature from 3 sectors away. Its quantum-entangled communication systems could relay data to Council headquarters in real time, regardless of distance. Its AI core processed incoming data using algorithms that had been refined over 800 years of continuous operation. The AI had been upgraded 17 times, each upgrade adding new capabilities for detecting known threats. The AI had never been downgraded. The AI had never been asked to look for threats using older, simpler methods. Station 7 Gamma had cost approximately 12 billion credits to build and 400 million credits per year to maintain. The maintenance budget covered equipment replacement, crew rotation, and the considerable expense of supplying a station that was further from civilization than any other permanent installation. Supply runs took 3 months each way. The station stockpiled 2 years of provisions at all times. It was crewed by a rotating staff of 17 specialists who spent 3-month shifts in the most isolated posting in Council space. The specialists were well compensated for their isolation. Hazard pay, loneliness bonuses, career advancement guarantees. The specialists were also very bored. Nothing ever happened at the edge of explored space. The edge of explored space was the edge for a reason. Nothing was out there. Nothing had been out there for 3,000 years. Nothing would ever be out there. That was the assumption. Senior Technician Vral was 7 weeks into his current rotation when the anomaly appeared. He was half asleep at his monitoring station, watching data streams that had been unchanged for his entire career, when the numbers started doing something strange. The numbers were showing a gravitational disturbance approximately 2 light-years beyond the station's position. Gravitational disturbances were not unusual. Rogue planets, brown dwarfs, and other stellar remnants created gravitational signatures all the time. The unusual part was that this disturbance was moving toward Council space, moving fast. Vral ran a diagnostic on his sensors, assuming the readings were a malfunction. The diagnostic came back clean. He ran a second diagnostic, clean. He ran a third diagnostic, specifically targeting the gravitational detection arrays, clean. The disturbance was real. Vral pulled up the visual observation system and pointed it at the disturbance's coordinates. The visual system was the station's most powerful telescope, capable of resolving details on objects thousands of light-years away. The visual system showed nothing, empty space, stars in the background, their positions unchanged from every other observation Vral had made in his career. No object, no vessel, no phenomenon that could explain a gravitational signature of that magnitude. Vral double-checked the coordinates. He triple-checked them. He ran a calibration test on the telescope's pointing system. Everything was correct. The telescope was looking exactly where the gravitational sensors said the disturbance was. The telescope saw nothing. Vral switched to thermal imaging. Thermal imaging could detect heat signatures from objects that might not be visible in standard light. Nothing. The space where the gravitational disturbance should be was exactly as cold as the surrounding void. Approximately 2.7 Kelvin, the background temperature of the universe. No heat signature, no energy emission, nothing. He switched to electromagnetic detection. Electromagnetic detection covered everything from low-frequency radio waves to high-energy gamma radiation. Nothing. No radio emissions, no quantum signatures, no communication traffic, no radiation of any kind. He switched to every sensor mode the station possessed. Ultraviolet, nothing. X-ray, nothing. Neutrino detection, nothing. Particle analysis, nothing. The gravitational sensors insisted something was there. Every other sensor insisted nothing was there. Vral felt the first stirring of unease. He flagged the anomaly for review and sent a priority message to his supervisor. The message said, "Unknown gravitational signature detected. Unable to correlate with visual, thermal, or electromagnetic data. Request guidance." His supervisor's response came back 4 hours later, delayed by the bureaucratic processes that governed all council communications. The response said, "Continue monitoring. Log all data. Do not escalate without visual confirmation." Vral continued monitoring. He logged all data. He watched the gravitational disturbance move closer. He watched it grow larger. He watched his sensors insist that something was approaching while his eyes insisted that nothing was there. 3 days later, the disturbance was close enough for high-resolution gravitational mapping. The mapping revealed a shape. The shape was not a rogue planet. The shape was not a brown dwarf. The shape was not any natural phenomenon Vral had ever seen. The shape was structured. The shape was artificial. The shape was approximately 800 kilometers long. Vral sent another priority message. This message said, Gravitational mapping confirms artificial structure. Estimated size, 800 kilometers. No visual confirmation possible. Signature consistent with active propulsion. Trajectory, direct approach to Council space. Request immediate escalation. His supervisor's response came back 6 hours later. The response said, impossible. No vessel of that size exists in any known registry. Recheck your equipment. Vral rechecked his equipment. His equipment was functioning correctly. The artificial structure was still approaching, and now there were 2 of them. The emergency session of the Council High Command took place 17 days after Vral's initial detection. 17 days of bureaucratic delays, equipment rechecks, and administrative denials. 17 days of the gravitational signatures multiplying from 2 to 7 to 23 to over 100. 17 days of every visual and electromagnetic sensor in the Council's arsenal confirming that there was nothing there. Admiral Vial attended the session via secure holographic link from his flagship, which was still holding position near the Sector 5 debris field. His fleet had not engaged the humans since the Kinetic exchange. His fleet was waiting for new orders that never seemed to come. His fleet was running low on supplies, morale, and patience. Council Speaker Thren presided over the session with the exhausted expression of someone who had not slept in several days. The emergency session was not going well. The sensor data from Station 7 Gamma was being displayed on the chamber's main screen. The data showed gravitational signatures consistent with over 100 artificial structures, ranging in size from approximately 200 meters to over 800 kilometers. The data showed these structures approaching Council space at approximately 0.3 c, 30% of the speed of light. The data showed an estimated arrival time of approximately 14 months. The data showed all of this in cold, precise numbers that nobody wanted to believe. Speaker Thren asked the obvious question, if these structures existed, why couldn't they be seen? The Council's Chief Science Advisor stepped forward to answer. The Chief Science Advisor's name was Specialist Kreen, and she had been working on this question for 12 days without sleep. She said the structures did exist. She said the gravitational data was unambiguous. She said the reason they couldn't be seen was because they were somehow invisible to electromagnetic radiation. Not cloaked, not hidden behind stealth fields. Invisible. The structures did not emit any electromagnetic radiation. The structures did not reflect any electromagnetic radiation. The structures did not interact with electromagnetic radiation at all. They were transparent to every sensor that relied on light, heat, or radio waves. They could only be detected by their mass. Speaker Thren asked how that was possible. Specialist Kreen said she didn't know. She said it violated everything the Council understood about physics. She said it should be impossible. She said it was happening anyway. Admiral Vial spoke up. He asked about the Council's defensive capabilities. He asked how the fleet would engage an enemy it couldn't see. He asked how weapon systems would target structures that didn't appear on any tracking sensors. Specialist Kreen said the Council's weapon systems relied entirely on electromagnetic targeting. Plasma weapons locked onto thermal signatures. Railguns used radar tracking. Missiles used a combination of infrared and radar homing. All of these systems required the target to interact with electromagnetic radiation. None of these systems would work against the approaching structures. The Council's entire military apparatus was designed to fight enemies that could be seen. The approaching structures could not be seen. The Council could not fight them. Admiral Vial was silent for a long moment. Then he said something that made the entire chamber go quiet. He said, "The humans can see them." Chief Engineer Vance was eating a sandwich when the communication request came through. The sandwich was turkey and cheese, assembled from supplies that had been purchased through legitimate channels and transported to the chop shop via routes that were definitely not smuggling. The communication request was from Admiral Vial. The communication request was flagged as urgent. The communication request was also flagged as diplomatic contact, which was Council code for, "We're not shooting at you right now." Vance finished his sandwich before accepting the request. There was no reason to rush. Admiral Vial's holographic image appeared on the command module's main display. The Admiral looked tired. The Admiral looked worried. The Admiral looked like someone who had recently learned something that changed everything he thought he knew. Vial said the Council needed to talk. Vance said they were talking. Vale said the council needed human assistance. Vance said that was interesting, given that the council had spent the past several months trying to destroy human operations. Vial said circumstances had changed. Vance said circumstances usually did. Vial took a breath and explained the situation. He explained the gravitational anomalies. He explained the invisible structures. He explained the approaching armada that the council couldn't see and couldn't fight. He explained that the council's entire defensive capability was useless against an enemy that didn't interact with electromagnetic radiation. He explained that the council was facing extinction. Vance listened without interrupting. When Vial finished, Vance was quiet for approximately 10 seconds. Then he said, "We know." Vial's holographic image flickered with what might have been surprise. He asked what the humans knew. Vance said the humans had detected the approaching structures approximately 18 months ago. He said human long-range sensors operated on different principles than council sensors. He said human sensors used gravitational detection, not electromagnetic detection. He said this was because human sensor technology was older, simpler, and had never been upgraded to the more sophisticated electromagnetic systems that the council used. He said the council had offered to upgrade human sensors several times over the past century. He said the humans had declined every time. He said the humans had been called primitive for declining. He said the humans had been called stubborn. He said the humans had been called technologically backward. He said the humans had been tracking the approaching structures ever since their sensors first detected them. He said the structures were designated swarm contacts in human databases. He said the designation had been chosen because the structures moved in coordinated patterns, like a swarm of insects. He said the humans had been building a fleet to fight them. He said the fleet was made of salvaged ships with analog systems because analog systems couldn't be disrupted by whatever technology made the structures invisible. He said digital systems experienced interference when they tried to track the structures. He said analog systems didn't experience interference because they didn't process data the same way. He said the fleet used kinetic weapons because kinetic weapons didn't require electromagnetic targeting. He said you didn't need to see something to hit it with a rock. He said the fleet was designed specifically to fight an enemy that the council's technology couldn't perceive. He said the humans had been preparing for this fight for 18 months. He said the council had spent those 18 months trying to stop them. Admiral Vale was silent for a long moment. Then he asked why the humans hadn't warned the council. Vance said the humans had tried. He said the first warning had been sent 22 months ago, when human long-range sensors first detected anomalous gravitational signatures at extreme range. He said the warning had been filed through proper diplomatic channels, addressed to the council's Office of Interspecies Relations. He said the warning had been received by the council's Office of External Communications. He said the Office of External Communications had forwarded it to the Department of Threat Assessment. He said the Department of Threat Assessment had reviewed the warning using standard protocols. He said standard protocols required sensor correlation before a threat could be classified as credible. He said the department had checked their own sensors. He said their sensors showed nothing. He said the warning had been classified as improbable based on the fact that council sensors showed no evidence of any threat. He said the warning had been filed in a database that nobody ever read. He said the humans had sent 4 more warnings over the following months. He said each warning had included updated coordinates, trajectory projections, and estimated arrival times. He said each warning had been processed according to standard protocols. He said each warning had been reviewed, classified as improbable, and filed. He said the 5th warning had included a note suggesting that the council check their gravitational sensors instead of their electromagnetic sensors. He said that note had been flagged as technically irrelevant because the council's gravitational sensors had been decommissioned 40 years ago. He said the council had decommissioned them because electromagnetic sensors were considered superior. He said the humans had eventually stopped sending warnings and started building ships instead. He said building ships was a more productive use of time than writing reports that nobody read. Admiral Vial asked for copies of the warnings. Vance said he would have Audit retrieve them from the council's own archives. The warnings were public record. The warnings had always been public record. The council had simply chosen not to read them. Admiral Vial was silent again. When he spoke, his voice was flat. He asked what the humans wanted in exchange for their assistance. Vance said the humans wanted the same thing they had always wanted: recognition, legal recognition of their salvage claims, legal recognition of their manufacturing operations, legal recognition of their right to operate as equals in galactic civilization, the same terms that had been offered at the Duct Tape Summit, the same terms that the Council had rejected, the same terms that had led to the 7th Fleet being deployed to destroy them. Admiral Vale said he would convey the terms to the Council. Vance said he appreciated that. He said the humans would continue building ships while they waited for an answer. He said the approaching structures would arrive in approximately 14 months. He said the humans would be ready. He said the Council should probably start deciding whether they wanted to be ready too. The communication ended. Vance sat back in his chair and looked at the status displays surrounding him. Fleet strength, 231 vessels. Production rate, 47 vessels per month. Estimated fleet size at contact, approximately 700 vessels. It might be enough. It might not be enough. But it was all they had, and now finally the Council knew why. Chapter 14. The Unified Fleet. The Treaty of Mutual Recognition was signed in a cargo bay. Not a diplomatic chamber, not a council hall, not a venue that had been cleaned, decorated, or prepared for an event of galactic significance. A cargo bay on the chop shop ring, between stacks of salvaged hull plating and a forklift that someone had forgotten to move. The cargo bay smelled like hydraulic fluid and old metal. The lighting was industrial, harsh white panels that cast unflattering shadows. The ambient noise included the distant hum of welding equipment and the occasional clang of cargo being moved in adjacent sections. The location was not an accident. The humans had insisted on it. They had insisted that if the Council wanted human help, the Council would come to where the humans worked. They had insisted that the treaty be signed without ceremony, without speeches, without the elaborate protocols that usually accompanied Council diplomatic events. They had insisted because they had ships to build and time was short. The Council had agreed. The Council had agreed to many things over the past 72 hours. The Council had agreed to terms that would have been unthinkable 2 weeks ago. The Council had agreed because the alternative was extinction. Extinction had a way of clarifying priorities. Council Speaker Thren stood at a table that had been welded together from scrap metal approximately 6 hours before the ceremony. The table was functional. The table was not elegant. The table had visible weld seams and a surface that showed grinding marks from where someone had smoothed down the rough edges. The table was not level. The table had a slight wobble that made the document slide toward the left edge whenever anyone leaned on it. Someone had shoved a folded piece of cardboard under one leg to reduce the wobble. The cardboard had a logo for a human food product on it. The table was, according to the human who had built it, good enough. Speaker Thren had presided over treaties signed on surfaces worth more than some planetary budgets. Speaker Thren signed this treaty on a table worth approximately 40 credits in scrap value. Speaker Thren did not complain. Speaker Thren understood the message being sent. He signed the treaty with a stylus that had been provided by a human aide. The stylus was a ballpoint pen. The ballpoint pen was a human invention that the Council had never adopted because digital signatures were considered more sophisticated. Digital signatures required authentication servers, encryption protocols, and network connectivity. The ballpoint pen required ink and pressure. The ballpoint pen worked without power, without networks, and without software updates. The ballpoint pen was perfectly suited to the current circumstances. The ballpoint pen cost approximately half a credit. The ballpoint pen would probably outlast the authentication servers. The treaty contained 17 articles. Article 1 recognized human salvage claims under the Interstellar Maritime Reclamation Act, retroactively validating every vessel the humans had claimed over the past 2 years. Article 2 recognized human manufacturing operations as legitimate commercial enterprises, subject to standard trade regulations rather than military interdiction. Article 3 recognized human territorial rights in Sectors 5, 6, and 7, establishing the Chop Shop Ring as sovereign human space. Articles 4 through 16 established the framework for joint military operations against the approaching swarm. Article 17 established the payment terms. The payment terms were significant. The Council would cover all costs associated with the joint fleet's operations. The Council would provide raw materials, fuel, and supplies at market rates. The Council would compensate human crews for combat operations at triple standard military pay. The Council would assume all liability for damages incurred during joint operations. The payment terms had been negotiated by human lawyers who charged by the hour. The lawyers had charged a lot of hours. Speaker Thren finished signing and handed the stylus to Chief Engineer Vance. Vance signed without ceremony. He had work to do. The treaty was just paperwork. The real challenge was making two incompatible military forces work together. Admiral Vale arrived at the chop shop 3 days after the treaty signing. He arrived with a staff of 47 officers, a personal shuttle, and a set of expectations that were about to be thoroughly violated. The expectations involved command structure. The Council military operated on a strict hierarchy. Orders flowed from admirals to captains to officers to crew. Information flowed in the opposite direction. Decisions were made at the top and executed at the bottom. The system had worked for 3,000 years. The system was about to encounter humans. Vial's shuttle docked at the ring's designated diplomatic bay, a section of hull that had been cleaned and painted specifically for Council visitors. The paint was still wet in several places. The cleaning had missed a significant grease stain on the deck plating near the airlock. Nobody mentioned these details. Vial stepped through the airlock and found Chief Engineer Vance waiting for him. Vance was wearing the same grease-stained coveralls he always wore. Vance was holding a clipboard. Vance was not standing at attention. Vance said, "Admiral, welcome aboard. Let's get you oriented." The orientation began immediately. Vance walked while he talked, leading Vial through corridors that seemed designed to confuse. The corridors were not actually designed to confuse. The corridors were designed by people who valued function over aesthetics and efficiency over comfort. The result was confusing anyway. Vial's staff struggled to keep up while taking notes on tablets that kept losing signal. The tablets kept losing signal because the ring had no wireless networks. The ring had no wireless networks because wireless networks could be jammed. The staff eventually gave up on the tablets and started using paper. The paper was provided by a human aide who seemed to have anticipated this problem. Vance explained the command structure. The command structure was not hierarchical. The command structure was modular. Each human vessel operated independently, with its captain making tactical decisions based on local conditions. Coordination happened through direct communication, voice channels, signal flags, and in some cases, physical messengers. Strategic direction came from the command module, but strategic direction was advisory rather than mandatory. Captains could ignore strategic direction if local conditions warranted. Captains were expected to use their judgment. Captains were expected to be right. Captains who were consistently wrong were replaced. Captains who were consistently right were promoted. The system had no formal evaluation process. The system had no appeals procedure. The system had no documentation requirements. The system worked because everyone involved knew what was at stake. Admiral Vale asked how Council vessels would integrate into this structure. Vance said that was an excellent question. Vance said the answer was, carefully. The integration drills began 1 week after Admiral Vial's arrival. The drills were designed to test coordination between human and Council vessels. The drills were a disaster. The first drill involved a simple formation exercise. 20 human vessels and 12 Council vessels would form a defensive perimeter around a designated point in space. The human vessels formed up in approximately 4 minutes. The Council vessels took 37 minutes. The delay was caused by the Council vessels' navigation systems. The navigation systems required network connectivity to share positioning data. The ring's airspace had no network connectivity. The Council vessels' navigation systems couldn't talk to each other. The Council vessels' navigation systems couldn't determine their positions relative to each other. The Council vessels had to resort to visual navigation, using sensor data that their crews had never been trained to interpret. The Council crews were trained to follow computer-generated waypoints. The Council crews were not trained to look out windows and estimate distances. The Council crews made mistakes. The mistakes were not fatal, but they were embarrassing. One Council destroyer nearly collided with a human cargo hauler because its automated collision avoidance system couldn't detect a vessel that wasn't transmitting standard transponder codes. The human vessel didn't transmit standard transponder codes because standard transponders could be jammed. The Council destroyer's pilot had to be talked through a manual avoidance maneuver by a human who was shouting instructions over a radio channel. The pilot's training had not included listen to a human shouting. The pilot's training had included trust your instruments. The pilot's instruments were useless. The pilot learned something new. The second drill involved weapons coordination. The drill was designed to simulate engaging targets that couldn't be tracked by standard sensors. Human vessels would designate targets using gravitational detection. Council vessels would fire on coordinates provided by human observers. The concept was simple. The execution was not. The drill required Council gunners to fire their weapons without sensor lock. The Council gunners had never fired their weapons without sensor lock. Council weapon systems were designed to prevent firing without sensor lock. The safety interlocks were hard-coded into the firing protocols. The interlocks existed because unguided weapons fire was considered wasteful. The interlocks existed because the Council had never imagined fighting an enemy that couldn't be tracked. The interlocks had to be disabled. Disabling the safety interlocks required authorization from 17 different officers. Each officer had to verify their identity through biometric scanners. Each officer had to log their authorization in the ship's command database. Each officer had to provide a written justification for bypassing safety protocols. The justifications all said the same thing: we have to learn to fight blind. The authorization process took 4 hours. The human observers used that time to eat lunch and take naps. The human observers were used to waiting for bureaucracy. Once the interlocks were disabled, the gunners discovered that they didn't know how to aim manually. Manual aiming required understanding ballistics. Manual aiming required understanding relative motion. Manual aiming required understanding time-to-target calculations. Manual aiming required understanding that a weapon fired at a moving target had to be aimed at where the target would be, not where the target was. Council gunners had computers for that. Council gunners had always had computers for that. Council gunners had been specifically told not to override their computers because the computers were smarter. Council gunners had never been taught to do it themselves. The academies didn't cover it. The training manuals didn't mention it. The skill had been considered obsolete for 3,000 years. The skill was suddenly essential. The human observers provided targeting data. The targeting data was simple: bearing, range, and velocity. The targeting data was in a format that Council systems couldn't read. The format was plain text, transmitted via voice over radio. The Council gunners had to write down the numbers. The Council gunners had to convert the coordinates manually. The Council gunners had to do math. The Council gunners had not done math without computers since their academy entrance exams. The Council gunners made errors. One gunner transposed 2 digits in a range calculation. One gunner forgot to account for the rotation of their own vessel. One gunner aimed at the bearing but forgot to adjust for relative velocity. The errors resulted in simulated shots that missed simulated targets by distances measured in kilometers. One shot would have hit a friendly vessel if it had been real. The human observers provided feedback. The feedback was direct. The feedback was not diplomatic. The feedback included phrases like, "You missed by how much?" and "Have you considered using your eyes?" and "My grandmother could aim better and she's been dead for 30 years. The Council gunners did not appreciate the feedback. The Council gunners were professionals who had trained for years. The Council gunners had commendations and certifications and letters of recommendation. The Council gunners were not accustomed to being criticized by people in grease-stained coveralls who smelled like machine oil. The Council gunners learned something else new. They learned that their training had prepared them for one kind of war. The war that was coming was a different kind. The third drill involved damage control. Damage control on Council vessels was handled by automated systems. The systems detected damage, assessed severity, deployed repair drones, and managed containment protocols. The systems worked without crew intervention. The systems required power, networks, and functioning sensor arrays. The drill simulated a scenario where all 3 of those things were compromised. The Council crews had no idea what to do. The human damage control instructors tried to explain the basics. The basics involved manual inspection, walk through the ship, look at things, listen for sounds that shouldn't be there, smell for gases that shouldn't be present, touch surfaces to check for temperature anomalies, use your senses. The Council crews had not been trained to use their senses. The Council crews had been trained to read displays. The Council crews found the concept of manual inspection confusing and vaguely unsanitary. The human instructors demonstrated. They walked through a simulated damaged section, pointing out signs of stress fractures, identifying the smell of leaking coolant, feeling vibrations that indicated structural instability. They made it look easy. It was not easy. It was a skill that took years to develop. The Council crews had days. The human instructors did their best. The human instructors earned overtime pay. The human instructors earned hazard bonuses for working with people who didn't understand that you shouldn't touch a pipe that was glowing red. One Council officer touched a pipe that was glowing red. The officer's suit protected them from serious injury. The officer's dignity was not similarly protected. The integration process continued, day after day, drill after drill, mistake after mistake. The Council crews learned to navigate without networks. The Council crews learned to aim without computers. The Council crews learned to inspect damage with their eyes instead of their sensors. The Council crews learned slowly. The Council crews learned painfully. The Council crews learned because they had no choice. The swarm was approaching. The swarm would arrive in 13 months. The swarm would not wait for the Council to be ready. Admiral Vile watched the drills from the command module, standing beside Chief Engineer Vance. He watched his officers struggle with tasks that human crews performed without thinking. He watched his crews learn skills that his academies had never taught. He watched 3,000 years of military doctrine being discarded one drill at a time. He watched a fleet being rebuilt from the ground up. His fleet had arrived at the chop shop with 47 warships. His fleet had been reinforced by an additional 32 vessels over the past week. His fleet was now integrated with 247 human vessels of various configurations. His fleet was theoretically the largest combined force in galactic history. His fleet was practically a disaster waiting to happen. He asked Vance how long until the Council crews would be combat ready. Vance checked his clipboard. The clipboard had columns of numbers, handwritten in pencil. The numbers tracked training progress, error rates, and improvement curves. The numbers were not encouraging. Vance said, "At current rates, about 18 months. Vale said they only had 13. Vance said, "Then I guess they'll have to learn faster." He said it without sympathy. He said it without judgment. He said it like a man stating a fact about gravity or atmospheric pressure. The timeline was the timeline. The swarm was not going to wait. Vance went back to his clipboard. He had training schedules to adjust. He had drill rotations to plan. He had overtime authorizations to sign. The human crews were working double shifts to train the Council crews. The human crews were earning hazard pay for teaching people who didn't understand basic damage control. The human crews were tired, frustrated, and increasingly sarcastic. The human crews kept working anyway. The drills continued. The mistakes continued. The learning continued. And somewhere beyond the edge of explored space, the swarm continued approaching. 117 structures. Invisible to every sensor except the primitive ones the Council had discarded, moving at 30% of light speed, arriving in 13 months. The clock was running. The clock did not care if the fleet was ready. The clock only cared about time. Chapter 15. The Final Countdown. 72 hours before contact. The combined fleet hung in the void approximately 40,000 kilometers from the chop shop ring, arranged in a formation that had been practiced 17 times and still wasn't quite right. 712 vessels. 291 human ships, built from salvage and held together by welds and determination. The human ships included 63 hybrid warships, their mismatched hulls visible even at distance. The human ships included 112 cargo haulers, converted to kinetic weapons platforms. The human ships included 47 vessels that defied classification, built from so many different sources that their original species of origin was impossible to determine. The human ships included the mass driver barges, the tether launch platforms, and the liability itself, flagship of a fleet that shouldn't exist. 421 Council ships, their crews still learning to operate without the networks they had depended on for their entire careers. The Council ships were sleek and uniform, their hulls painted in standard Council colors that looked increasingly out of place next to the patchwork human vessels. The Council ships had been retrofitted over 11 months of continuous work. The Council ships had lost their elegance. The Council ships had gained functionality. The formation was supposed to be a sphere, with human vessels forming the outer layer and Council vessels providing fire support from the interior. The formation was actually more of an oblate spheroid with several suspicious bulges where Council captains had drifted out of position. The Council captains were still learning to navigate by visual reference. The Council captains were still making mistakes. The Council captains would have to stop making mistakes very soon. Chief Engineer Vance stood in the command module of the RSS Liability, watching the formation on a display that had been salvaged from a reptilian cargo hauler and mounted sideways because that was the only way it would fit. The display showed every vessel in the fleet as a colored dot. Human vessels were yellow, Council vessels were blue, vessels that were out of position were red. There were a lot of red dots. Vance keyed the fleet-wide communication channel. The channel was voice-only, transmitted through analog radio systems that couldn't be jammed by whatever technology the swarm used. He said, "All vessels, this is Vance. Position check. If your dot is red, fix it. You have 30 minutes." The channel filled with acknowledgments, excuses, and requests for clarification. Vance muted the channel and turned to the status boards that lined the command module's walls. The status boards were not digital. The status boards were painted metal panels with sliding indicators that showed fleet readiness in categories that mattered. Fuel reserves, 94%. Ammunition stocks, 87%. Crew fatigue index, acceptable. Maintenance backlog, significant but manageable. Coffee supplies, critical. The coffee situation was a genuine concern. Human crews operated on coffee the way Council ships operated on fuel cells. The supply chain had not anticipated a 13-month deployment. The supply chain had not anticipated a lot of things. Vance made a note to have someone requisition additional coffee through whatever channels were still open. Hazard pay rates for the requisition crews would apply. Admiral Vale stood on the bridge of the Absolute Certainty, watching the same formation from a different perspective. His perspective involved considerably more anxiety. The Absolute Certainty had been retrofitted over the past 11 months. The retrofits had been extensive. The retrofits had been painful. The ship's automated systems had been reduced to emergency backups. The ship's network architecture had been physically disconnected in 17 places. The ship's crew had been retrained to operate using manual controls, voice communications, and something the humans called looking out the window. The crew was not happy about any of this. The crew was professional enough to do it anyway. Admiral Vale had spent 11 months watching his fleet transform from the most sophisticated military force in the galaxy into something that resembled a historical reenactment society with live weapons. He had watched his officers learn to read paper charts. He had watched his gunners learn to calculate firing solutions with slide rules. He had watched his engineers learn to diagnose problems by listening to the sounds their equipment made. He had watched 3,000 years of military doctrine get thrown away because it was useless against an enemy that didn't interact with electromagnetic radiation. He had watched, and he had learned, and he had come to an uncomfortable realization. The humans had been right. The humans had been right about everything. They had been right about the swarm. They had been right about the sensors. They had been right about the need for analog systems and kinetic weapons and crews that could think for themselves. They had been right, and the Council had spent 2 years trying to destroy them instead of listening. Admiral Vile did not enjoy being wrong. Admiral Vile was learning to accept it. He keyed his communication panel and responded to Vance's position check. He said, "Flagship acknowledging. Adjusting to correct position now." His helmsman, who was now navigating by looking at visual references and doing math on paper, began the correction. The correction would take approximately 4 minutes. 4 minutes that would have taken 4 seconds with automated systems. 4 minutes that might matter when the swarm arrived. Admiral Vile accepted the 4 minutes. He had accepted a lot of things over the past 11 months. 48 hours before contact. The fleet had achieved acceptable formation discipline. Acceptable meant that 93% of vessels were within tolerance of their assigned positions. Acceptable meant that the remaining 7% were close enough that it probably wouldn't matter. Acceptable was the best they were going to get. Chief Engineer Vance convened a final briefing in the liabilities cargo bay. The cargo bay had been converted into a conference space by the simple expedient of clearing out the cargo and adding folding chairs. The chairs were mismatched. The chairs were uncomfortable. The chairs were occupied by the commanding officers of every major fleet element, human captains in grease-stained coveralls, council officers in formal uniforms that looked increasingly rumpled after 11 months of adaptation. Vance stood at the front of the bay, next to a display board that showed the swarm's projected approach vector. The approach vector had been calculated using gravitational detection data that the human sensor network had been collecting for 19 months. The swarm was approaching from galactic north, moving at approximately 0.3 c. The swarm consisted of 123 distinct structures, ranging in size from 200 meters to over 800 kilometers. The swarm would reach the fleet's position in 48 hours. The swarm's intentions were unknown. The swarm had not responded to any communication attempts. The swarm had not deviated from its trajectory. The swarm was coming, and the fleet was going to meet it. Vance outlined the battle plan. The plan was simple, because complicated plans required coordination that the fleet couldn't achieve. Phase 1. Detection and tracking. Human vessels would use gravitational sensors to identify swarm positions and relay targeting data to the rest of the fleet. Council vessels would receive the data via voice communication and convert it to firing solutions manually. The process would be slow. The process would be error-prone. The process was the only option available. Phase 2. Initial engagement. The fleet would launch kinetic projectiles at maximum range, using mass drivers and tether systems that had been standardized across both human and council vessels. The projectiles would be aimed using the gravitational targeting data. The projectiles would not be guided. The projectiles would either hit or miss based on the accuracy of the initial calculations. Phase 3. Close engagement. If Phase 2 failed to stop the swarm, the fleet would close to visual range and engage directly. Visual range meant ranges where crews could see the enemy with their own eyes. Visual range meant ranges where weapons could be aimed by pointing at targets. Visual range meant ranges where things would get ugly. Vance did not elaborate on what ugly meant. Everyone in the cargo bay understood. Phase 4. Survival. If Phases 1 through 3 failed to stop the swarm, the fleet would attempt to withdraw and regroup. Withdrawal routes had been plotted. Rally points had been established. Everyone understood that Phase 4 was optimistic. If the swarm couldn't be stopped, withdrawal might not be possible. If the swarm couldn't be stopped, nothing might be possible. Vance finished the briefing and asked for questions. There were many questions. The questions continued for 3 hours. The answers were not always satisfying. The officers returned to their ships with the understanding that they were about to fight an enemy they couldn't see, using weapons they had barely learned to operate, in a battle that would determine the survival of galactic civilization. Morale was not high. Morale was acceptable. Acceptable would have to be enough. 24 hours before contact, the maintenance crews worked through the night cycle. Every ship in the fleet was being checked, rechecked, and checked again. Weapon systems were calibrated using mechanical gauges that showed readings in analog needles rather than digital displays. Ammunition was loaded by hand, each projectile inspected before it went into the feed mechanism. Fuel reserves were topped off from tankers that had been positioned at the edge of the formation, their crews pumping fuel through hoses that required manual monitoring. The tether systems were tested, their cables checked for wear, and their springs checked for tension. The mass driver coils were examined for cracks and overheating damage. The welded joints between hybrid hull sections were inspected with flashlights and mirrors, looking for stress fractures that might fail under combat acceleration. The human crews worked in shifts, their labor tracked by supervisors who calculated overtime bonuses with the same precision they applied to reactor maintenance. Double shifts for everyone, triple time for hazardous work. Bonus rates for anyone who found and fixed a problem that could have caused a failure during combat. Penalty deductions for anyone who signed off on a system without actually checking it. The penalty deductions were rare. The human crews understood what was at stake. The payment system was functioning normally. The payment system always functioned normally. The humans had learned long ago that people worked better when they knew they would be compensated. The humans had also learned that people worked more carefully when they knew they could be penalized. The balance between carrot and stick had been refined over centuries of industrial labor. The balance was being applied to the survival of galactic civilization. The council crews worked alongside them, still awkward with the manual processes but improving with every hour. The council crews had stopped complaining about the lack of automated systems. The council crews had stopped asking when the networks would be restored. The council crews had started asking human technicians for advice on maintenance procedures. The human technicians had started charging consulting fees. The consulting fees were added to the overtime calculations. The accountants were very busy. In the Liabilities Command Module, Vance reviewed the final readiness reports. Fleet combat readiness, 81%. That number was lower than he wanted. That number was higher than he had expected. That number represented 11 months of work, thousands of hours of training, and millions of credits in equipment modifications. That number would have to be enough. He signed off on the reports and transmitted the final confirmation to Admiral Vielle. The confirmation said, "Fleet ready for deployment. All stations report acceptable status. Engagement authorized at your discretion." Admiral Vielle's response came back 3 minutes later. The response said, "Acknowledged. May fortune favor us all." Vance didn't believe in fortune. Vance believed in preparation, maintenance schedules, and properly calibrated equipment. But he appreciated the sentiment. 12 hours before contact, the fleet went to battle stations. On 712 vessels, crews secured their equipment, checked their weapons, and took their positions. The positions were mostly standing, because sitting invited relaxation, and relaxation invited inattention. The positions were marked on deck plating with painted lines, each line indicating where a crew member should stand for optimal access to their equipment. The crews stood at their stations and waited. Waiting was the hardest part. Waiting gave crews time to think about everything that could go wrong. Tether cables snapping under launch stress, mass driver coils overheating and failing, hull welds cracking under combat maneuvering, targeting calculations off by a fraction of a degree, sending projectiles into empty space. Waiting gave crews time to calculate the odds and realize that the odds were not good. 123 swarm structures against 712 vessels. The numbers favored the fleet. The numbers didn't account for the fact that the swarm was invisible to most of the fleet's sensors. The numbers didn't account for the fact that half the fleet was still learning to fight without computers. The numbers didn't account for the unknown. The unknown was very large. Waiting gave crews time to wonder if they would survive the next 24 hours. Some crews prayed to gods they had learned about in childhood. Some crews ran maintenance checks for the 15th time, finding comfort in routine. Some crews wrote messages to family members that might never be delivered. The messages were stored on physical media, paper notes, audio recordings on analog tapes, because digital messages might not survive whatever the swarm did to electromagnetic systems. Some crews told jokes that weren't funny, because unfunny jokes were better than silence. The jokes were mostly about the council crews and their learning curve. The council crews tolerated the jokes because the alternative was admitting that the jokes were accurate. The human crews drank coffee. The coffee was the last of the reserves, rationed out in portions that were smaller than anyone wanted, but larger than strict necessity allowed. The coffee was terrible. The coffee was the most valuable substance in the fleet. The council crews watched the human crews drink coffee and wondered if they should have adopted the practice. They had been offered coffee during training. They had declined because the taste was unpleasant and the stimulant effects were unpredictable for their physiologies. Now they wondered if the unpredictable stimulant effects might have been worth the unpleasant taste. Now it was too late. The coffee was gone. The waiting continued. 6 hours before contact, the gravitational sensors detected the swarm's leading edge. The leading edge consisted of 17 structures, each approximately 200 meters in diameter. The structures were moving in a dispersed formation, spread across a volume of space approximately 10,000 kilometers wide. They were invisible to every sensor except gravity. They were approaching at 30% of light speed. They needed to be destroyed. Vance looked at the sensor display and felt nothing except the need to do his job. He keyed the fleet-wide channel. He said, "All vessels, this is Vance. Contact confirmed. Swarm leading edge detected at coordinates being transmitted now. All stations prepare for Phase 1 engagement." He paused. He said, "This is what we trained for. This is what we built the fleet for. Do your jobs. Watch your equipment. Trust your crewmates." He paused again. He said, "And if anyone needs to use the head, do it now. It's going to be a long day." The channel filled with acknowledgments. Some of the acknowledgments included nervous laughter. Nervous laughter was acceptable. Vance cut the channel and turned to his crew. His crew was ready. His ship was ready. His fleet was as ready as it was ever going to be. He said, "Begin tracking. Relay targeting data to all vessels. Let's get to work." The final countdown had ended. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 16. The Cyberstorm. The swarm's leading edge entered sensor range at 347 hours, Fleet Standard Time. The gravitational sensors showed 17 structures, each approximately 200 meters in diameter, approaching at 0.3 C. The electromagnetic sensors showed nothing. The fleet had been expecting this. The fleet had trained for this. The fleet was not expecting what happened next. At 0348 hours, the swarm broadcast. The broadcast was not a communication. The broadcast was not a message. The broadcast was a weapon. The broadcast hit the combined fleet like a wall of static, a pulse of electromagnetic interference that saturated every frequency simultaneously. On the bridge of the Absolute Certainty, Admiral Vial watched his displays flicker. Then the displays died. Every display on the bridge went dark at the same moment. Every console stopped responding. Every system that relied on digital processing ceased to function. The lights stayed on. Emergency power, hardwired circuits. Everything else was dead. Admiral Vale tried to key his communication panel. The panel didn't respond. He tried to access the tactical display. The display was a blank screen reflecting his own face. He tried to issue orders to his crew. His crew was staring at dead consoles, their neural links showing nothing but static. The Absolute Certainty was blind. The Absolute Certainty was deaf. The Absolute Certainty was drifting, its engines offline because engine control required digital processing. The Absolute Certainty was the most advanced warship in the Council fleet. The Absolute Certainty had cost 400 million credits to build. The Absolute Certainty was now worth approximately its mass in scrap metal. Admiral Vial sat in his command chair, surrounded by dead technology, and felt the ship drift. The drift was slight, residual momentum from their last course correction. The drift would continue until something stopped it. Nothing on the Absolute Certainty could stop it. Across the Council fleet, 421 vessels experienced the same thing. 421 vessels went dark in the same instant. 421 vessels became drifting coffins, their crews alive but helpless, their systems fried by a broadcast that had lasted less than 3 seconds. The crews were alive. The crews had air. Life support was hardwired, not dependent on digital control. The crews had light. Emergency power was automatic, triggered by mechanical switches. The crews had nothing else. No weapons, no navigation, no engines, no communication, no way to fight, no way to run, no way to do anything except drift and wait. The swarm had not fired a single kinetic weapon. The swarm had not needed to. The swarm had simply broadcast, and the Council fleet had died. 18 billion credits of military hardware, disabled by 3 seconds of electromagnetic noise. The accountants were going to have a very bad quarter. Chief Engineer Vance was drinking coffee when the broadcast hit. The coffee was cold and bitter and the last of the reserves. The coffee was also the only thing that saved him from the initial shock. The liabilities command module had screens. The screens were not critical systems. Inventory tracking, crew scheduling, entertainment feeds that nobody had time to watch. The screens died. Every screen in the command module went dark. their displays replaced by the blue glow of crashed systems. The inventory system was gone. The crew scheduling system was gone. The entertainment feeds were definitely gone. Vance looked at the dead screens and felt nothing except mild irritation. The screens had never been important. The screens had been conveniences, additions that the crews had installed because they were used to having screens. The important systems didn't have screens. The important systems didn't have computers. The important systems were analog. Vance set down his coffee and walked to the main firing control station. The firing control station was a panel of physical switches, mechanical gauges, and a large brass lever that controlled the primary mass driver's firing sequence. The lever was cold under his hand. The lever was mechanical, connected to the mass driver by physical cables and hydraulic actuators. The lever didn't care about electromagnetic broadcasts. The lever didn't have software to crash. The lever just waited to be pulled. Vance keyed the intercom. The intercom was analog. Voice transmitted through physical wires, no digital processing, no network connectivity. The intercom worked. He said, "All stations, this is Vance. Report status." The responses came back through speaking tubes and hardwired intercoms throughout the ship. Weapons, operational. Engines, operational. Life support, operational. Navigation, operational via mechanical gyroscopes and optical sighting. Sensors, gravitational detection operational. Electromagnetic sensors offline. Crew status, confused but functional. The liability was operational. The liability had never depended on digital systems. The liability had been built by people who expected everything electronic to fail. The no Wi-Fi rule had just proven its worth. The silence from the Council fleet was deafening. The fleet communication channels, which had been filled with chatter and status reports and coordination data, were completely dead. No transmissions, no acknowledgements, no distress calls. 421 vessels drifting in formation, their crews alive but unable to communicate, unable to navigate, unable to fight. Vance switched to the emergency broadcast frequency, a simple analog signal that didn't require digital processing to transmit or receive. He said, "Council vessels, this is human command. Your digital systems have been disabled. Swarm broadcast appears to be cyber warfare weapon. All digital systems are compromised. Repeat, all digital systems are compromised." He paused. He said, "If you can hear this transmission, respond via analog backup systems. Manual radio, signal lights, anything that doesn't require a computer." The silence continued for approximately 47 seconds. Then, slowly, responses began to come in. Signal lights blinking from Council vessels whose crews had found their emergency equipment. Manual radio transmissions, scratchy and poorly tuned, from vessels whose backup systems hadn't been maintained in decades. Voice communications, shouted through corridors and relayed by crew members running between compartments. The Council fleet was not dead. The Council fleet was crippled, but not dead. The Council fleet was learning, in real time, what it meant to fight without computers. Admiral Vale's voice came through on a manual radio channel, distorted by static but recognizable. He said, "Human command, this is Vale. My fleet is non-functional. Digital systems completely disabled. We have emergency power and life support only. Weapons offline, navigation offline, sensors offline." He paused. He said, "We are drifting. We cannot fight." Vance absorbed this information. 421 vessels unable to fight. 291 human vessels fully operational. The math had just changed dramatically, but the math didn't matter if they couldn't stop the swarm. He said, "Admiral, maintain position as best you can. Human fleet will engage. Stay out of firing lanes." Vale's response was bitter. He said, "We have no ability to maintain position. We have no ability to maneuver. We have no ability to do anything except drift and watch." Vance said, "Then drift and watch. We'll handle this." He cut the channel. The human fleet responded to the swarm broadcast with something the swarm had not anticipated. The human fleet responded with noise. On 291 vessels, diesel generators roared to life. The generators were backup systems, installed because humans didn't trust any single power source. The generators were old technology: internal combustion, mechanical rotation, physical fuel consumption. The generators had been considered obsolete by Council engineering standards for approximately 800 years. The generators were loud, vibrating through hull plating and filling compartments with the rumble of internal combustion. The generators were analog: fuel in, mechanical motion out. Electricity generated through physical rotation rather than digital conversion. The generators were immune to cyber warfare. The generators worked. The sound of 291 diesel generators roaring simultaneously was not subtle. The sound carried through hull vibrations. The sound was felt as much as heard. The sound was the heartbeat of a fleet that refused to die. On 291 vessels, crews moved to manual firing stations. The firing stations had physical controls, levers and wheels and buttons that connected directly to weapon systems through mechanical linkages. The linkages were cables, pulleys, hydraulic lines. The linkages had no software. The linkages had no firmware. The linkages had no vulnerability to electromagnetic attack. The firing stations didn't require computers. The firing stations didn't require targeting software. The firing stations required humans who could aim with their eyes and fire with their hands. The firing stations required humans who had trained for exactly this scenario. The firing stations required humans who had been called primitive for refusing to upgrade. Those humans were now the only functional military force in the sector. On the liability, Vance stood at the primary mass driver control station. The gravitational display, a mechanical device that showed swarm positions through physical indicators rather than digital screens, showed the leading edge of the swarm approximately 800,000 kilometers away. The display was crude. The display was accurate. The display was enough. Vance calculated the firing solution in his head: bearing 047 by 12, range 840,000 kilometers, velocity 0.3 c, bearing 170, time to intercept approximately 29 hours. He didn't need a computer for this. He didn't need software. He needed arithmetic and a steady hand. He pulled the brass lever. The mass driver fired. The recoil shuddered through the liability's frame, a physical sensation that no digital system could replicate. The projectile, 100 kilograms of reactor slag, departed at 8 kilometers per second, aimed at a target that the swarm had assumed no one could engage. Across the human fleet, 290 more vessels opened fire. Mass drivers roared. Tether systems launched salvos of scrap metal. Kinetic weapons aimed by eye and fired by hand filled the void with projectiles. The noise was deafening. Diesel generators rumbling, mass driver coils humming, tether cables snapping taut, hydraulic systems hissing, metal striking metal as ammunition was loaded by hand. The noise was the sound of a fleet that refused to die quietly. The swarm had silenced the Council. The swarm had not silenced the humans. The swarm was about to learn the difference. The contrast was stark. On the Council side of the formation, silence. 421 vessels drifting, their running lights on emergency power, their crews watching through viewports because their sensors were dead. No engine noise. The engines required digital control systems that were no longer functional. No weapons fire. The weapons required targeting computers that had crashed and refused to reboot. No communication. The communication systems required network protocols that had been scrambled beyond recovery. Just silence, and the slow drift of vessels that had become very expensive coffins. The crews sat at dead stations. The crews waited for systems that would never restart. The crews watched the battle through windows, like spectators at an event they had paid to participate in. 18 billion credits of military hardware. 47,000 crew members. Zero combat effectiveness. The cost per casualty calculations were going to be obscene. On the human side of the formation, chaos. 291 vessels maneuvering on mechanical thrusters, their movements coordinated through voice commands and signal flags. Weapons firing continuously, the rhythm of load-aim-fire repeated by crews who had trained for exactly this scenario. Diesel generators roaring, their exhaust venting into space in visible plumes, that would have been considered wasteful in any other circumstance. The fuel consumption rate was significant. The fuel consumption rate was being logged by accountants who would calculate the overtime costs later. The fuel consumption rate didn't matter right now. The inefficiency didn't matter. The noise mattered. The function mattered. The fact that everything still worked mattered. The fact that the humans were fighting while the Council drifted mattered. Admiral Vale watched from the bridge of the absolute certainty, his dead displays reflecting the muzzle flashes of human weapons. He watched the human fleet engage an enemy that had crippled his entire force with a single broadcast. He watched vessels held together by welds and tape-fire weapons that didn't require electricity. He watched crews coordinate through shouting and hand signals and signal lights. He watched, and he understood. The humans had been right. The humans had always been right. The no Wi-Fi rule wasn't paranoia. The no Wi-Fi rule was survival. The humans had built their fleet to operate without networks, without computers, without any digital system that could be compromised. The humans had built their fleet for exactly this moment. The moment when everything electronic died. The moment when analog was the only thing left. The moment when the galaxy's most primitive technology became the galaxy's only functional technology. Vale sat in his command chair, surrounded by dead systems, and waited. There was nothing else he could do. The humans would fight. The humans would win or lose. And the Council would watch, helpless, and learn. The first impacts occurred approximately 29 hours later. The gravitational sensors tracked the projectiles across the void. The projectiles couldn't be guided. The projectiles couldn't be adjusted. The projectiles either hit or missed based on calculations done by humans with slide rules and pencils. The calculations had been done correctly. The first swarm structure took 17 direct hits in rapid succession. The gravitational signature wobbled. The gravitational signature fragmented. The structure was destroyed. The crew logging the gravitational sensors noted the kill and marked the timestamp for the after-action report. The after-action report would be used to calculate hazard bonuses. The hazard bonuses would be significant. 122 targets remained. There was approximately 60% of ammunition remaining. The math was tight. The math was manageable. The math would require careful allocation and precise shooting. Vance began assigning priority targets. Largest structures first. The 800-kilometer behemoths that might be command vessels. The structures that, if destroyed, might end the battle faster. He pulled the brass lever again. The lever was cold. The lever was mechanical. The lever was connected to the mass driver by physical linkages that the swarm couldn't touch. The mass driver roared. The recoil shuddered through the hull. Another projectile departed into the void. The diesel generators kept rumbling. The fuel consumption rate was now logged at 340% of normal operating parameters. The fuel budget for this engagement had been exceeded approximately 4 hours ago. The accountants were going to file complaints. The accountants could file complaints after the battle. The analog systems kept functioning. The no Wi-Fi rule kept the fleet alive. Somewhere in the drifting Council fleet, Admiral Vale was watching through his viewport. Watching humans fight the battle that his fleet couldn't fight. Watching 18 billion credits of military hardware drift uselessly while salvage vessels held the line. The after-action reports were going to be brutal. The budget reconciliation meetings were going to be worse. The swarm had disabled 421 Council vessels with a single broadcast. The swarm had not disabled a single human vessel. The ammunition expenditure was now at 47% of total reserves. The crew overtime logs were accumulating faster than the payroll system could process. The diesel fuel reserves would last approximately 6 more hours at current consumption rates. The mass drivers kept firing. The tether systems kept launching. The diesel generators kept burning fuel that cost 12 credits per liter. And the brass levers kept being pulled by hands that logged hazard bonuses for every firing cycle. The cyberstorm had failed. The no Wi-Fi rule had held. The battle was far from over. The costs were mounting. And somewhere an accountant was going to have a very long week. Chapter 17. The Salvage Fee. The swarm's largest structures reached weapons range at 1447 hours. 8 structures, each approximately 800 kilometers long, moving at 0.2 C and broadcasting the same cyber warfare signal that had disabled the Council fleet. The broadcast washed over the human fleet like static. The diesel generators kept rumbling. The analog systems kept functioning. The brass levers kept being pulled. Chief Engineer Vance stood at the primary weapons console of the liability, watching the gravitational display update with each passing second. The display showed the swarm structures as dense clusters of mass, their trajectories plotted in grease pencil by a crew member who had been doing nothing else for the past 6 hours. The crew member was earning overtime. The crew member was worth every credit. Vance keyed the fleet-wide channel. He said, "All vessels, this is command. Primary targets entering engagement range. Mass drivers, load the special ammunition." The special ammunition had been prepared 3 months ago. The special ammunition was compacted cubes of metal, each cube approximately 2 meters on a side, each cube weighing approximately 40 tons. The cubes had been cast in the chop shop's foundry, poured into molds and allowed to cool under controlled conditions. The cooling process had taken approximately 6 hours per cube. The quality control process had taken another 2 hours. The loading process had taken crews working triple shifts for 3 weeks. The metal in the cubes was not random scrap. The metal in the cubes was the remains of the Council's EMP hazard buoys. 12,000 buoys, harvested and stripped and melted down and recast into dense uniform projectiles, 24,000 kilograms of precision-machined neodymium magnets converted into kinetic death. The Council had deployed those buoys to trap the humans. The Council had spent approximately 400 million credits on those buoys. The humans had stripped them for free. The humans had turned them into ammunition. The irony was not lost on anyone. The irony was also being logged for the after-action report. The after-action report would include a cost-benefit analysis. The cost-benefit analysis would be devastating. The mass drivers loaded. The loading process was manual. Each cube maneuvered into position by crews using mechanical cranes and hydraulic lifts. The loading process took approximately 4 minutes per driver. The targeting calculations were completed on paper, checked twice, verified by a supervisor. The brass levers were pulled. The levers were cold. The levers were heavy. The levers connected to firing mechanisms through physical linkages that the swarm couldn't touch. 47 mass drivers fired simultaneously. The recoil shuddered through 47 vessels. 47 cubes of compacted Council hardware departed at 8 kilometers per second, aimed at targets that couldn't be seen by any electromagnetic sensor in existence. The humans didn't need electromagnetic sensors. The humans had gravitational detection and slide rules and grease pencils. The humans had enough. The first cube hit the lead swarm structure approximately 14 hours later. The impact was not subtle. 40 tons of dense metal moving at 8 kilometers per second, carrying kinetic energy measured in terajoules. The gravitational sensors showed the impact as a sudden disruption in the target's mass signature. The disruption spread. The disruption fragmented. The target broke apart. Unlike the smaller structures, the large ones did not fragment into autonomous units. The large ones simply broke, their internal systems, whatever those systems were, unable to survive the catastrophic transfer of kinetic energy. The gravitational display updated. 1 target destroyed. 7 remaining. Ammunition expenditure, approximately 12% of remaining reserves. The math was acceptable. The math was survivable. More cubes launched. More targets broke. The battle became a grinding exercise in industrial output. Fire, wait, impact, confirm, repeat. The human crews worked in shifts, the reload team swapping out every 4 hours to prevent fatigue errors. The fatigue errors happened anyway. 3 miscalculations across 12 hours of continuous fire. 3 salvos that missed their targets. 3 instances logged for post-battle review and retraining. The error rate was within acceptable parameters. The error rate was being tracked for the quality assurance report. By 0600 hours the following morning, 5 of the 8 large structures had been destroyed. The remaining 3 had altered course. The remaining 3 were attempting to retreat. They were not fast enough. Vance keyed the fleet channel. He said, "All vessels with slag armor. This is command. Ramming protocol authorized. Close and engage." The ramming protocol had been developed for exactly this scenario. The ramming protocol was simple. The ramming protocol was, hit them with the ship. 47 human vessels broke formation and accelerated toward the retreating swarm structures. The vessels were not elegant. The vessels were not fast. The vessels were armored with 6 feet of depleted uranium slag, their hulls reinforced with welded steel plate, their mass measured in hundreds of thousands of tons. The vessels were very, very heavy. The swarm structures were fragile. The swarm structures had been designed for a galaxy where enemies could be disabled with cyber warfare. The swarm structures had not been designed for enemies who simply rammed them. The first impact occurred at 0647 hours. The blunt instrument struck a swarm structure at approximately 12 kilometers per second relative velocity. The impact was not subtle. The blunt instrument weighed approximately 400,000 tons. The swarm structure weighed approximately 2 million tons but was built for speed, not durability. The physics were unforgiving. The swarm structure crumpled. The swarm structure broke apart. The swarm structure ceased to exist as a coherent entity. The blunt instrument lost approximately 30 meters of its forward hull section. The blunt instrument kept moving. The blunt instrument's crew logged the damage and continued operations. Repair cost estimate, 6 weeks in dry dock, approximately 12 million credits. The repair cost would be billed to the Council. The second ramming impact occurred at 0651 hours. The third occurred at 0654 hours. By 0700 hours, all 3 retreating swarm structures had been destroyed. The ramming vessels were damaged but operational. The ramming vessels were already filing damage reports. The damage reports would be itemized. The damage reports would be submitted to the Council's accounting department. The Council's accounting department was going to have a very bad fiscal quarter. The swarm was withdrawing. The remaining fragments, the autonomous units from earlier engagements, were scattering, their coordination broken, their advance halted. The crew member updating the gravitational display noted the trajectory change and logged the timestamp. The timestamp would be used to calculate the exact duration of combat operations. The exact duration would be used to calculate overtime pay. The overtime pay was going to be significant. The smaller swarm fragments, the autonomous units from the structures destroyed in the first engagement, were still approaching. The fragments numbered in the hundreds. The fragments were still invisible. The fragments were still lethal. The tether systems engaged. The tether systems had been loaded with a different kind of ammunition. The tether systems had been loaded with scrap, hull fragments, engine components, broken equipment, anything dense enough to carry kinetic energy at 3 kilometers per second. The scrap was cheap. The scrap was plentiful. The scrap was what the chop shop produced in bulk as a byproduct of shipbuilding operations. The tether systems launched continuous salvos, filling the space between the fleet and the approaching fragments with a wall of tumbling metal. The wall was not precise. The wall was not targeted. The wall was simply there, a kinetic barrier that anything approaching would have to pass through. The fragments hit the wall. Some fragments made it through. Most did not. The fragments that made it through were tracked by gravitational sensors and engaged with point defense mass drivers. The point defense mass drivers were crewed by gunners who aimed with optical sights and fired with mechanical triggers. The gunners were not always accurate. The gunners were accurate enough. The fragments that reached the fleet numbered in the dozens rather than the hundreds. The fragments that hit human vessels numbered in the single digits. The stubborn negotiator took a fragment strike to its engine section. The engine section was armored with depleted uranium slag. The fragment punched through approximately 2 meters of slag before losing momentum. The underlying hull was undamaged. The crew logged the damage and continued operations. The repair cost would be approximately 6 hours of welding and 300 credits in materials. The unfortunate implications took a fragment strike to its starboard weapons array. The weapons array was destroyed. The rest of the ship continued functioning. The crew redistributed fire coverage and logged the loss for the damage report. The insurance claim would be filed after the battle. The fragments kept coming. The wall kept holding. The battle kept grinding. By 1200 hours, the last swarm fragment had been destroyed or driven off. The gravitational sensors showed empty space where the approaching threat had been. The electromagnetic sensors still showed nothing, because the electromagnetic sensors had never worked against the swarm. The battle was over. The human fleet had lost 7 vessels. The persistent liability had taken a direct fragment strike to its reactor. The questionable decisions had suffered structural failure during evasive maneuvers. The regrettable necessity, the outstanding invoice, the pending audit, the collateral damage, and the acceptable losses had all been destroyed by fragment impacts at various points during the engagement. The naming conventions had been deliberate. The naming conventions made the loss reports easier to file. The human fleet had lost approximately 2,300 crew members. Each crew member had a file. Each crew member had a next-of-kin notification waiting to be sent. Each crew member had an outstanding payroll balance that would need to be settled. The payroll department was going to be very busy. The human fleet had expended approximately 78% of its ammunition reserves. The ammunition would need to be replaced. The replacement would require approximately 3 months of foundry operations. The foundry operations would require raw materials. The raw materials would be billed to the Council under the treaty's supply provisions. The costs were being tallied. The costs were significant. The costs were also, according to the treaty, the Council's responsibility. The treaty had been very specific about cost allocation for joint defensive operations. The treaty had been drafted by human lawyers. The treaty had been very thorough. Vance sat back in his command chair and looked at the status displays. Fleet operational status: 284 vessels combat capable. Council fleet operational status: unknown, presumed, still disabled. Swarm status: retreating, trajectory indicates departure from the sector. Coffee status: exhausted approximately 6 hours ago. The coffee situation was the most pressing concern. The coffee situation would be addressed in the resupply requisition. The resupply requisition would be billed to the Council. Approximately 4 hours after the battle ended, the Council fleet began to reboot. The rebooting was slow. The rebooting was painful. The cyber warfare broadcast had scrambled systems at a fundamental level, and the automated recovery processes were designed for software glitches, not complete system lobotomization. One by one, Council vessels flickered back to life. One by one, their running lights stabilized and their engines came back online. One by one, their communication systems reactivated. Admiral Vael was among the first to establish contact. His communication was audio only. The visual systems were still non-functional. His voice was hoarse, strained, carrying the particular exhaustion of someone who had spent the past 20 hours watching a battle through a viewport while being completely unable to participate. His voice also carried something else: fear, resignation, the tone of someone who expected to be conquered. He said, "Human Command, this is Admiral Vael, requesting status update on hostile forces." Vance keyed the response channel. He said, "Admiral, hostile forces have been neutralized. Swarm structures destroyed or retreating. Engagement concluded approximately 4 hours ago." There was a long pause on the channel. Admiral Vael said, You won." His voice cracked slightly on the word. He said, "The Council fleet we were helpless, completely helpless. For 20 hours. He said, "We watched you fight. We watched you save us. We could do nothing." Another pause. His voice dropped lower. He said, "I understand what comes next." Vance said, "Do you?" Admiral Vael said, "You have demonstrated superiority. Military, technological, strategic. The Council is at your mercy." He paused again. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of surrender. He said, "What are your terms? What do you demand? The Council will comply. We have no choice." He said, "If you wish to declare dominion over the sector, over the galaxy, we cannot stop you." He said, "Please, just tell us what you want." The channel was silent for a moment. Vance looked at the status display showing the Council fleet. 421 vessels, slowly coming back online. 421 vessels that had been completely disabled. 421 vessels that had been drifting, unpowered, in an active combat zone. 421 vessels whose commanding admiral was begging for mercy. He smiled. It was not a friendly smile. It was the smile of a contractor who had just realized the scope of the invoice he was about to submit. He keyed the channel again. He said, "Admiral, I appreciate the Council's interest in partnership." He said, "But I think you may be misunderstanding our position." He said, "You see, Your fleet has been entirely unpowered and adrift for approximately 20 hours. He said, during that time, you were in an active combat zone. He said, under Section 4, Paragraph 9 of Interstellar Maritime Law, any vessel that is unpowered and adrift in international void without an active transponder is classified as abandoned. He said, any abandoned vessel may be claimed as legitimate salvage by any party that renders assistance. He said, we just rendered assistance, Admiral. He said, quite a lot of assistance, actually. The channel was silent. Admiral Viel's voice, when it came back, was very quiet. He said, you cannot be serious. Vance said, conquest? Admiral, we're contractors. He said, but since your fleet was entirely unpowered and adrift in an active combat zone, under Section 4, Paragraph 9 of Interstellar Maritime Law, you are now officially classified as legitimate salvage. He said, we accept payment in raw titanium. The channel was silent for a very long time. When Admiral Viel spoke again, his voice carried a tone that Vance had heard many times before. It was the tone of someone who had just realized they were trapped by their own laws. It was the tone of someone who had just lost a negotiation they didn't know they were in. It was the tone of someone who was about to spend a very long time talking to lawyers. Admiral Viel said, how much titanium? Vance looked at the display. 421 vessels. Average mass, approximately 50,000 tons per vessel. Standard salvage rate, 15% of assessed value. He did the math. He said, preliminary estimate, approximately 3.2 million tons. He said, but we're willing to negotiate a payment plan. He said, interest rates are very reasonable. He said, for contractors. The channel clicked off. Vance sat back in his chair. The diesel generators were still rumbling. The analog systems were still functioning. The gravitational sensors were still showing empty space where the swarm had been. The battle was over. The swarm was retreating. The Council owed approximately 3.2 million tons of titanium. And somewhere in the chop shop ring, the accountants were already preparing the invoice. The Junkyard Fleet had started with a single salvage claim on a dead dreadnought. The Junkyard Fleet now had a salvage claim on 421 Council warships. The salvage claim would need to be filed through proper channels. The proper channels would require approximately 17 forms per vessel. 17 forms times 421 vessels equaled 7,157 forms. The forms would need to be filled out in triplicate. The forms would need to be notarized. The forms would need to be filed with the Galactic Registry Office. The Galactic Registry Office was going to have questions. The Galactic Registry Office was going to have a lot of questions. The Human Legal Department was already preparing answers. The Human Legal Department was charging by the hour. The paperwork was going to be extensive. The paperwork was going to be expensive. The paperwork was going to be worth every credit. The Council had spent 2 years trying to evict humanity from the debris fields. The Council had spent 18 billion credits on a fleet that couldn't fight the actual threat. The Council now owed humanity a salvage fee measured in millions of tons of titanium. The math had not worked out in the Council's favor. The math never seemed to work out in the Council's favor when humans were involved. Chief Engineer Vance finished his coffee. The coffee was cold. The coffee was the last cup until resupply. The coffee had been rationed since the battle began. The coffee was still the best thing he had tasted all week. He had work to do, invoices to prepare, salvage claims to file, payment plans to negotiate. The swarm might come back someday. The humans would be ready. The humans would also bill for it. That was the deal. That had always been the deal. And the paperwork would be filed on time. Outside the liabilities hull, the mass drivers were still cycling. Test fires, calibration rounds, maintenance sequences to keep the weapons hot and ready. The rhythm was steady. Boom. The recoil shuddered through the hull. Boom. The brass lever reset for the next cycle. Boom. The diesel generators rumbled beneath the firing deck. Boom. The sound of analog systems that couldn't be hacked. Boom. The sound of kinetic weapons that didn't need software. Boom. The sound of maintenance cycles logged at triple rate. Boom. The sound of contractors collecting their fee. Boom. 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 The rhythm continued. The invoices were being prepared. the titanium payment would be collected. And somewhere in the void, the swarm was retreating from a fleet that billed by the hour. The billing would be extensive. Boom, boom, boom.